Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Hey, it's Jacob Zurivo. But anyway, shout outs to you. My name is Lotan.
You set yourself a shout out.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Shout out to Amina Abdirabad. I didn't know about shouting ourselves out. I wasn't made aware. But there you go. Those, or rather, we are your hosts for 2 days now, this being the second day. Blaze has brought to you the very first virtual career fair. We've had so many speakers from yesterday coming through talking about their respective fields. You had some of your...
What is Blaze? Blaze ni nini? Blaze imetoka wapi?
Nini
inawashwa moto? So, Blaze is a youth network by Safaricom where we celebrate youth's passion to succeed in unconventional and emerging careers. Those things that they said as Zekani at your Generation X, iko shida nini, that is Blaze for you. So you that is watching me, you are indeed a blazer.
There you go, you are a blazer. And who's a blazer? Of course, with the right age. Are you a blazer, really? Long time you're just saying
Na fit.
Okay. No,
youth.
Age-wise, for real.
Mini youth.
When I use a blazer, when I make a different city under the government. But listen, all we need you to do is just sit back, enjoy, and learn today. All right, so this career fair is for you. And in fact, we're talking about this with Lotan. This is how you test your friends. These are the kind of links you need to be sending to your friends. Kila saa tu tunatumia hizo vitu za mabash. Or otherwise, form ni gani? Uko, plan, alafu, rada, no. Cheza kama wewe, tumia msee hii link leo. Umwambeniaje, there's a career fair going on. In case you didn't know, we called it the 10 by 10 rule, right?
Exactly.
So you send it to 10
other people.
10 other people. And then you also at the same time tell them to dial *544#, select number 6, and enjoy 200 MB of data for only 20 bob. Now, Lotan, you know it's been 20 years since Safaricom opened their doors here.
Yes.
Yeah, and for you, you're so happy because you opened up the doors to your career.
You know, back then in Campus, you'd always think, you know what, I want to be like somebody, like this super MC. How do I get there? And then companies like Safaricom come on board and give you an opportunity to be on stage. And then they didn't just leave me at my campus. They took me to Egerton, they took me to USIU, they took me to other Daystar University campuses and gave me at least something for my pockets just to ensure and support me and encourage me to be the better version of myself. So me, I'm happy, me, I'm home, me nimetulia.
It was an exposure.
Haiko exposure. Okay, walinipa exposure mingi lakini nini ilikuwa pia.
No, I know, but haiko exposure peke yake.
Haiko exposure peke yake.
Muhimu sana kujua. All right, so now 20 years later, here they are, and they're saying tukiuki. Na sisi peke yetu, yani people only at Safaricom, and it's everyone. And what does it mean? It's just about you going beyond, breaking the barriers, trying as much as you can to be, you know, they say you lift those generational curses, you're the first millionaire, the first billionaire of your family. Don't listen to the naysayers and listen to what they said and why it didn't work out for them. You don't know. So you just have to do your best and keep on working at that dream. Consistency is everything.
Interesting.
It's just in the little things that we do every day that at the end of the 5 years and the 10 years you see, kumbe I was doing something, I was putting in the effort. Plant those seeds today.
Na kitu cha muhimu is that everybody has a great story. All of us are coming from somewhere, and we're definitely going to this particular place where we envision that, do you know what? That is what I want to achieve. Hata ukifika hapo, bado kuna step higher. And Amina and everybody else that was part of the panels yesterday shared on their great story. Na msana tushangaza, great ni nini, Amina?
Great. Yeah. Greatness requires internal toughness. There you go.
And you rap it?
We should. Greatness require. Yeah, I'm such a bad rapper. That was so bad. Greatness, what is that? But yes, it's all about grit, and they all did talk about, you know, how tough it was for them to get to where they are today, and the opportunities that are there. We need to start also understanding that life, this is something young people never really get, that life doesn't always work out the way you thought it would.
100%.
You knew nikimaliza kampo, hivi tu, the jobs that will be calling me, in fact, atastafika thadia, the jobs will be streaming in, and then it doesn't happen that way. What do you do?
Interesting, because I just saw myself in what you just said, because that was me. Because I was this guy in campus, unajua nimeshafika student leader nini, sijui I'm dealing with corporates, wanakuja kwa shule wananiongelesha. Hey, vitu kwa grounds ilikuwa rough.
What happened? Oh, so you thought, look at all these guys, I want to get a job.
Exactly, because me, I had the business cards. You know, then it was business cards. Niko na business card, nimezeka hivi kwa ile folder, ile clearless, colorless. Najua nikitoka hapa napigia Amina, napigia Withaka, napigia na... What? I called, none of them picked up my phones.
How many times did you call them?
Like 5 times each. None of them.
No, you should have called him. So there's one of the jobs that I did. It was a voiceover job.
Okay.
That was a fantastic job that I did for a span of maybe 3 to 4 years.
Okay.
And I used to call the director and the producer, I used to call them every day for more than 1 year.
Every day?
Every day.
Just to get the job.
I'm just like, oh my gosh, I have not called him today. Now, such stalkerish behaviors. And after a year, wow. Can you imagine, after a year, he was like, okay, you know what, come and do a voice demo. And I went and did a voice demo, and I got the job, I got the job. So you have to call for, well, you can't just call 5 times. You call, like,
so naku-call kesho, sorry nilisimama. I'm calling you back. I'm calling you back tomorrow.
But yes, we also talked about personal branding, right? Mwenesi Musalia, who has been doing this for a number of years, you know, just giving his insights, his story, giving you tips, all right, on how you can get that job based on how you look, how you present yourself, how do you say hi, how do you leave that lasting impression so that you're the one who actually lands that opportunity. Because it doesn't necessarily have to be a job, it could just be, you know, I don't know, something that you were trying to sign. Andrew
Masila also came through and talked to us about artificial intelligence. And actually, he basically demystified the thought. The kila mtu anafikiriaga ati computers at one point or the other would take over the world. No, he actually showed us the positive sides of AI. So at this particular juncture, your phone, my phone, we can actually do so much with them to actually better the society. So thank you so much, Andrew Masila, for that.
And talking about bettering the society, there was also the conversation about gender disparity. We had Rita Okuse, James Maitai, Kendin Twiga talking about unpacking that gender disparity, what needs to be done, you know, just business opportunities for women, and just how we've been held back with this, you know, by society. And then now we become, again, caged with our thoughts because now you're insecure, now you're scared. You know, yes, you're a CEO, yes, you're an MD, but you don't have children, you don't have this, so how does it look and how does it that? And you don't want to think about all of that. So it was a very intense conversation that I got to learn so much. Why are you laughing?
I'm happy because you were the only one that was shaking their head the whole conversation.
The whole time I was just like, "Ni kweli, tell them. Tell them. They need to hear." Hawakuchoma, and that was not it. We also had
the future of work,
user experience as well. Oh, yeah, future of work.
Future of work was phenomenal. Now, Chris Otundo, Mark Momo, and Elizabeth Nguli came through and wakatuambeniaje, tuko in the digital age, but don't panic. Don't panic. There's definitely something that we as the young people of this particular country or the world in general can do so that we are relevant when it comes to the future. So with future and work, it is secured. Thank you so much, guys.
But just how things have changed, how this generation has disrupted the workplace, things are just not the way they were. So many companies, I remember Facebook and Google being one of them, saying that now, in fact, after this pandemic, people will just still work from home. It should be a thing of the past because they're all working online. 100%. And remember, for a long time, they thought that wouldn't be possible because if you're home, chances are uko kulala. But as long as you're delivering, then now we're good, right? So they've seen now that this work can actually be done and it's effective. So I think that we're going to see a lot of companies working from home. We also talked about now the user experience that I was telling you about. It was a lot. But listen, fear not, fear not. If you didn't get to watch them, we're still going to load them up eventually. Make sure that you send in questions. We have a lot of guests coming in as well. So many speakers today, and we're going to give you some airtime. So you have to be very heavy on that interactive front and that engagement side of things. So send in your questions on YouTube, send in your questions on Facebook, all right? So of any of the speakers that you will get to see today. So this is our program of the day. This is our lineup of the day.
So Tuesday, the 1st of December, very happy new month. I mean, I didn't tell you that.
I didn't tell you that.
Okay, mwaka imeisha.
Just like that. Just like that.
All right, so we'll be talking about banishing disability misconception that will be taken by Tabi Kioko, Eric Ngoni, Miriam, Jeru, Jarius Ongetso, and Wanja Maina. Please do not go too far. That particular one, I want you to sit and get ready because it's going to be very, very interesting.
Yes, it will. And how about us looking into fintech? Now, that is something I'm really looking forward to as well. Boniface Mungania is going to be taking us through that. Remember, once again, any question you have, you send it through. That seems like it's going to be very interactive as well.
Interesting. Amina, you told me about how you lost your first job or how you didn't make it to your first interview. So Chris Otundo is going to talk to us about how to ace that first job interview. So please, kama uko na shida kama mimi na Amina ya kwendaga interview, tafadhali, Chris Otundo is here for you.
Yes, he is. And then we're also going to be talking data science. And by we, I mean Sai Kumar Alaka. He's the one who's going to be talking to us all things data science and trying to take a look at the difference between data science and AI.
Fabulous.
Plus, we also get to discuss this. This is something that, honestly, mimi nafeel kiwaru. Acha tu nikwambie, it should have started when I was in school. Discover Trainee Program.
100%. It's proper. Listen, if you've always wanted to work at Safaricom, and probably you go campus unafikiria, how do I transition from campus to Safaricom? Sit back, relax, Discover Trainee Program with Tanya, Stacy, Ariel, and Eva. That will be one eye-opening kind of conversation.
Yeah. Now, as you said, it is the end of the year, 1st of December. Tunapanga Christmas tayari. Watu hawajatengeneza do. It's just been that year for Shagala Bagala. And it's just stressed a lot of us out. Like I was telling you, for the first time, people have had now, anxiety. This is the first time a lot of people are experiencing depression. You don't understand what's going on. You're just finding yourself consuming more alcohol. Some people have now gotten into drugs. Mental health is a conversation that needs to be taken more seriously, and we really sweep it under the rug here on the continent, more specifically in Kenya. So Dr. Caroline is going to come and talk to us about mental health. Get ready with your questions. That said, we also have entertainment. Lazima to dance. Lazima tuta odi. Lazima tutacheza. No, don't ever. Even that's your OD version.
Yeah, I mean, what's in your name? No. I mean, I think we're ready.
Warazi hawajabuya.
Hawamebuya.
Hawajabuya ta. No, mwekse. Anyway, listen, so we have DJ Joe Falm who's going to be entertaining us. So it's going to be a fantastic day.
Interesting. So I think we're ready for the first speaker of the day to give us his opening remarks. I'd like to welcome Mr. Peter Njioka, the Head of Department, Acquisition, Talent and Capability, Safaricom PLC.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Njioka. I'm the Head of Talent Acquisition, Capability Development and Talent Management at Safaricom. I'd like to thank you all for finding time to come for this career fair, to participate in this career fair, which is very, very important in terms of appreciating what skills you need for you to be better in your current job, in your employment, and in whatever you plan to do career-wise. As you know, Kenya is a very youthful country. Those aged between 18 and 35 make up approximately 75% of our population. This is a big demographic that forms a formidable force which cannot be ignored. It's therefore important that the right mechanisms are put in place to help shape the youth and in so doing shape the future. Unfortunately, a large percentage of the youth is not employed, and they feel marginalized in terms of access to opportunities, representation, and participation. So there is a need to empower youth to develop the skills they need for employment. Decent work and entrepreneurship in this dynamic, fast-paced world is actually very, very important to improve access to the skills which are expected to address the economic, social, and environmental demands. Safaricom, as a company, we are very, very passionate about you, the youth, and we are committed to your empowerment. And this is reflected in the intentional programs and initiatives that we have put in place for you, like Wezesha, the Braze, and we continue to invest in development of young people in Kenya. In addition, we have the Technology Academy, or the Digital Academy, Women in Technology, all aimed at solving unemployment by equipping the youth with the skills of the future and connecting them to opportunities leading to employment or self-employment. Joey Lewis once said that you are only young once, and if you work it light, once is enough. Safaricom, we are determined to support you to have it light. It is for this reason that we are committed to transforming the lives of Kenyan youth, and that is why we have organized this first ever virtual career fair that aims to empower you to work it light and get it light. We are cognizant of the potential that you have and seize opportunity in building the resilience which consequently shapes strong individuals fit for a healthy society, Kenya. We appreciate the role that you as a youth play in society, and we recognize that many youth can accelerate their impact with right career guidance. Ideally, career conversation should start from early childhood, but as we all know, one's talent should be nurtured, reading to choosing the subjects and courses that eventually form a bearing on whom one becomes. However, this is not always the case. As we are aware, most of us actually did not even do the courses that we should have done in the first place. And this was chosen by either our parents or peer pressure or by our teachers. And as a result, we actually we were led into a career path which we were not even passionate about. Today, you have an opportunity. This career fair comes as an intervention to those who actually are able to change their path or those who want to start a new path. The career fair is curated just for you, our youth, to enrich you with holistic insights and skills on personal development, networking, career research, and navigation through various themed panels. We began yesterday and explored great topics ranging from personal branding, which is very, very important, gender parity, again, a very, very important topic, entrepreneurship, which we all must have, whether we are employed or self-employed, all the way to the future of work. And as you know, the future of work is here. It's not tomorrow. This is the time we discuss the future of work. So today we continue with this worthwhile conversation and seek to share great insights on banishing disability, misconceptions. Again, a very, very important topic. We need to be diverse. We need to accept our diversity. Skills on acting the job interviews. How do you become a good interviewee to earn or to get the job you want? Data science, very, very important. As you are aware, the database decision-making is key. And more importantly, mental health, which is affecting very many people currently, especially following the COVID-19 pandemic. In conclusion, positive youth development builds 5 C's: competence, confidence, connection, compassion, and character. As we go through the conversations today, let's build on these 5 C's in mind. Thank you for taking your time to join us, and allow me later on I will introduce the panel for the day. Safaricom is committed to being inclusive at all fronts and is conscious of the multi-generational needs of its youth. This includes youth with disability. We are not leaving anyone behind. This morning, we are going to take time and banish all the disability misconceptions and stereotypes. Enjoy the session, and God bless you.
Hello and karibuni sana to Safaricom's first ever virtual career fair. My name is Wanja Maina. In this session, we shall be banishing disability misconceptions that surround the employment of people with disabilities, with a special emphasis on youths with disabilities. Perception, fear, myth, and prejudice continue to limit understanding and acceptance of disability in workplaces everywhere. Contrary to these notions, many companies have found that people with disabilities are more than capable in an enabling environment. For example, Safaricom. Today, I'm joined by 4 young professionals, 3 of whom will help us unpack and demystify issues that PWDs face in society and in workplace based on their personal experiences. I'll start on my extreme left.
Thank you, Wanja. My name is Eric Ngondi. I work with the National Environment Management Authority. I'm a social inclusion facilitator and a board member of United Disabled Persons of Kenya. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Miriam Wawira. I work at Safaricom. I'm a Safaricom customer care executive, and away from that, I'm a motivational speaker and also I'm an actress.
Greetings to you all. My name is Jerry Songeta. I'm a spoken word poet and generally a creative. I work at Safaricom, currently under the HR Operations Department, and I'm glad to be here to even share in this conversation.
Hi everyone, my name is Tabi Kioko. I'm the Senior Manager Diversity and Inclusion. I'm very passionate about matters disability and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here and creating your time, and a greeting to you all who are watching us from home. I'll just delve right into it. Maybe I'll start with my good friend and panelist, Eric. Maybe Eric, you could paint for us the picture of what are some of the challenges that you faced during your job hunting.
Yeah, I lost sight while working, and thereafter lost my job, and therefore experienced this challenge of tamarking and looking for a job. And some of the challenges I faced were, for example, attending an interview, and I'll find that they were not prepared for me. For example, an aptitude test, but there was no way I could take it, and I'll be told, you know, we'll call you when we are ready for you. Or the other challenge will be, I'll go to an interview, I'll be able to do the interview, and then I'll be called later. And this is an experience I had. I was called to discuss now the nature of the job, and thereafter there was no follow-up. And when I called, I was told they are still following up with the parliament to do with the supplementary budget. Another challenge, of course, I experienced was eventually when I got a job, it took a whole year for me to be provided assistive devices, yeah, and other challenges, as my friends, my colleagues will share.
Miriam, Eric has painted us his personal experiences. Are they familiar? What were your challenges?
Well, they are familiar, but you know, we have different disabilities, and it depends with even the type of job you're hunting. So like for me, most of the challenges were when attending the interview. Actually, you see, when I attend the interview, someone would look at me and think like, how this person operates the computer. And also like the way the person would tell you, just stay aside, we interview the rest. You see, that one makes me feel like already I've been put off from the job hunting. And again, also the other challenge I faced is there was a time I went for an interview to a company where ladies used to wear miniskirts. And for me, with the nature of my disability, I have to put on a trouser. And you see, I was told that you can't qualify for these. So basically, those are some of the challenges. Maybe the rest will come in as we continue discussing. Yes, yes.
And then Jairus?
For me, I can say the experience is more similar to them. For example, if it's an interview, I've had experiences where after the interview, they ask you questions to affirm because they're not sure if you're able to do the job. So they ask you, are you sure you can do this? Are you sure you can? Because there's no belief like a person who has disability can, you know, do that job. So what I saw is like the myth of them believing that you don't have the capability of doing that exact job they're going to give you. And then, for example, for people, for me, like as an artist, if I'm going to like do maybe a performance or something like that, to get an opportunity sometimes, unless it's viewed as as you know, like pitting you to give you an opportunity just to, you know, make you feel better about it. That's the issue I have, because now it's time like they see the potential of people with disability and not just giving the opportunity because they believe you're supposed to be pitied or given just in a silver platter. Yeah.
If that is the case, then do you ever find yourself in a position where you feel like instead of all this discrimination, probably it's even better not to disclose when you're applying for a job or when you're looking for an opportunity?
Yeah, because I can say initially, I wouldn't mention it maybe in my CV or on a prior call. I'd wait to go to the interview and then explain myself. Then they can see, oh, you can do this. But I think for now, it's good that you put that across. Depending on the disability, sometimes there needs to be prior preparation. If someone is, for example, has hearing impairment and they need to have a translator there, or probably needs to, you know, for example, if maybe someone is on a wheelchair and the access to that interview room is not, it's not conducive, so that needs to be put in place. So I believe that should be said before the interview, so that the interviewers know how to handle you and they can be ready for you as well.
Yeah, Wanja, maybe I'll also want to agree with Jairus and give an experience I had where initially I used to send my CV without, of course, indicating that I'm a person with disability. And 3 times I was called by the same employer, and 3 times I was turned down because what they will tell me that actually they did not expect me. I was like, you know, they did not know I was like this, and therefore they did not prepare adequately. So moving forward, I think I'll agree with what Jairus is saying. It's a paramount that we put it down. I personally put it down nowadays, and I also know that the law is clear that 5% of jobs, emergency, contractual, and all that should be reserved for persons with disability.
And Miriam, did you ever find yourself in a position, and you know, this gets interesting because some of my peers who also have a disability have also gotten themselves in a position where they hide the disability information, including really when you're meeting potential lovers, they really have to hide. So maybe did you ever have to hide your disability or not to disclose at all?
Yeah, okay, maybe I can speak it from a personal experience, not even based on maybe job hunting, even on normal circumstances. You're going to meet someone and this person doesn't know that you're physically challenged. And when you meet the person and when he or she sees you from afar, it just vanishes. And when you call the phone and the person is off, you just feel like turned down. So it's a broad challenge. The challenges are broad. Yeah.
And then we have TABI. Now, TABI ensures that inclusivity in gender and disability is in check at Safaricom. So, TABI, should we hide or should we not hide? Should we disclose?
I think it is important for your employer or prospective employer to know that you have a disability for the reasons that have been said before. Because if you hide and you're a person with visual impairment and you come to an interview room and there is no braille material for you or there is no JAWS, this is the software that translates text into speech, then you will find yourself unable to take that interview. So it is important for you to state that you have a disability and be specific on what disability you have so that you enable the employer, the prospective employer, to prepare for you. So I think it is important for you to do that.
And then that brings us really to the of people with disabilities in the workforce. I want to believe that you are at around 2.4% of the total population of the people who work for you. Was it a conscious decision to hire and include people with disabilities? Was it by default? Was it by design? How did you just get here?
Well, I'll say no and yes. So initially, when we started off the company in the year 2000, we positioned ourselves as an equal opportunity employer. So in 2001, we employed the first staff with disability. And at that time, we were not very conscious about the disability dimension. But in 2015 and 16, between 15 and 16, the D&I unit was actually formed. And in 2018, we attended the first ever Global Disability Summit in London, and that was indeed a game changer. And from then onwards, we came back from London very determined to make disability, top of mind for everyone at Safaricom. So I can say initially it wasn't, but as time went by, we became very deliberate about it. And we can now pride ourselves. We have 133 staff with various disabilities that range from visual impairment, visible and invisible disabilities, because we have disabilities that you can't see with the naked eye. Yeah, and these disabilities range from hearing impairment, visual impairment, persons of short stature, persons with albinism like Jairus here, and we've actually moved a notch higher to onboard persons with developmental disabilities. This is neurodiversity, dyslexic, autism. We have them that work with us.
At least we are very lucky because we have two of the 130-something staff who work for you who have a disability. So I think it's the right time to just listen to Jairus. How is it working here? And maybe Miriam thereafter, how is it working here at Safaricom?
Okay, for me, working at Safaricom has been a very great experience for me. Even before joining, I never knew that could be possible. So, because for people with albinism, for example, we have an issue with our vision. So, seeing the screen is very difficult for me. So, but when I came to Safaricom, I was enabled by being given a larger monitor. So, usually, the good thing is there's a conversation with your manager, and you can always explain what can be done better for you to enable your working. So for me, I have a larger monitor that enables me to see things better using my laptop. So it helps me to work better. Yeah.
And Miriam, I would imagine you also need reasonable accommodation and technology.
Oh yes, working with Safaricom has been a good experience for me, because initially when I came, and you see, for me, I need a customized workstation. And so one thing, they always considered me in decision making, whereby they had to ask me, how can we assist you to work better and be able to deliver? So I had to show them how I work and tell them, this is the desk I need. So it was customized and made comfortable for me. And also, you can see, like, there are some things I really need an assistance, and therefore they've provided for me a personal assistance to help me to maneuver here and there. The other thing I would say that working with Safaricom has also enabled me to learn a lot and also improve my skills, and also it has also taught me a lot, see myself whereby I can do better than how I used to think there before. So I would say it's been a good experience to be in Safaricom.
And maybe we have Eric, who works for NEMA. Eric, how is it working at NEMA, and also just being in the civil society where you are at UDPK? You can just paint for us a picture of how it is.
Thank you. Those wonderful experience shared by my colleagues. Personally, it's sort of the same. They provide the reasonable accommodation. You see, I need JAWS, the software that which is translates text to speech. There is a simple thing like a white cane, and basically so that I'm able to interact with the public. However, I can also add that some of the thing that comes by us persons with disability being in that position is that sometimes your employer may not know everything, and therefore the onus is on us to sort of create awareness and demystify some of the things. For example, one challenge that I'll have with maybe my colleagues will be visiting sites, and the assumption will be, when I go with Eric, how is he going to to be able to maybe move within the quarry, handle a construction site, or see a petrol station, you know. So the onus is on us to at least empower, create that knowledge to our colleagues so that they are able to support us. Yeah? So that's the sort of thing that the conversations that happens with me and my colleagues and then my employer.
What is coming out from the discussion with the three of us is just that you're just painting a picture of people who just want to work, get their money, you know, get promoted, self-actualize, and yet when you look at the challenges, and that's why I want to get to Tabitha, is that most of the employers out there believe it's expensive to employ people with disabilities, it's costly, how will I handle them? Does it make good economic and business sense to have a diverse workforce? Is it profitable?
Certainly, having a diverse workforce comes with immense benefits. When you look at research that has been done by reputable organizations like McKinsey, it shows that, you know, companies that are diverse actually get twice as much shareholders' returns compared to their counterparts in the industry. And other organizations who have done research on that. When we zero down to disabilities, because today we are talking about persons with disability, at the beginning you've mentioned the statistics on persons with disability. 1 billion people in the world. That is a demographic size that no employer or no business can want to ignore. When we come down to Kenya, bring it back home, 15% of our Kenyan population is about 7 million people. That is untapped talent. This is untapped market. So when you come, when you think about your products and services, being innovative to create products and services that are usable by persons with disability, that's a market that you would have otherwise have missed out. So there is a lot of benefit that comes with you know, persons being inclusive as an organization. Community out there begins to develop that brand love for you because they can see that you are a company that is doing the right thing in society. You're responsible. So you build that brand love even with the members of the population.
And what has always been the discussion is really the place of reasonable accommodation, assistive technology. How does technology make your lives better, both in the workplace and out of work? And probably, I believe technology is a saving grace for all of us. So Eric, how does technology make your life?
Yeah, for me, I think it's a transformation for me, having technology in my life, simply because it enables me to relate, do my job, relate with my family, friends, relations, and all. So, for example, at work I use, as I said earlier, I use the screen reader on my laptop to translate text to speech, and thereby able to handle all, let's say, Microsoft suites and all that. I use my phone to handle things like, just SMSs and all that, to do M-Pesa, call Little Cab, and all those things. I have so many apps on my phone, such that I have some that I can ask what sort of color or clothes I'm wearing today, and all that. So you can see that technology is quite enabling me, even relating with my children, you see. So when they're doing their homework, I cannot be able to see what they're doing, but with technology I can able to read and advise, So it's quite a huge enabler for me, yeah.
Oh, well, technology for me, it's a major thing, especially at my workplace, because you see, like now my workstation, for it to be customized in a way that I can work with it comfortably. And even the systems that we use, at times I work so much closely with the IT because they have to make the systems very comfortable for me, because I use one feet to type, and you see. And also we have also something else I noted, what do you call, the adjustable workstations, whereby if like I'm unable to work at my place, there is also another workstation that can be adjusted in a way that I'm able to work efficiently. Yeah.
And then Jairus, how is technology making your life more easy, cooler?
Technology, I think, is just a tool for everyone. It has made our life simpler, even like in this period. I think for me, for example, just enabling me to work better, and having that ability to, I never used to use my computers a lot because of my sight, but now I'm able to do that with the big screen, and I think I'm enabled with the apps that are existing, and even to do online courses. So I think it's a big enabler for me.
Yeah. Wanja, maybe before I move on, I would also like to contribute actually additionally to just to pick what Jairus just said, that during this time of COVID, truly be said, technology has come in handy for all of us, and especially persons with disability. I think the employer out there now knows that you can actually work from home and deliver using technology. So we are all of us on Zooms, we are all of us using various applications to deliver at work while we are at home. So during this time of COVID, we see that technology has really come in handy for us, persons with disability.
And I believe many young people, those with and without disabilities, are watching us from home, from wherever they are watching us from. And we have Tabby again. Tabby, what are some of the skills that we need as young people with and without disabilities to just succeed and have a fulfilling time in the workplace in the 21st century?
That's a good question. I think there are two sets of skills. One, I would start with the most critical, and these are the soft skills. Yeah, you've got to have what we call, like emotional intelligence. You've got to be a team player. You've got to be creative. You've got to be proactive. These are critical skills, even before we get to the hard or technical skills that are very critical to you becoming part of a team in a workplace. When we go to the other technical skills, we can see that where the world is going now, we are going digital. We are moving from analog. We've actually moved. Yeah, we are all working from home, like Eric said. So digital skills, some of the skills that we need to encourage persons with disabilities to embrace. Yeah, and some of the skills that Safaricom specifically are looking for, people like data scientists. Yeah, don't look at that role and think that you can't make it. Just find out what does it make, what does it, how can you become a data scientist? Yeah, inquire and find out. And you can do it as a person with disability. Software engineers, AI, artificial intelligence has become part and parcel of our life at home and also in the workplace. So these are some of the technical skills. Digital marketing. Nowadays, we have a lot of digital marketers, around us. So those are some of the digital skills I would encourage persons with disabilities to embrace.
We have Jairus, we have Mariam, and we have many other young people with disabilities out there who would love to work for Safaricom and other corporates, really. But because we are at Safaricom, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years in terms of inclusivity, in terms of a more diverse workplace with a special emphasis on people with disabilities? What are the numbers that you're looking at?
Okay, as we are now, we are at 2.4%, and we want to close the year by by getting to 2.8%. It's quite a stretch target. In 5 years, 2025, we want to hit 5% and beyond.
That's quite ambitious.
Very ambitious target, but we believe what is not documented cannot be achieved. So we are ready, and we have all it takes. And if persons with disability come forth to interview for jobs, we are sure we can hit that target. So part of that is, just continuously creating a conducive environment for persons with disability, so that when they come to our workspace, they are able to feel, empowered to deliver that which they've been asked to deliver. Yeah, so that is where we see ourselves. We want to position ourselves as the best employer of choice by 2025 for persons with disabilities.
It's quite promising. We shall see more people like Jairus and Miriam and many others. I know we'll get more questions from the audience, but really we are just coming towards the end of our discussion. And just to give everybody a chance to just do some sort of a call to action, like what's your ideal world as a person with a disability in the workplace? What would you wish for, like for future employers or other potential people who might work with these people with disabilities? Maybe Mariam, you can tell us.
Yeah, empowerment. People with disabilities need to be empowered. Secondly, to be involved in decision making, since we have different disabilities. Because what I can, maybe what I can't, he can. The other thing is they should be taught to unpack their strengths. Because when I say their strengths is, you see, like when at my workplace, there are some things that maybe I can, but I fear to lay them out, since I fear how they will take it, since they see me I'm disabled, you get. So they should come up with those skills to engage people with disabilities, so that they can be able to unpack their strengths and be able to work them closely.
And Eric, what's your aspiration?
For me, I really look forward to a world where the employer provides the opportunities for persons with disability, youth with disability. To say the truth, they are out there, they are skilled, they may have experience, a bit of polishing here and there, but provide that opportunity. As Jairus mentioned, some of the thing is the paper is good, and you still want to believe that will really this person do the work. If I closed my eyes like this, will this person be able to type that letter? Will this person be able to calculate, let's say, use an Excel worksheet and so on and so forth? I believe providing that opportunity is the starting point, and then let the person with disability prove themselves when they're there. And that's one, I think, for me, provide the opportunities.
Opportunities. That word has come out a lot when we were having this discussion. And Jairus, maybe what do you wish in the future, probably?
Okay, so
even
thanks.
Now.
I want to appreciate Miriam and Eric. I think they've touched on the major points. So for me, I just used the same words. One, understanding, and two, the company should open their doors. Because I believe, one, the understanding in terms of, like Miriam has said, there are those with different disabilities. So just knowing how to handle those people with disabilities, because you find that those who need a sign language interpreter, there are those who need probably for the buildings to have easy access for those who use wheelchairs, for example, and those with albinism who might not need to stay too long in the sun. So maybe their jobs might require for them to stay indoors, or if they are outdoors, they need to be provided with sunscreen and good photochromatic glasses as well to assist them beyond the sun. So once that is understood by the employers and the society, it will enable them to work better. Another thing is allow the people with disability to showcase their talent, to showcase what they are able to do, because there are those who have very good potential, who are able to work like any other person, but now they don't get that opportunity to express themselves and show what they are able to do. So once that is done, I think we'll have a good society.
Tabi, it seems like the whole employment of people with disabilities is a gospel. And this gospel at least is at Safaricom, and we have to make sure that the gospel goes out there. How do we convert those who are not converted? What would you appeal to your industry, friends, colleagues, probably even to government? How is it working for you? What are the best practices?
Let me start by saying that when we came from London, we formed a global disability forum. And this forum brings together different players, academia, DPOs, disability umbrella bodies, corporates, so that we can together just, look at what challenges there are in the workplace and how to come up with, reasonable and affordable solutions to make the workplace more inclusive for persons with disability. So that forum has been quite successful. We now have over 41 organizations that belong to that forum, and we are going far. We continue to mentor other organizations who come and say, look here, I want to employ persons with disability, but I don't know how to go about it. I don't know where to start. I don't even know where to find these people with disabilities. How do I make my environment disability friendly? Yeah, so we are able to work with these companies, and we've managed actually to work with many companies and that are now on board of the forum. What I would like to encourage employers out there is start where you are. Start where you are at. Don't wait until you get to, X number of employees for you to onboard someone with disability. We believe that even if you have an organization that has 5 people, you can actually find space to onboard someone with disability. And once that person is in the organization, you will begin to learn from that person. And there is nothing as good as learning from within. You will start now making the necessary adjustments. Although what we say, it is important for organizations, even as they put up buildings, to adapt and embrace the universal design. And that way it becomes less costly for you to start breaking walls and breaking walls in order to make the place accessible. So if you adopt right from the start, if you're putting up a building or you're moving into a new building, make sure those designs are actually incorporated in that building. Then it becomes easier. Yeah? So I want to say that, disability is a thread that has to be woven in every conversation in this nation and globally. Yeah? We have to speak disability because persons with disability are part of society, they are part of us, they are part of our family. So we can't afford to leave them behind.
We can't afford to leave them behind. I think that's the note that we'll end it at. Can't afford them to leave people with disabilities in our homes, in the marketplaces, in the workplaces, everywhere, really everywhere. Thank you so much, my wonderful panelists, our wonderful panelists. There's a chat box right at the bottom of your screen. Feel free to leave us a question or a comment, and we shall keep the conversation moving. Thank you.
Wow, what a powerful conversation. I'm just looking at the comments coming in. They are heavy and they are many. Nax, the DJ, just saying, wow, fire, fire, fire. I am in and I'm enjoying. I cannot wait to learn so much more. Powerful and inspiring stories from all of the panelists. As from Moridi Anthony. Arnold says, I now realize what people abled differently have had to go through. Gabriel Kyoko says, thank you so much to Eric for the inspiration. Ali Gassambi says, you have to learn how to take risks to become a good entrepreneur. And you can use technology in a positive way, and it helps a lot in our daily activities and earnings. John just saying, I love it.
100%. I was really inspired, motivated, pushed ahead to go forward. And do you know what?
Yeah.
Tabby, Eric, Jarius, and Wanja are on the line at this particular moment. And I'm really excited because we get an opportunity rather to ask them a question, and they get an opportunity more to share about their stories. So I don't know if we can start with Wanja. Is Wanja on the line? Hi, Wanja, I can hear you, but it's a little bit choppy. How are you doing this morning? Interesting.
I'm joining everybody live.
Fabulous. There we go. Wanja, how are you doing?
I'm easy. I'm in Nyeri County, but I'm just following, and I'm so happy to see both of you. I'm enjoying the conversation since yesterday.
Oh, thank you so much. You've been following? That's good to know.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Wanja. Wanja, you are a moderator for the day, but you didn't have an opportunity to talk about your story. And what are some of the challenges at the workplace that you have gone through as a PWD?
Okay, thanks so much for the question. I think one of the challenges of being a person with a disability in the workplace is just, I think one of the major challenges is actually attitudes of employers, attitudes of colleagues, attitudes of many people around you, where at any given time you feel like you're not doing the work that you're employed to do, but you end up feeling like at any single day you're supposed to advocate for yourself and for more or less justifying your presence there. So I think attitude has been one of the biggest barrier. Secondly, really is just being seen for who you are as a person with ambition, as a person who is in desire of a promotion, to get a salary increment. Third is more or less like most of the employer do it in a very tokenistic way. After all, we went out of our way to have you here. So those are some of the challenges. There's small microaggressions in terms of even colleagues and that kind of attitudes. So it's really a huge emotional labor that sometimes you just want to do your job, go home, but it's not necessarily as smooth as I would aspire.
Interesting, Wanja. Thank you so much for that. I mean, I must say that you're very brave, very strong. Thank you for that. I don't know if we also have Eric on the line at this particular time.
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Eric, your story is, it's changing lives all over our social media pages. And Eric, you mentioned at one point or the other that you lost your eyesight as an adult. We would like to know what happened, if you can share, and how was that transition like?
Yeah, thank you. Well, interestingly, I had just finished campus, and just like any youth out there with ambitions, excited, thrilled about life. And in the same year that I had just finished looking for jobs, and so I went to hiking with a few friends of mine, and we were attacked. And in the process of being attacked, I lost my left eye. And when I went to the hospital, the doctors could not revive it, and that was the end of it. However, life goes on, life continues. I went back to work, and at that time I had just started doing something, working, and 1 year down the line again, some misfortune happened again, and this time I was attacked by robbers again, and I lost the right eye as well. It was quite for me unfortunate. It was to say the least exhausting for me, but I thank God because I was able to just take up my things and move on through going to institution like Kenya Society for the Blind to just learn rehabilitation, mobility, and just being enabled me to get back on track, and also just encouragement by many people, my family, my church mates, my friends, Yeah, and even people I didn't know, you know, they'll actually just reach out and say, you know, Eric, do this, go on, continue. So they continued encouraging me and inspiring me, you know.
Thank you so much. What a powerful story. Now, Jarius, I wanted to just ask you, first of all, Tiffany Kisiero is online asking, what are we to do or not to do in the workplace in regards to relating with our colleagues with disabilities? Can you hear us?
Jarius?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Kindly come again, sorry. Hello.
There we go.
I was asking now, Tiffany Kisiero has a question. What are we to do or not to do in the workplace in regard to relating with our colleagues with disabilities? I think we're having a bit of a sound issue, maybe. Can you hear us?
I think I lost you. Now I can hear you.
Okay, I think we're good. Go ahead, Amina.
All right. Tiffany Kisiero is asking, what are we to do or not to do in the workplace in regard to... Oh, I'm sorry, the network is an issue.
Oh, interesting. Polisana Jarius, I think we'll definitely come back to you in the next couple of minutes. I don't know if Tabi is online.
All right, so they're not online right now, but it's okay. Thank you so much for the question. Either way, that's Tiffany Kisiero. Such an insightful topic, says Wanja, inclusivity, diverse workforce. Irene, nakuona unasema interesting conversation, diversity and inclusion is key. Na mkumbuke, we're giving away airtime. We is giving away some airtime so that you can buy data, so that yani story says ingine inakunge mechacha. Mshene, the tea is hot. That's the new Sheng. You know, Sheng,
that's the new Sheng on the street.
Let me tell you, this. You know, Sheng just keeps changing. Every hood has a different name for different things.
But tunafaa kufanya head to head mimi na wewe.
We should.
Maneno za Sheng. So maybe tutaiprep alafu tujue ni jina gani.
But I feel like it's unfair, bro, because.
But anyway, in case you want to be part of the people that will walk away with our airtime tafadhali, it's very simple.
Very easy.
Go to the chat box section below. Tell us what you've learned so far, what are your take-homes, obviously, and then where you're watching us from. Listen, jana tulikuwa na Saudi Arabia, New York City, Uganda, watu wa Amina wa Isili. Listen, we want to know where you're watching this particular stream from, and then tujue ni nani tunazungumzia tafadhali. Who are we talking to?
Yes, it would be very nice to know who we're talking to. Brenda Mungina says that's correct. People are different, but we all can do something to help their stay at our company's inviting. I hope that made sense to you. Okay. Technology makes our lives better. I think I read that before. And just, you know, more comments coming in. Lawrence, we see you, Diana Spencer. So many names. Just keep on sending in questions as well for your chance to win that airtime, but also so that, you know, you get to learn and, like we say, you know, you elevate yourself.
Interesting. I mean, do you remember life before M-Pesa?
No.
For real?
I don't think I can.
But
I feel like it was harder and tougher.
For real?
Yeah. I mean, take for instance, yesterday all day we were here at the career fair, and I had an emergency back at home. But then, you know, once I sent them money, I managed to stay on and, you know, just finish off the day. I would never have managed to do that before. I'd have to go to the bank, line up. I don't know what to...
Imagine. Do you know, at one point or the other, I have a few friends that were having a conversation, and they told me that sometimes people right now, in this modern day and age, would rather lose their wallets and not their phones. And to help us delve in deeper into what fintech is and how fintech has changed the world, I'd like us to welcome Mr. Boni Mugania, who is the head of department, M-Pesa Products and Services Management, Safaricom PLC.
Fintech. What is fintech? A name that so many of you have heard about. There's a joke which is actually backed by a study that a millennial would rather visit a dentist than walk to a banking hall for services. How do you prepare yourself to serve or to have a career that serves such a generation? My name is Boniface Mungania, head of M-Pesa Product Management at Safaricom PLC, to discuss with you how you can prepare yourself for a career in fintech. What is fintech? It's simple as the name says. You can break down fin and tech. Fintech is a short form for financial technology. But if you want to define it in a more practical way, fintech is the use of technology in design and delivery of financial services. And if I can underline something within the definition, is technology, it is design, it is delivery of financial services. We are coming, and if you look around, financial service industry in any particular country is one of the largest economic sectors. And it's not a new industry. It's existed for years. Banks have been here with us since time immemorial. And what has happened is, over the last few years, the landscape is changing. Technology has gone into financial service industry, and that's why we are merging with fintech, a very exciting area. What will be the impact of fintech in future, and how do you prepare yourself? Let's first of all see how fintech as an industry is coming up. Break down a few terms that you're going to hear as far as fintech is concerned. We've discussed what fintech is, but also there's a term that you come across called TechFin, which is more or less the same. It's technology in financial services. And this is where a company that is traditional, a technology company, offers financial services. And then there's a big tech. Big tech is where the companies that are inordinate influence, that have inordinate influence in technology, and in this case you're referring to them starting to get interest or to offer services in financial service industry. Let's take an example. Is M-Pesa fintech or a techfin? That's a question you need to debate, because M-Pesa is offered by a technology company and is a financial service product. So you could argue actually M-Pesa is a techfin. If you look at the global trends, Amazon, or students' loan now offered on Amazon, which is a big tech. That's an interesting trend. And it's still a techfin, but by a big tech. So these are terms you come across whenever you're looking at an industry like fintech. And it's good you start understanding how fintech came about, what really is fintech, and how can you prepare yourself. So let's take a journey and look at the eras of financial technology, or the fintech. How did it come about? So for almost 100 years of existence of banking and financial service industry, focus was more of building infrastructure for financial services. And what has happened is, you can break down the evolution of fintech into two broad eras. The first one is 100 years of just preparing for infrastructure. Then came 2008, the financial crisis, and a couple of things happened. Banks have never been slow in taking up innovation, and they were taking innovation even before the 2008 financial crisis. But what happened is, the crisis forced a shift. And one of the things that happened is, a lot of professionals in the industry were laid off. And if you look around, look at the old bankers. They are now starting small firms. Some of the microfinance institutions you see around are owned by people who are working in banking industries before. And massive layoff of professionals within the financial service industry made them start thinking how they can come up with services in an industry they were serving. And they're well experienced. Then the second thing is, the banks slowed down on innovation because they focus on compliance. A lot of pressure was put on banks, a lot of fines, and technology took the backseat. So there then existed a room for someone else to come and fill in, because if you look at the evolution, innovation was always continuous. And then another thing is evolution of the infrastructure supported by internet, smartphones, and general mobile telephony created a whole new channel that has encouraged or has come up to create what we call fintech today, which is mobile phone, internet, and technology. And if you look closely, you realize that the real start of what we call FinTech 2.0. 2.0 is post the financial industry crisis. A year before is actually when iPhone was launched, the first iPhone. And that tells you then mobile telephony was moving into a whole new area. And then there's now the 3.0 FinTech. 3.0 is where now startups have actually taken up the industry. Players that were not in the traditional financial service industry have come in and they started offering financial services. TechFin, basically, and startups going into FinTech. At the same time, the banks who actually saw an opportunity earlier started moving into FinTech, either as a separate arm of the business or as a way of innovating around their channels or improving user experience. And that's how FinTech was born. So if I can just summarize, it's for a long time, banks building infrastructure, but slowly adopting innovation. Then come the financial crisis of 2008, and factors forced banks to scale down on innovation, and a lot of professionals being laid off, and advancement in or penetration of internet and growth of mobile telephony, creating a whole new platforms for innovation to take place. And then startups now taking up FinTech as an industry. So if we can go further, we ask ourselves, how has FinTech transformed, or how is FinTech transforming the financial service industry? Just take a simple look at how you're transacting today. Even in the university, a few years back, you probably go and apply for your student loan at a help center. For those who are old enough, they'll tell you that it used to happen in the University of Nairobi, and it was a couple of weeks where students would travel from across the country to come and submit their application. What's happening today? It's on mobile. You can do it almost everywhere in the country. That's how FinTech has actually changed the financial service industry. Banking. Post-bank used to have a book where every time you go for a withdrawal, there's a sticker that used to be put on top of your book to show that you've actually removed or deposited money, withdrawn or deposited money from a bank account. But today, all you need to do is just dial a USSD or an app, and you can access financial services. So I'll look at 5 areas where FinTech is impacting the financial service industry. And from where you sit, you need to ask yourself, I'm an upcoming professional. How do I plug in? Where do I fit in all these areas? Or how do I make myself relevant in one of the most exciting industries, and the industry for sure that is going to serve the future? The first area to look at is how FinTech is impacting finance and investment. One of the things that you do as you get to career world, the next thing you'll be asking is, how do I generate wealth? How do I get my money growing? And you start looking at the options available. Do I get into real estate? Do I start buying shares? etc. But you'll be happy to see how FinTech is transforming that area. And a few technologies are coming up. So we call this alternative financing, where the instruments are more aligned to, or they are coming from the emerging trends. Examples I'll give you: crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is where many people can contribute, for example, to a startup or to a project. Not necessarily in the big tickets, but small amounts, but many people means you can raise more funds. Peer-to-peer lending is a very interesting thing, and whenever I look at peer-to-peer lending, I match it to what we normally do. You go to your friend and tell him, give me 50 bob, or give me 1,000 bob, I'll pay back. What I've done is I've borrowed from a person. I've not borrowed from an institution. This can all be digitized. This can all be put in a platform, and a lot of peer-to-peer lending platforms have emerged. Closer home, those who do not know, there's an app called Uber Pesa. I know for now they scaled down because of a few things they are working on, but it's an exciting product to be in the market. And how Uber Pesa used to work is, they get in the two sides, the lenders and the borrowers. The lenders are people with money to lend, and borrowers are people who want to access credit. And the platform is matching the two. That's a peer-to-peer lending platform. And globally, you see more and more of these. And what these are doing is, they are ideally, you would have borrowed from a bank or from a SAC or from an MFI, but you can borrow from a person without necessarily knowing who this person is. And you see some of the measures they put in place, like insurance and credit scoring, so they can advise who is borrowing on the nature or the profile of the person they're borrowing from or they're lending to. And then there are others, like you've heard of cryptocurrencies, and equivalent of what you look at IPO. Whenever cryptocurrencies are being introduced, they come in as ICOs. So these are ways, or these are alternative financing. And as the industry continues to evolve, as new trends continue to emerge, you'll be seeing more alternative financing options. Second, compliance and risk management. I want to take you back to the process of opening a bank account before. You visit a bank, you fill in a form, your account will take a couple of days or weeks to process, and then you have an account. That's not easy to scale. But what has happened now in this era, and you see this happening in almost every banking institution, they've integrated to all the sources of data they need. And all you need to do is just dial an app or USSD, and you have a bank account set up. Let me give you an example. It takes seconds or maximum probably a minute to have your M-Shwari account active. That's a bank account that you've opened. It's because they can collect a lot of data remotely from where you are, your account is set up. Now, what this means is that it's very easy to scale up financial services. But this comes with risk. The same way it is easy to scale up, also the same way it is harder for regulators to keep up with the trend. There's a term that you always see, which is from too small to care, just a small startup, probably offering credit and all that, to too large to fail or too big to fail, where the scale means that the regulators really cannot afford to have you go down, for example, or be non-compliant. And what is happening is regulators are now coming up with what you call the regulatory sandboxes. And these are tools that they use, and they've incorporated startups so that from the word go, they are working with the startup and assisting to build the right regulatory processes that are required for a product like financial service. It's a very common process. It's a very common practice now. In Kenya, if you look at the CMA, the Capital Markets Authority, they already have a sandbox, and they're admitting some of the startups. And that's one of the trends that the regulators are adopting to cope with this scale and the fast growth of fintechs. But within the larger industry, there is a subclass of fintech that has emerged, which we call RegTech. RegTech is regulatory technology. Very simple. Basically, it is use of technology to help you comply in a very simple way. And what is happening is there is an approach from the regulators, but this is becoming one of the one of the fastest growing areas. And a lot of startups are taking up RegTech. And when they take up RegTech, it is to offer RegTech solutions to companies and financial institutions. A very interesting area. But as you'll be seeing later, these are some of the opportunities available to upcoming professionals, either to work or launch as startups. A very interesting area, but how do you then prepare to go into RegTech? The second or the third area is payments and infrastructure. Those who have studied the story of M-Pesa will tell you that M-Pesa almost mimicked the journey of sending money via a long-distance bus. You go to a city, you give someone money, they ship it to a country, then someone will come and collect it. And that's how the first M-Pesa transaction was introduced. You visit an agent, you deposit, instead of a bus, you're sending it via text message, reaches the recipient, and then the recipient visit an agent and cash out. And you can see how easy it has become now to move money, or to the velocity of money transfer. So payment is one of the areas that fintech has really transformed. And we don't need to go very far. We have M-Pesa here. But globally, you have the likes of PayPal and all these other payment networks built. The speed of money has moved, has increased significantly. The cost is coming down, and a lot of opportunities for people processing and all that have joined the network. I could group, or I could classify the payment and infrastructure into three phases, where the 19th century is a physical stack. It's, going to the bank, through the clearing houses and all that. And then coming to the 20th century, a lot of digitization, and that's where mobile and real-time gross settlement have come in. And then now the future, it's even more interesting, where it's likely to be guided by things like artificial intelligence and other advanced technologies in payment. And there's a new norm that is evolving, where payments do not exist alone. One of the things you'll be seeing very soon, and if you read the news around fintech and social networks, see what has happened in India and some days ago in Brazil, where payments are now in WhatsApp. So what is happening is payments do not exist alone. There's a reason why you're making a payment. It's probably you need to pay for a service. You're supporting a friend, and payments and the context of payments are coming together. So you hear things like contextual payments. You hear things like social payments, where payments are being embedded with the reason why they are being made. Is it a conversation and payment? It's a chat plus a payment. And credit is also being incorporated as part of the payment stack. A very interesting trend to look at. And in terms of customer needs, they're emerging, where they want to make a payment instantly and in the most simple way. I remember one of the things that, or one of the problems we had with M-Pesa for a very long time, is a disjointed payment journey in relation to what the customer is doing. I'll give you an example. Most of the apps you do today, or you visit today, you find that whenever you want to make a payment, we no longer request you to leave the app and then you go to pay bill and then make a payment to a long number and an account number. You just confirm you want to make payments, you put your mobile number and you get a pop. So that's a context-based. Payments and the context are happening together. So those are some of the things you need to look at, where user experience in this case is very important as far as the payment is concerned. But also a lot of advancement has happened. There's a big headache that you find across many payment service providers. How do we minimize errors? You can imagine a simple mistake today when you're sending money means that money goes to the wrong person. And those who have gone through that kind of process knows it's not very easy, especially if the recipient is dishonest. You can lose money in the process. How do we minimize things like errors? And that's where fintech comes in future. Is there technology that you can use to predict that the customer is about to make an error and guide them accordingly? So as you prepare for career in fintech, these are some of the trends and these are some of the needs that you really have to address. The fourth area is data and security. And I know data is, everyone talks about data, big data, analytics and all that, but a lot of use of data. I read an article that was saying financial institutions are now becoming data companies as opposed to companies that rely on interest and commissions and transaction fees. And the whole idea is that the data either generated by customers or can be accessed by the financial institution can be used to make better decisions and offer better services. And in addition to that, you need to look at this area called identity, where digital identity is becoming a very important resource to any financial institution. And a lot of collaboration will have to take place in future, where we collaborate with the likes financial institutions. How do we share things like identity, or how do we build a common identity? And this will help in things like KYC, know your customers, when you're signing up for new services, etc. So a very interesting area, but the key question is, how do we process data? How do we make use of data? How do we generate the right information? And how do we then monetize? How do you create a whole enterprise out of data available from the customers? The last area is in technology in customer interface. User experience is now becoming a very important part of products. It's not just which is the lowest, or which product has the lowest price, which is the most affordable product, which is product based on the best technology. User experience is how you make the customer feel when they interact in your service. And in most cases, when you leave good memories, if they find it intuitive, if they find it easy to use, if it gives them good experiences, they either become your promoters, and if the opposite is happening, they become your detractors. And you find that a lot of products, customers market your products to other customers very easily. They can refer other customers to use the services. And a lot of emphasis is now being put on user experience. People are building fantastic apps, intelligent apps, and the interface has shifted. Before it was you carrying cards. If I can throw a challenge to you as young professionals today, there's a problem I see every time I walk to a supermarket. And I'll give you 3 supermarkets in Kenya. Carrefour is on an app for loyalty. Naivas is on a card. Tusk is on a card. You can imagine if you sign up for 100 loyalty programs because you access various services, you'll be carrying 100 cards or 100 mobile applications. That's an area that is ready for disruption. That's an area that is ready for better, user interface. And these are some of the problems that we can solve with fintech. So globally, you find some of the most exciting apps. I looked at GPay, which is a Google payment. It's looking good. The new app they've launched, you go to the likes of N26, Revolut, which are changing digital banking. And even locally, you see all the banks are trying to improve how customers interact with them through better apps, better user experience, etc. And basically, those are some of the areas. It's not limited. There are others that will emerge. There's a lot of work to be done in property. There's a lot of work to be done in insurance, insurtech. And fintech is what will drive change. But you could ask yourself then, what are some of the trends that you're seeing? And this is not a topic that I like discussing because today you list 5 trends, tomorrow new ones emerge. But some of the things you're seeing is TechFin, what you mentioned earlier. The technology companies moving into financial services. And some of the best examples, I've given locally, Safaricom is a technology company which is moving or which is offering financial services. Globally, you could refer to WeChat and Alipay in China. And now even the big techs are coming in, Google, Amazon, and Facebook. Very interesting trend to watch. The second one is more of the AI and especially the voice offering financial services. You've heard of Alexa and the, Google and Siri. So all these are new interfaces that can do a lot of things, and they also can offer a lot of financial services. A third trend that you need to look at is how data is being used in financial industry or offering financial services. Credit scoring. So how do we use the data, customer data, to profile them for credit without having them to provide collateral for loans? This is a trend you're seeing locally. A lot of apps before Google changed a few of their policies used to go through your text messages and construct a statement that they can use to lend. That was a good trend, but of course there are a couple of things that happen in that area, and it's a trend that you continue seeing where data is being used to offer you services. It's being used to predict what kind of a customer you are. Can you pay a loan and all that? And then the rise of AI. You've seen a lot of financial institutions offering automated services via chatbots. Safaricom alone offers our customer service unassisted through Zuri platform, which is a chatbot. It's an AI platform. I've seen a couple of banks. There was a promise at some point of a bank committing to customers that they will be able to open their accounts via chat. Hasn't worked very well, but it's a trend to watch. And then cryptocurrencies and blockchain is an interesting area to watch. What you need to find out is it a technology that has a use case, or is it a technology that is waiting for people to build use cases around? So these are some of the trends. They're not exhaustive. You'll be seeing a lot of trends, and these really are areas that you need to look at as far as you're looking at your career. Trends inform where we are likely to be going and informs what skills and how we need to prepare. Then, just before we close, you could ask, why is fintech so important? And the first thing is what we call financial inclusion. Now, before M-Pesa started, financial inclusion in Kenya was at 20%. This is more of a measure of the population that is able to access formal financial services. There are days of Shylock when if you needed a loan, you go and leave your smartphone or you leave an asset with a Shylock, who will give you probably 20% of the value of that asset that you've left with them. And in most cases, you default, they'll just sell your asset. To formal financial inclusion, where now all you need to do is just have a good score and you can access M-Shwari. That's how far we've moved. Look at the number of customers now who are banked. Kenya has financial inclusion of 80%, which is that in Africa, after Seychelles and South Africa. And this is in the few years of M-Pesa, where it has become so easy now to access financial services on mobile or the same platform being used to distribute banking services. It's now very easy to open a bank account. It's now very easy to access credit. It's very easy now to get a place where you can save your money. And I hope in future it will be very easy for you to build wealth. And financial inclusion lifts massively population out of poverty. If you're moving into career, one of the things you need to look at is, if you want to have an exciting career, don't just go for the pay and, I have a job. It's more about the impact and the transformation. I can tell you from my years of experience, it will be very exciting going to work knowing that the next day you'll be seeing massive impact of that project that you're working on that project that is going to change the small businesses, on that project that is going to put more ability in customers' hands. And financial inclusion is one big area. So as Safaricom, one of the things we've asked ourselves is access alone enough? And we're asking, how can we also make sure that access is leading to empowerment, whether as an individual or as a small business? And then the next thing is emerging fintechs who are better placed to address emerging customer needs. One of the things you'll find, and you look at fintechs around the world, they might not be interested in the deposit taking or the more what you can call the back office side of the bank. They are more keen on the front side, user experience, the face that the customer sees. And what is likely to happen is models will evolve where fintechs will be the front end and banks will take the traditional role, sitting at the vault and doing all those things that the bank do. And what this means is that fintechs are better placed to address emerging needs. We talked of the joke of millennials more comfortable visiting a dentist than a bank. It's because they expect better and they don't feel they need to visit the bank. But how do we build to ensure that the user experience gives them what they want? And this is one area that is changing. The traditional banker is not the banker we knew. We normally know them as guys who wear suits and ties, blue or dark colors and white or blue shirts. That's not the banker of the future. The banker of the future is more designer is thinking, how is it easy for a customer to interact with the service? Is more interested in the technology that will make it more efficient for banking services to be offered. So this is one area that you really have to align, and we'll be discussing that in a few minutes. And then the next thing is compliance. It's very easy to celebrate the success of fintech, but it's also important to keep an eye on the risk that they pose. And compliance is very important. So the fact that you cannot keep up with a fast or the pace of fintech, the pace of fintech means it needs to be supported with the right pace in regulatory compliance, and technology is coming in there. We've talked of RegTech, which is a new area and is a big area where startups and careers are going to be built around. So those are some of the importance of fintech, and inform some of the areas you need to look at even as you start your career. And then in conclusion, how does the banker of the future look like? And I've used the name banker to represent a professional in the larger financial service industry. They will be from very different skill sets. It's not, what we learned, financial, accounting, and risk, insurance, and all that. It's changed. The whole landscape is changing. And one of the realities that, and I saw a prediction that in the next 10 years, 30% of banking jobs will be lost. That's sad. At the same time, fewer jobs will be created within fintech, but they will not be replacing the jobs that have been lost. They will be completely different skill sets and completely different from the traditional banker, which requires more of, creative designers and programmers. And then there should be a fundamental change in mindset, whether at our level as professionals or even the parents, where the next career will probably not in that stable job at the bank. It could be in a startup, or could be launching a startup. And there is one thing I complain about a lot, is the lack of innovation, especially at the small businesses. So what happens is, you open a business and you find 100 copies of the same. You have a car wash, neighborhood has a better car wash, and the other one who has more money will launch another car wash. You do a wines and spirit, you find a chain of them. You go, so they're even known, if you talk about business in Kenya, you find they're like common. It's this which has been taken up by so many people. But look at the things that you are leaving behind. A whole fintech area where you could even be offering services to financial institutions. That requires innovation. That requires people who have been trained with the right skills, and they can transform a whole industry. That's a big area to look at. And then the third thing that we need to look at as far as preparing ourselves for career in fintech is the right training. Along the presentation, we've talked a lot about the skills required. Some of the skills you've heard me mention is programming, technology, software, and all that. Data and analytics, a big area. Design thinking is going to be a key skill for any professional working in this industry. And then the right mindset. But to encompass all this, you realize that fintechs will never work successfully like the traditional organization. They are moving into what we call agile, and working in agile. Either product development is agile. You don't build a product and you take it to customers. You find out what the customer wants, you build with them, you test with them, you launch the product with them. And those are some of the key skill sets that you require as you look at the career in fintech. And if I was given a chance to take this back to the learning institutions, I would keep the core services, economics, finance, but I will embed a fintech. For example, if you're looking in the context of financial service industry professionals, I will embed a fintech module within the core courses like finance and economics. And so in a summary, fintech is a big area. Fintech is disrupting how financial service institutions have operated before, is bringing massive benefits, and is opening up a whole new set of careers. And it will not be your traditional banking. It will not be your traditional financial service professional. It will require you look at the right skills. I've talked of things like you need to understand the technology, the underlying technology of the services you're offering. You need to know how to work with data and analytics. You need to know how to work in a lean and agile delivery. You need to know how to market via social media channels, and you need to keep an eye on the trending or the technologies that are trending and ability to continually learn what is required to be successful in such an industry. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Boni, for that. Whoa,
I like the way you keep calling him Boni, like he's your... When did we get to this first name basis? Boniface Mungania. There you go. It's But even I find myself doing things like that, like, hey, Liz, and we've just met. Her name is Elizabeth. Put some respect on her name. But we hope that you were listening. We hope that you were paying attention, and we hope that you learned a thing or two. What did you learn?
I learned that M-Pesa sio mbaya ni kitu mzuri. I also learned the fact that fintech, no, sinajua, as in fintech came from somewhere, as in haikuanza tu. It had as in it came from a generation of where banking started from to where we are now. So I'm really happy with those learnings. So I'm happy.
Right. Na mimi nitakwambia tu sasa kwa sababu maswali zangu nimeziandika chini, so I'm hoping to get to learn a lot more. We're going to be asking Boni those questions. Plus, we are giving away airtime to find out if you are winning airtime in a bit. DJ Joe's coming up shortly as well, so there's a lot to look forward to. So right now, Lotan, are you ready with your questions?
I am ready with my questions.
All right, let's go.
Boni?
Boni.
Boniface, Boni quitted. Good afternoon, good morning. Kwa salama? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Kwa salama kabisa. Habari
Mzuri sana. Boni, shout outs to you. Everybody's coming through, especially on YouTube. Wanasema Fintech is doing great insights from Fintech, watching live from Kenya. This is just downright cool. Thank you so much for that. Hey, Boni, those are good sentiments. But Boni, I have one simple question. Kuna hii story tunasikia sahi kwa dunia about cryptocurrencies. Unajua, sijui tunaweza trade in Bitcoin, can we trade in this? Is it about time that we move from traditional currency when it comes to shillings, not really shillings, but paper currency, and move directly to digital currencies?
Easier on paper, that can be argued, but there's one thing that we've learned over time, and there's some technologies that I always say they've been hyped to some extent, but there are very clear benefits of it. The only answer to this question will be, is there a need they're going to address? Is there a real need that they're going to address? And I can tell you, cryptocurrencies are some form of, it's an innovation in itself, but there are different ways that they can address a lot of challenges that we have today. But we cannot just, all go out and move to digital currencies without one really identifying what they're coming to do. And I can tell you, markets like what is out today in Kenya, where this is a cash-heavy economy, you could argue about 80%. Are they going to help us push that number down to like 60%? And if they're not, then what's the real problem we need to address first before we can even talk of digital currencies? But if they are going to, create empowerment, grow financial inclusion, digitize more so that we can have this information that will be useful for customers, the answer is yes. I can say there's still a long way to go for cryptocurrencies, but they have a role. A very important thing is we cannot go full on digital currencies without keeping an eye on regulation, and we have to work in tandem with the regulators. You can see in some countries it's really working, not yet there. That's how I would say, but there is a huge potential. They just have to address a real need, and they have to ensure that we really tick all the boxes on regulatory compliance.
Interesting. All right. I like it.
Bonnie, when we're talking about regulators, what are some of the greatest challenges that they're facing and how might they respond?
So the first thing is, when you're dealing with regulators, they really focus on things like, the larger risk to a system, security, anti-money laundering, and all that. And at times, when you're dealing with regulators, you may think they're not innovative, but I think you will say, if you are playing a role of a regulator today, you will always be cautious, especially in technology. You see how much fintech can scale financial services. And they have to be ready. What I like is, I can say, especially I've been working in M-Pesa for a couple of years now, I can tell you we have one of the most supportive regulators globally. They allowed account opening via mobile. And they've demonstrated over time that they can actually match the pace of innovation. Of course, they have a lot of work to do in adopting the right technologies, which is something that is ongoing. And I can say Kenya is a good example to learn from in how regulators should work with innovation.
Interesting, Bonnie. And speaking about security, which you mentioned, we've seen emergence of a lot of fintech apps, if I can call them. As you can borrow money through A, B, C, and D at one point or the other. Then at one point during this year, we heard of a situation where a particular company would harvest information from some of its customers when it comes to these applications. And then sasa hata juu nimekata kulipa deni yangu, wanapigia Boni wanasema Lotana amekata kulipa deni yake. So Boni, my question is, how do we ensure privacy when it comes to, especially us as the consumers?
That's a very good question, and it's happening at the right time now. If I can just go back to the reference you've given, that is completely not the way to go for fintechs. The fact that they are able to get access to your phone book and pick a couple of mobile numbers on your phone book and then call them on your phone is not the way to go. This is what they should have done. They should have built a proper customer profiling process where by the time you borrow, they've really gone to an extent of determining, do you have the ability to pay, as opposed to picking your networks or your phone book contacts. So what we are happy about is that now we are in the era where customer data protection, it's a big issue. The laws have been passed in Kenya. Organizations are appointing, they call them customer data protection officers. I think the government is also about to make an appointment in that area. Safaricom has moved ahead, and if you can look at one of the things we've done with the latest product called Pochi, we are no longer exposing the customer mobile number to the person you're paying to. That is one way of minimizing the amount of customer data that you're sharing. But going forward, you'll be seeing more of customer giving consent before their data is shared. And look at refer again to Google Play Store. We changed the policy around apps that can pick up data from SMSs. And of course, that has affected a lot of the digital lenders. But at the same time, I think it's the right thing to do in ensuring that as much as possible from all manner of platforms, we're ensuring that this customer data is protected. If it has to be shared, it has to be shared with the customer consent.
But can we imagine, because you wanted 2K or 3K, someone now just has all of these numbers.
Kila kitu.
And all of these
Kila kitu.
messages.
Photos, kila kitu.
Hey, I hashtag hide my identity. Hivi tu, kimchezo. Deni lipa, by the way, what? Deni lipa. Me, this is a...
Yeah, I think of it. One of the places you leave your information. So many books at various buildings, you're signing up with your mobile number and your ID. That's too much information being left in places where you cannot guarantee that they have the right customer protection or the customer data protection processes in place.
Interesting.
That is true. There are certain people who don't share that information. They refuse to write it. Bonnie, you share your information when you enter all those buildings?
I question, especially when I feel I do not need to, I will express it. And there are some instances where I've actually requested to talk to management of particular buildings because I don't think certain information should be left behind if I cannot be guaranteed it's going to be used. When you ask, probably you face resistance initially, but if you found enough and you really put your point across, I'm not going to leave you my phone number and ID because I need to be sure that this book, when it's signed, it's going to be kept somewhere, that this information will not be harvested by someone else. It is very important that and I like the fact that we're talking now to the upcoming professionals who will be doing all innovations. They will be participating in careers that are making these decisions. They will be seeing them on a day-to-day basis. It is very important that as much as possible, let's protect customer data. If you're the holder of the data, how is going to be shared beyond what the customer has authorized? It's a very important thing.
That is very true. That is so true. So I've gone to 2 buildings and someone took my number and called me and was like, "Niwewe nimeona tu sahi." And I was like, "What? Yeah, in town." So creepy, but it's just, you're right. We shouldn't just be leaving all our information to DNA, nini, like where you live, where you are born. All right, so now, Bonnie, I want you to tell us or outline, this is now globally, some big trends in fintech, according to you.
This question, I remember, this is almost the bad year where I always try to avoid it because today you come and make a big prediction, and then tomorrow you see accomplish it. So let me give you an example of blockchain, which was, or is still a big innovation. We are getting instances where people are asking, is blockchain here to address a problem, or the technology is here and now we're looking for what it's supposed to do? But let me try and be a bit more simpler. For me, I believe where big tech companies are moving into financial services, it's a big trend to watch. Now, the reason is they have the technology, they have the customers, they build trust over years, and they can disrupt any system. So take, for example, WhatsApp is so popular. If WhatsApp moved to a place whereby it can offer banking services, or banking services can be via WhatsApp, immediately you can see it has not necessarily replaced the bank, but it has not replaced the bank, but it has affected a couple of processes. It has removed a lot of intermediaries in between a process. And for me, if you ask the big trend of what is the big tech moving into financial services, of course the role of data is really, really important. Now, let's look at insurance, something that is already happening. Do you go for that fixed annual rate that you get because of the valuation of your car, or do you just study the behavior of the driver, telematics? And do we start looking at more customer behavior as opposed to the traditional data that you have relied on? For me, that's a big trend. And of course, more automation, more intelligence. You're seeing even customer sign up of various services shifting to automation. So automation, use of big data, and big companies that are traditionally known for technology coming into coming to take up a role in financial service industry is going to be completely disruptive.
Interesting. Well, that's complete disruption. I kept wondering what that could mean potentially for banks, in the future. What does the future in banking look like,
Bonnie, do you think at one point or the other we might not have physical banks existing? This is very, very effective.
Okay, so look at the key announcements made by our bank institutions. Look at Equity, for example. There is a percentage of, I can't remember the exact percentage, but let's say over 60% of the transactions are now processed digitally. That means all those beautiful branches are to be used for other things than customer coming to queue to access or put money in the bank account. That's big. There's something I'd like you to watch around banking, where banks are setting up fintech arms. So these bank features are history of 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And you need to keep up with this latest innovation or this latest digital app that is taking probably 1 million customers out of potential lending pool. And to compete with them, you quickly go and build a fintech arm as a subsidiary to keep up with the pace of innovation, and you can occupy that space that the new players are coming to play.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Boni. Asante sana. Boni, just finally, as tukikwambia kwa heri, namba yangu ni 0711, niko na Fuliza refu, so I'll just definitely come over to you. Uitoe tu. Najua unaweza cheza kama wewe. Thank you so much, Boni.
Acheza kama wewe. Thank you so much, Boni. Thank you so much. Fabulous. I had so many more questions. Wow. We could just go on and on and on and on. But I appreciate that. Boniface Mungania, Head of Department of M-Pesa Products and Services Management, right here at Safaricom PLC. Lakini yo Fuliza, it's become a funny story where everyone, I never thought I would ever say this. Ati usinitume kwa namba yangu. I used to be like, it took me a while. Wacha nikwambie. But you find it so convenient because you can't have money all the time.
Let me tell you what I do. Sometimes I might have 10K in my M-Pesa account, but whatever I need to buy is probably 12. But I know my limit on Fuliza is maybe 5,000. I know that at the back of my pocket, or in my phone rather, I have the 13,000 or the 12,000 to buy whatever I have, courtesy of M-Pesa. So I'm happy. I'm a happy customer. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
Niko sawa.
Yeah. Can I tell you who else is not complaining? People who are about to win some airtime, that's who's not going to be complaining. Congratulations to, all right, so we picked winners from YouTube and from Facebook.
Exactly.
Okay, so these are the winners on YouTube. There's, okay, yeah, you ready?
Nishafanya.
Oh, Imesha.
Nishafanya.
Sorry, it had no... Pull up and come back again, selector. Okay. And the winners are, we've got Ali Gasambi, Mary D, Tiffany Kisiero. Hey, Tiffany's been asking so many questions.
From Jana Kwanza.
Shout out to you, Tiffany. What? Muridi Anthony, Kelly Mackenzie, Murigi Arnold, Wanja Arts. Wanja Arts also has been asking questions. Noella J, Flex Green Core. Also, sorry, that's on Facebook. But yeah, so now that's YouTube. And then on Facebook, like I said, Flex Green Core and Martine Danielle Odwar.
Interesting. All you need to do, especially on YouTube, take a screenshot of your comment on our timeline, then quickly go to our Blaze Facebook account to DM Hapo your details and everything, and then we'll definitely get that airtime to you. Now, ukishapata airtime, let me give you how to use it, all right?
How do you
Star 544 hash, scroll down, number 6, for only 20 bob. You are able to continue enjoying all this awesome content. What's next?
Congratulations also to Charity Muzoni,
Okay.
I'm sorry, from Facebook. You also been airtime. Sijui nilikuwa najaribu kuhepa na airtime yako.
Charity
Guys,
knows
sorry.
people. Amekutumia.
Nimepata tu text hapa nimeambiwa mention Charity. I'm kidding, no. But yeah, so Charity Muzoni, you're also a winner, and we have more airtime to give away.
100%.
So much more that we're going to be giving you. All you have to do is participate, engage by asking questions and telling us where you are watching this career fair from. The very first virtual one, courtesy of Blaze. So airtime is coming up. More conversation. We have mental health, by the way, inakuja pia. A very important conversation that I am looking forward to.
Safaricom Discover. You get to know how you can join Safaricom all the way from university in that case.
And or any other leadership position. Yeah. Can you imagine? Because that kind of exposure. So how do you join? I bet you have questions, right? How old should you be to participate? Where should you find them? And all those, well, they'll be answered after, when we get back. Because right now we want to go and take a short break.
Yeah. But tunajua, mimi sina kazi, nataka kwenda kuandika CV yangu.
Oh, sawa.
Si Chris ana come through.
Oh, Chris ana come through. So, wewe unataka kuteka
Mr. Kama
utaandika.
Mi
Okay.
acha ni work on my CV. Si nimeona hapo kuna story ya how to ace an interview.
Yes.
So acha
you have an interview coming up?
No, si Chris anatuambia.
I know, but so do you have one coming up?
Si nikitoka hapa napanda tu nini juu ku Safaricom niombe kazi.
Oh, ni hapa? Yeah. Oh my gosh. You don't even, uchezi mbali ni hapa. I like it. All right, great. So I do have Chris who's going to be joining us in a bit so that we can talk about how you can ace that interview. You've been going for interviews, auditions. You're not getting the call back. Is it something that you're not doing? And if you have an interview coming up, 2020 has been a mess. So let's look forward to 2021. You want to ace all of those interviews. Chris is going to be giving us the tips.
All right.
When we get back.
Over to you, DJ Joe.
This is your favorite DJ's favorite DJ. Capital FM Mixmaster Joe. it's gotta be DJ Joe.
Na nimeka mkuchachisha
Double the trouble.
Napenda Yesu kabisa, so nitadu dance ya kanisa.
Wild out in style.
Tuko
napita tania, maisha funduka vile nilidhania, na labda taongezea dania, weamini kweli Yesu ndo njia, niko na Kristo wazito, huyu Yesu mwanzo mwisho, na Kristo wazito, muulize DJ Mzito. Tuko dania bomba, Kristo bomba, anafanya roho yangu inadunda. Sasa wewe wachana na dumba, juu ya sante ya dunia ndio teke ya punda. Hey madam, wacha story kwa sana kam, ebu okoka salvation ni tam, alidedi mambo ikawa dam, it's over, we are done. Bomba, Kristo bomba, anafanya roho yangu inadunda. Sasa wewe wachana na dumba, juu ya sante ya dunia ndio teke ya punda. Tuko dania
kaniambia man kidogo tu onja tu takisi maisha iko shwari before ni realize situation iko hard ningekuwa mwise singesikiza advice mwovu za mwovu sasa roho yangu nahisi kama iko mbali nawe Bwana nafsi yangu nahisi kama imetengana nawe kaniambia ndo mwana ninakupendaga ninakupenda kusamehea walikwanza moyo wangu mema niliwatendea mateke kanitolea wakaniacha na uchungu ila kwako mara movu tena sana nimekutendea movu kaniambia mwana Joe nimekusamehe ila kwako mara movu tena sana nimekutendea movu kaniambia mwana Joe ninakupenda conditionally unanipendaga vya mezi unanishangaza vile ubebagi makosa yangu unconditionally unanipendaga vya mezi
music never sounded this good. It's gotta be Capital Mix Master DJ Joe.
Wacha wacheki, jioneshe na mimi. Baba yo, jioneshe na mimi. Baba yo, jioneshe na mimi. Baba bila we, sina mbele wala nyuma. Yeah. Baba bila we, maisha ngumu kama chuma. Yeah. Baba bila we, ni machozi na kununa. So naja kwako kila wiki kama spuma. Umesema baba sitaona aibu, ukasema baba ya shetani utaharibu. So nasema baba kwangu uko karibu, jioneshe baba na jina jina lako libaki tu, baki tu. Wacha wacheki, jioneshe na mimi. Wacha wacheki, jioneshe na mimi. Baba yo, yo, jioneshe na mimi. Baba yo, jioneshe na mimi. Hata kabla kuingia kwa hii dunia, itumie monyonyi. Uliniwazia, ukanipangia hata siku za usoni. So sina ujanja mimi, sina ujuzi mimi, sina ujanja mimi, jioneshe na mimi. Wanna try kuniweka lo, lakini ai baba nakuno no. So naomba jioneshe na mimi. Ndio wacheki, mbona mimi nakuamini. Wacha wacheki, jioneshe na mimi. Wacha wacheki, jioneshe na mimi. Baba yo, jioneshe na mimi. Baba yo, jioneshe na mimi. Ndo mazuri utaona, ndo utukufu wake. Wachiwana wake. Hata wakati unatania maisha yako ni pandia, shida za kuvamia, amini zaidi mara mia. Hata wakati unatania maisha yako ni pandia, shida za kuvamia, amini zaidi mara mia. Amini, amini, amini. Omba na ulala, mazuri kutangwala. Omba na ulala, mazuri kutangwala. Ngumu kuamini matai, unaona kama ana take time, hausongi una matai, yatakuja na yake time. Nimesoma Biblia na nimeona, wanaomuamini anawaona. Na nimesoma Biblia na nimeona, wanaomuamini anawaona. Amini, amini. Omba na ulala, mazuri kutangwala. Omba na ulala.
Kesho ni zaidi ya today. Mbona unakaa unauliza mbona mawazo ya today. Jana ulichana sasa ni hangover. Kesho ni zaidi ya today. Mbona unakaa unauliza mbona mawazo ya today. Jana ulichana sasa ni hangover.
Young priest, nasikia unaitwa baha. Juu sino zingba tusikia tunagabaha. Juu kani jing zimeshika mara kadhaa. Labda nileche mchuma nikaseti kwanza wata. Labda nileche pupa nikachome kwanza shata. Labda nileche chingri nisitupe kwanza rata. Ama nikateke wale sizwa ibada.
Kuna matime natamani chana, kuchana. Temptations kiu ya dhianga, injili yangu inapingwa sana, wakinicheki na odi wa Muranga.
Masere taniwa, hizi kierere taniwa. Dhambi zangu taniwa, akiwe taniwa.
Kesho ni zaidi ya today. Mbona unakaa unauliza mbona mawazo ya today. Jana ulichana sasa ni hangover. Kesho ni zaidi ya today. Mbona unakaa unauliza mbona mawazo ya today. Jana ulichana sasa ni hangover.
Eloi, mashada fangi gani? Kamande wakiwa itepa gospel hewani. Mtoto wa mama before tuanze nina swali. Kwa kesi ya binguni naweza nitetea kweli. Mgenge ni mgenge for real. Na njege ni njege for real. Kashai backslide mina John ni feel. Sijaitoa tail na mikuliwa na guilt.
Odi wokovu ni mapitio, majaribio, tumetoka mbali tega sikio, na leo tuko studio.
Masere taniwa, Ezekielere taniwa, dhambi zangu taniwa, akiwe taniwa.
Kesho ni zaidi ya today, mbona unakaa unauliza mbona mawazo ya today, jana ulichana sasa ni hangover. Kesho ni zaidi ya today, mbona unakaa unauliza mbona mawazo ya today, jana ulichana sasa ni hangover.
Jai holy water nikashika ja, warasta wote kweli wameumbwa na saja. Holy communion wezi letanga na jack. Ex wangu sema ati labda umeni dump. Da, labda uko dan. Ba, labda niko ba. Nikudhokia juu labda niko bank. Ilumi sema ati labda isasha bank. Gun, uskini na gun. Juu leo mtu anauliza kama ata ban. Bang, washa bang. Bang, tang, washa bang. Masere taniwa, Ezekielere taniwa, dhambi zangu taniwa, akiwe taniwa.
Kesho ni zaidi ya today, mbona unakaa unauliza mbona mawazo ya today, jana ulichana.
Oya, Buda, yela, we, usilenge ni wewe. Oya, Buda, yela, we, hii message ni yako. Oya, Buda, yela, we, konda na kutambua. Oya, Buda, yela, chitambue. Wasaema odi na mabobe, akina Shix, Katelo pale Jotes. Chitambue, never feel ashamed. Sagoda na kujua by your name. Bogia kimonyoski, bogia kimbadasi. Before uzaliwa uliko umetambulika. Nakuita wina, nakuita morio. So nikiwa nawe Buda, hakuna kitungorio. Koda shasema, jijue mapema. Msaki kama negative thoughts, nasema long time ungenipata bezi nikishikisha jamba. Lakini so nipate chachi nikisefo jamba. Bas, Buda, yela, we, usilenge ni wewe. Oya, Buda, yela, we, hii message ni yako. Oya, Buda, yela, we, konda na kutambua. Oya, Buda, yela, chitambue. Kongodia kiamina neza pita piloti. Wabebe, hata kama huna noti. Check in, maybe say we ni homeless. Trust God, amekusetia mabloti. Acha nijiintroduce, mi naitwa Timeless. God amenituma nikushow that we ni priceless. Nikiokoka nilikuwa jobless na hopeless. But sai, nikibonga blessings ni countless. Favor ni nyingi, blessings kwa wingi. Grace ni sufficient, hapa najua si mimi. Buda, kala, koka, wewe, Mungu ana penda wewe. Oya, Buda, yela, we, usilenge ni wewe. Oya, Buda, yela, we, hii message ni yako. Oya, Buda, yela,
This is your favorite DJ, Capital FM Mixmaster Joe.
Yote yaliisha kwa msalaba, yaliisha kwa msalaba. Yesu alimaliza kwa msalaba, alimaliza kwa msalaba. Yote yaliisha kwa msalaba, yaliisha kwa msalaba. Yesu alimaliza kwa msalaba, alimaliza kwa msalaba. Yote yaliisha kwa msalaba. Ukiona walemewa kimbilia Baba, akina ndugu na akina dada, alikufa juu ya sisi sote, so usiogope. Kwa mali ni misumari ndiyo Yesu akaniokoa. Sio kwa mali ni misumari ndiyo Yesu akaniokoa. Msalaba baba linipea, ona mimi sina woga, ona mimi sina fear. Hata nikiwa kwa Roma, ona Baba unanisikia. Shetani akiniona, oma yanakimbia. Yaliisha kwa msalaba, yaliisha kwa msalaba. Yesu alimaliza kwa msalaba, alimaliza kwa msalaba. Yote yaliisha kwa msalaba, yaliisha kwa msalaba. Yesu alimaliza kwa msalaba, alimaliza kwa msalaba. Najiuliza mimi nani, ndio uache uchukufu uje unifie. Najiuliza mimi nani, ndio uache majukumu unishughulikie. Msalaba ona, vile magonjwa yanapona, mahangaiko yanakoma. Kwa jina la Yesu, sio kwa dola. Sio kwa mali ni misumari ndiyo Yesu akaniokoa. Sio kwa mali ni misumari ndiyo Yesu akaniokoa. Yote yaliisha kwa msalaba, aliisha kwa msalaba. Yesu alimaliza kwa msalaba, alimaliza kwa msalaba. Yote aliisha kwa msalaba, yaliisha kwa msalaba. Yesu alimaliza kwa msalaba.
Ain't no party like a DJ Joe party. I know you'll dig this.
Chochote ninacho ni wewe, siwezi kudanganya. Ila niendapo ni wewe, siwezi kudanganya. Iwe kiatu kwa mguu ama ni nafuu, nikipanda matatu ama nikienda kama tu, milango unafungua zingedhania, unanichanua wakinifania. So sita mi sitadanganya, so sita ni wewe umefanya, so sita mi sitadanganya, so sita ni wewe umefanya. Chochote ninacho ni wewe, siwezi kudanganya. Popote nilipo ni wewe, siwezi kudanganya. Baba ni wewe, Baba ni wewe, sitadanganya. Baba ni wewe, Baba ni wewe, sitadanganya. Baba ni wewe, Baba ni wewe, sitadanganya. Baba ni wewe, Baba ni wewe, sitadanganya.
Naweza dai ni masomo lakini ni wangapi wamesoma wamechizi. Naweza dai ni ujanja lakini utacheka utasema I'm kidding. Wala si nguvu na bidii, si nguvu na bidii. Ni nguvu zako dadi, nguvu zako dadi. Ni juu milango unafungua, singejua. Ni wewe natambua, sikifua. So sita, mi sitadanganya. So sita, ni wewe umefanya. So sita, mi sitadanganya. So sita, ni wewe umefanya.
Chochote ninacho ni wewe, siwezi kudanganya. Popote nilipo ni wewe, siwezi kudanganya.
It's bound to be DJ Joe Infalme. Log on to www.djjoeinfalme.com. These are the sounds of Capital Mixmaster DJ Joe.
Alifufuka matatu yendo dere mindodona. Na wanakwambia ni mbele utasonga. Utaendelea kuhate mpaka lini? Riswa shindwe baki huku chini. Ni nguvu za nani zilipasua maji? Mimi hapa na rapa ni itwe mchungaji. Milele anichunge na message niwapatie. Asichoke kuniongoza na ni kweli yendo mimi. Shetani na katasi kanipa identity. Son of King Shenzi alikuja tu kuharibu kwa God sai una alikuwa karibu. Kweli ni ukweli hakuna mtu perfect. Unafanya nini kuhakikisha uko safi? Wacha sheito ajue mimi kichwa ngumu. Kazi imenileta ni kusifu huyu Mungu. Ibilisi lazima liye woi. Pepo zote mbaya usherati na ufisadi sote pandem. Kama kawa niko ready kama pandem. Every time they wanna come and I beat him. James 4:7 inasema resist the devil and I tell you he will flee. Fitina, uchawi, uongo, riswa, chuki, madre na mangwati. Riswa, shirikina instead of ushirika. Umaskini na wizi, riswa. You better follow the father. Kuja hapa atakupeleka na rara. No, kwa devil ni blanda. Anakudanganya kuja hapa kwa baba.
DJ Joe Mfalme. Oh my days, one of my favorite DJs. And like I told you, I am not back with Lotan, but I'm here with Chris. Hi, Chris.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm very fine.
Wow.
A bit nervous standing next to you.
Thank you so much. Lotan usirudi tufanye hivi. Chris, you're now hosting till the end. I hope you know a thing or two.
I will try.
You'll try?
I'm told the money is good. So.
The money. Stop saying that. Okay, I don't want to watch. Stop saying that. Stop saying. Anyway, but thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much yesterday as well for participating and for. We had a very broad conversation about the future of work and how things have changed. My goodness. All right, so now let's start with the very first question you asked when you are going to do an interview. Tell us about yourself, Chris.
Wow. Yeah, tell us about yourself is a very powerful question. It is really the question that, off the bat, we will know if you're the right person for the job. So I'm going to save that for a time when I'll talk about it during my session.
Yeah.
But please be listening.
I will be
Then
listening.
you can ask me later.
I will be listening.
Yes.
I'll be listening, especially because there's so many interviews that I've gone for and auditions that I've gone for. You never hear you never hear back, and you never really know what you did wrong to not land the job.
That's unfortunate. We should hear back from us.
Yeah.
At least if you apply at Safaricom.
Oh, okay. So you get
at least we might not tell you exactly what you did not do right, but at least we'll tell you didn't get the job.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Because at least you stop hoping and praying, telling everyone, niliambiwa huko Safaricom, walisema, nilienda interview last week, and you wait until, it's a year or something like that. Now, tell me, how many interviews have you been to even be in this
So by virtue of my job, I've probably done over 1,000 interviews.
Okay.
And interviewed, not myself, but I've conducted over 1,000 interviews, all the way from senior executives all the way to entry level.
How do you do something like this? How do you know?
It's my job.
How did you even find interest in something like this? What were you?
Yeah, I mean, I did business IT for my undergrad, but then landed in a consultancy firm that did psychometric tests. These are personality tests and different assessments that we subject people to understand them better. And I found that as my passion. I really enjoy understanding people. I enjoy people. I enjoy talking to people. And so I landed in a career that leverages my skills.
Oh, this is interesting. Yeah. I could, try and do this maybe in my 40s because now it's too late for
No,
my
it's not too late.
Because that's so interesting. I even started studying astrology recently to try and understand different, right? Because that was something we never did before.
Yeah.
And so I started just basic. It wasn't until
Yeah,
now I'm
yeah,
going to full on start
yeah.
reading palms. No.
No.
I'm just saying to understand how different people are.
Right.
Now, if we talk about you and interviews you've been to, Chris,
Yeah.
how many interviews do you think you've gone to, especially the ones that you did terribly?
So I would not be standing here if I did interviews terribly. I think
yours. That you feel like you didn't do well.
Yeah, there's only one that comes to mind that I actually went for and I came out of there feeling very flustered. And the reason was I was not prepared. I was not the right person for the job. And those are some of the things we'll talk about just now. Okay. I mean, if you go in for an interview that you're prepared for, that you are the right person for the job, chances are it'll be seamless. But when it's not, there's a mismatch and you will not do well. Yeah. So I came out of there really flustered and unhappy with the whole process. Yeah.
And man, it really ruins your day.
It does.
When you feel like there's something I could have, because it's like an exam where you knew the answer right after.
Absolutely.
And you know that the answer was number 5 and you wrote South Africa and you're just like, oh my God, it's not even anything close. All right, so now you have a podcast?
I do. It's called African Retooled, and what we talk about with my co-host and I is about the future of work. The conversation we were having yesterday, and again, this is a passion project. It's really just to help people out there prepare themselves better for the inevitable changes at the workplace. A lot of disruption happening, technology, AI, cloud computing, cybersecurity, so much change going on, but no one is talking about how your job, Amina, is going to be disrupted. And so that's what we tackle on the podcast. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that is so true. Because you don't think about it until it just hits you.
Absolutely.
And you have to start preparing for tomorrow, today.
Absolutely.
And that's why we've got Chris here to talk to you about how you are going to ace that next interview. Chris Otundo is a senior manager talent acquisition from right here at Safaricom. So make sure that you send in those questions right now on YouTube and on Facebook, and Chris will answer all of them. Chris, I leave the studio to you.
Thank you, Amina. So I have my pad with me today. Why I have this is just because I'd like to make sure I get out everything that I had prepared for you. I think it's an absolute honor to be able to talk to you about a very important part of a process which confirms that you then will get a job. Especially now when many of us are losing our jobs because of the current pandemic. In addition, those of you who are looking for better jobs, this is an important part of that process before you get a job. You might be the most intelligent in the room. You might be the most experienced. But if you don't interview well, unfortunately, I've seen this over and over again, the most intelligent guy doesn't get the job. It doesn't always happen that way. And so there's certain things you can do to increase your chances, to make your chances better. And I don't claim to be the expert, but I know from a few interviews that I've conducted that these things increase your chances significantly. So let's talk about preparation. And before I jump right in, allow me to quote a very interesting character from the 400 BC, a Chinese military strategist. He's called Sun Tzu, credited with writing the book The Art of War. And what he says, and I'll probably try and paraphrase, if I don't get it right, I'll read right here. If you know the enemy and you know yourself, then 100 battles will come through and you'll actually emerge a victor. However, if you know yourself and don't know the enemy, then what's likely to happen is that for every victory that you gain, you're likely to be defeated. So what they're saying essentially is you need to know both. What they say is if you know neither, you don't know yourself and you don't know your enemy, then you will succumb in every battle. What does that mean? It just means that as you're preparing for an interview, it's so important to prepare yourself. It's so important to know what the company that you're going to engage with is like. You need to understand what their culture is. What are they struggling with as a company? So the number of times I've seen candidates come into an interview and have no idea about the company that they're excited to work for. I mean, you have no idea who our CEO is. You have no idea how much money we made last year. What are we struggling with as an organization? These are things that will ensure that you as a candidate emerge slightly better than the second candidate who we're also seeing. So preparation. What are some of the things that you would need to prepare for? Try and understand what our strategy is. It doesn't matter what the division you're applying for. It doesn't matter what department you're applying for. That information you can get. Find out, check online, talk to a friend, find out how did this role fall vacant? Did the person leave? Is it a new position? What is this position trying to do for the organization? On that basis alone, you come in very, very empowered. What are some of the things that this organization is looking to achieve in the future? What is their culture? Why is this important? Because we'll talk about it just now. Why is it so important to understand the culture? What is it that these people appreciate? And once you all do all these things, you will find that chances are you will emerge slightly different from the person next to you. And again, if I can just backtrack on my points, by the time you're getting into this interview, it is likely that you have done well in other processes. You've done well in a psychometric test. You've done well in an online interview that you participated in. So a lot of things are working in your favor. So you just need to work hard towards making sure that this interview works out for you as well, because you've done well before. So there's a very high chance if you do well in this interview, everyone in that panel actually wants you to succeed. Yeah? So preparation is the first stage. Prepare, prepare, prepare. Second thing is introduction. Before introduction, I'd like to talk about something that you will go into or that you'll experience before you start introducing yourself. Today, what happens is that all of us are probably going to be conducting interviews via Skype, via Zoom, via Teams, Microsoft Teams. So what you're going to be doing is logging in. In some instances, you're actually walking in. You're walking into an interview. And so this stage is also very important. Let's start with walking in. Assuming that you're then meeting your panel face to face, the way you dress, your demeanor, the way you show up is so critical. Why is this important? Because if this company has a culture that is different from the one you were prepared for, then you will find that you will be inadequately or not properly addressed for that interview. So if this company is a little bit laid back, this company does not appreciate people who dress in suits and a straight jacket, then you'll come in there looking very dapper, but there's a mismatch in terms of culture. There's a mismatch in terms of the person that they were expecting to meet and or the person they expect to work with, and the person that has come today. So if it's a company that is laid back, they probably all wear jeans to work. They probably never wear ties. And therefore, you probably need to dress similar to them. And so this is why the preparation stage was so important, because when you've come in dressed appropriately, when you've come in very ready for the people that you're meeting, then chances are you will do well. Second thing is this. Today, you are likely to be logging in as opposed to walking in. So logging in, what are we saying here? In many cases, we've sent you the link to the interview before. My advice to you is take time before the interview. Log in even a day before. Check that the link works. Log in 30 minutes before. See how you look. Check and see how, probably even set up a separate link with your friend or your brother or your sister, someone at home. See how you look in the camera. This is so important. And I'll tell you why. A lot of times, people who are dark-skinned like myself, you log in, you're sitting with the mirror, or rather the window pane behind you. And what happens is that we're not actually able to see you. What we see is just white and black teeth. I mean, you see your white teeth and you see your eyes. And so essentially, we can't see you. And we're having a conversation with you for the next hour, and we can't actually see you. So that is a small thing, but it makes such a big difference, because then we're having a conversation with someone we can't see. It doesn't make for very good conversation. So find time, look for a nice room. Other instances of things that we see. So some of you decide to take your interview in your bedroom. Fair enough. We don't all have a big space. But if you're going to have your interview in your bedroom, then make your bed. Don't have the net that you used the night before hanging, because those are things that will inevitably take away from the process. What else do we observe and do we see? Funny things that we see in interviews. Sometimes we have, you're applying for a job at Safaricom, and the calendar right behind you is of my competition. Come on. You're shooting yourself in the foot. So your background is going to be so important in the future. And how you position yourself and the screen and how you look in the screen, all of that is so important. These are not things that we would grapple with before, but this is the new reality. How you look in front of that screen is going to be important. Another interesting thing that we've seen is that people will dress up nicely from the bottom, from the middle, all the way to the top. I've heard of instances where someone was told to stand up, and what was then underneath was not very desirable. So the question is, do you want to take the risk, dress properly, from the top to the bottom? And what also that does for you is that it ensures that you feel confident, that you come in there feeling ready to take on any question that you're asked. So let's talk about introduction. Introduction is where you're going to be asked the questions around, tell us about yourself. That is the typical question that most interviewers will ask. Now, is this question a question that is asked because we're very interested in your history? Are we really interested to get to know you? Yes, we are. But the truth is, the reason we're asking this question is because we want to know how you are ready to take on this job. How does your history relate to this job? How does your background and the experiences that you've had prepare you for the role in front of you? And therefore, I say this to you, and it might sound rough, but the thing is, we're not interested to know about your life history. What we're more interested in is to find out what experiences have you gone through that have prepared you and that make you the right person for this job. And therefore, most of you listening to me today are probably graduating straight from school. So you don't have that much experience to speak of. But all the things that you did in university, all the different clubs, all the different internships that you participated in, all those things are going to be relevant for the job in front of you. However, because you have prepared, because you know exactly what they're looking for, you know what it is that they are more keen to understand about you, you know what it is that they're interested to know, you will customize your story. You will customize your story and make a relevant position for them to understand. So for instance, I went to university and I studied mechanical engineering. And in front of me, I'm talking to auditors who are looking to recruit the next senior associate. Now, the question is, how is my mechanical engineering degree going to be relevant for this job? Why is it relevant? Because I looked through the job description. Chances are you found out about this job from online, you saw a proper job description, and it was saying that we're looking for people who are analytical. We're looking for people who are good with problem solving. Now, in my undergrad, which was mechanical engineering, these are some of the things that I had to grapple with. Every time I had to do an assignment, there was a problem. And how did I tackle that problem? Every time there was a project, we had to work in a team. And therefore, this job requires teamwork, and I have had experience with teamwork. And so that experience that I had in college becomes relevant for the job in front of me. And so, if I ask the question, tell me about yourself, go back all the way to the point that you feel is relevant. We've had people talk about the fact that they were bell ringers in high school. Now, I don't know how relevant that is going to be for the job in front of you. But people feel, because you know what, it's part of my life, it's stuff that I've done in my life, I should present it. Unless you have a very funny story behind being a bell ringer, don't tell us you're a bell ringer. Unless you have a very interesting spin to that story, there's no point of raising it up. What you want to do is be very deliberate in the examples that you share. Be very deliberate in the experiences that you share. For instance, if you do have a number of experiences, so you've worked in this organization and you've moved on to another organization, what you want to tell us is, I worked in this organization and this is the experience that I gained that is relevant for the job in front of us. I then transitioned from that job and went to another job. And in this job, this is the experience that I gained that is then relevant for the job today. And go like that until the last job that is most recent. And chances are, by the time we've heard all those jobs, we have a very clear understanding of whether you're the right person for the job. And it's actually very easy to enumerate your experience, but being very targeted and being very specific to the experiences that you know are going to be relevant for the people in front of you. I mean, we've had interesting stories, we've seen interesting things. People talking about the fact that they talk about their religion. They talk about the number of children they have. Why might you think that it's important to raise that? Perhaps you know that this organization is family oriented. This organization is a Christian organization or is a religious organization, and therefore presenting my religious background is actually relevant for the people in front of me. But if you are talking to people in front of you, talking to a big organization, a global organization, and you decide to throw in the fact that you're a staunch Catholic, that information is good for you, but it's not very good for the panel. In fact, unfortunately, you might actually bias yourself out of the process because the organization is not so interested in having people who profess a particular faith. So this might be controversial, but you asked me to give you tips on how to ace interviews. This is one of them. Give us relevant information, and that'll ensure you succeed. So let's move on. The next stage. After you've introduced yourself, chances are we will start asking you competency-based questions. Now, any good interviewer will ask these kind of questions. These are questions that are retrospective. These are questions asking you about your past experience, as opposed to asking you a very theoretical question. For instance, I can ask you, what are the 5 stages of closing a sale? Chances are, if 5 of you came for the interview and had done your research the night before, you will all give me the same 5 stages. How am I as a recruiter going to distinguish who's the better candidate? You've given me exactly the same answers, you've told me exactly the same processes, and therefore when I sit, then the decision to hire one person from the other will be based on who I like better, who looks better, who's dressed better, which is a very biased way of making a decision. So us recruiters over the years have figured out a better way to distinguish between one candidate from the other is to ask you a competency-based question. And like I said, these are questions that are drawing from your past experiences, and the questions will come like this. Describe a situation. Describe a time. Tell me about a time. Tell me about a time when you were in a leadership position and had to run a project end to end. Now, the way you respond to that question and the way one person responds to that question from the other is going to be very different. And this is going to be based on your experience and based on what you've done. And so what is the trick around answering this question? So for starters, I started off by talking about Sun Tzu and the fact that you need to prepare. Why was I so insistent on this point? Because when you prepare, you kind of do know the questions they're going to ask you. How do you know? Look at the job description, have a sense as to the kind of skills and the kind of abilities and the traits that these guys are going to be interested in. Chances are, in most job advertisements, they will say, we're looking for someone who's analytical. We're looking for someone who is a strong team player. We're looking for someone who's results driven. And therefore, in your preparation, take some time to think about examples from your high school, from your university, from the previous jobs that you've had that will lend you to this particular experience and traits. What things can you share with us that will show us explicitly that you're actually very good at these things? Now, do you just come and ramble about these experiences? No. There's actually a tip around how to respond to this question. And it's a very simple one. Think about the STAR, S-T-A-R. And that's a simple acronym that depicts, that basically explains what was the situation. Describe the situation for us. So at the workplace, we had a project that required to be delivered within the next 5 months. And they felt that I was best suited to lead this project. What was the task, the T? The task was that we needed to be able to get insights from different people to be able to input into this product. And that was the task. Okay, and we had 5 months to do this. What actions did I take? What I did is I put together a group of 3 people who then I felt were the best suited to do this job. I briefed them. I took them through the different stages. I gave them a brief. I gave them a script. And we went out and we talked to customers. And we were able to capture insights about what was going to get input into the product. What is the result of this project? The R. The result of this project was that we got very good insights. We were able to deliver this project in record time. We did it in 4 months. And because we were able to navigate all the different counties in Nairobi, we were able to get very representative data, blah, 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 blah. And so the result of this is that the insights we gave were very relevant for the product, and the product was launched, and it got this kind of revenues. Now, that is me giving you my experience leading a project, using the STAR approach. If you want to really now put a cherry on the cake, add an L, so the STAR stroke L, which is what are the learnings? After this whole project of 4 months, which was supposed to be 5 months, my learning was that next time I should probably involve my senior more. I should probably have involved my peers in another department because I felt that there's some insights we could have gained that would have allowed us to even finish this project in 3 months. I also learned that I can be a bit of a micromanager, and that I stifled the team because I felt that they could have done much more if I did not micromanage. And so for the future, I feel like I will now relinquish some of these duties to my team, and I think we'll move even faster. STAR approach, that approach will assist you in answering all the competency-based questions. And typically, this forms the bulk of the interviews that we ask, or the interview questions that we ask. From question 2 up to question 4, these are going to be the questions we ask. So let's move on. The other questions that we typically ask, and this is really the typical experience of anyone coming for an interview. We will probably ask you questions around your hobbies. Why are we asking questions around your hobbies? Why are we asking questions around, so you find people asking general knowledge questions. Someone will ask you questions around recent events. Why are we asking those questions? Now, I'd like to share with you a very interesting quote from a businessman, a salesman, and an author. He's called Zig Ziglar. So Zig Ziglar says, if people like you, they listen to you. But if they trust you, they'll do business with you. So essentially, in that interview process, it is your duty to make these people want to work with you. Even if you're the smartest in the room, even if you're the most intelligent, even if you feel that you have all the answers, do not be the kind of person who comes off as being arrogant. We've seen instances where people come in to an interview and smirk at questions that we ask and be like, that question, I was asked that question last week. That's a very interesting question. That's a very simple one. In fact, if I was asking the question, I'd ask the question this way. Now, fair enough, we can tell you're a smart guy, but do you think we want to work with you? No. Because you seem like a very proud person. You seem like the kind of person who will come and try to outshine your boss. And those are all the things that we call career-limiting moves. So, people want to work with you if they trust you. And people will listen to you if they like you. And so the questions around your hobbies is just around trying to get to know you a little bit more. And the question around recent events is just trying to see how aware are you of what's happening around you? Are you the kind of person who's so locked in and oblivious of what's happening around you? Do you even know what are some of the recent events that could potentially be affecting our business as Safaricom? These are questions that we are likely to ask you. Now, the only caveat is this. If I ask you a question about your hobbies, if you don't have a real hobby, please just run away from that question. So we have people saying, oh wow, I love to read books. I say, okay, that's nice. I like to read books too. What books did you read? What's the last book you're reading? And immediately there's silence in the room. Why? Because this guy is trying to remember the book he read in high school. And this guy is now 25. Now, we begin to see gaps in your story because you're saying that you read books, but the last book you read was 7 years ago when you were 18 in Form 4. So while you might have answered all the competency-based questions properly, this one question, which was so inconsequential around your hobbies, ends up taking you off. And we begin to see that you're not someone we can trust. You're not being honest. You're not being authentic. And so the question would be, how prepared can you be to answer this question? So when you're at home, because you know they will ask you a question around hobbies, how about you take time to think about this? Think about an example that you will give that will actually have a story behind it. If you're a person who sings, you better be the kind of person who's in a choir that's traversing the country and have stories to tell about the children that you saw in Turkana when you were singing. You better have a story about the choir, the session where you went and sang for the president. That's someone who really is passionate about singing, you know. But if you just have a very shallow story, then it's not going to really help you much. Another interesting story is someone says, oh, I speak French. This is something that I do. Wow, it's funny you speak French because I speak French too. And then I hit you with some French. And then again, silence in the room. Now again, you've just lost all your credibility because of this inconsequential question. It's not relevant for the job, but we just wanted to get to know you. You said it in your CV, you said that you speak French and that you are at, what do you call it? That you're at a level of proficiency conversational. So I'm asking you a simple question. Have you eaten? And you're like, that one I don't remember in class being taught that question. How are you going to survive if you can't answer the question about if you've eaten? So again, these are very inconsequential questions, but can end up being very consequential because essentially you just decided to lie. So a hobby, question about general knowledge. However, this is the caveat. If I ask you the question, what is chapter 13 of BBI? Then that job is not for you. These guys didn't want you to get this job because really, unless you're a political geek, then you probably know the answer to that question. So I'll say this again. People will listen to you if they like you. People will do business with you if they trust you. So we've kind of come almost close to the end of the interview. We've asked you questions around who you are and tell us about yourself. We've asked you questions around the competency-based questions, which is the meat of the section. We've asked you a question around some of your interest areas. And then now we're coming close to the end and we're saying, so tell us about some of your development areas. Tell us about, a bad recruiter will ask you, tell us about your weaknesses. We like to say, tell us about your development areas. So the cheeky ones will come and say, I'm a perfectionist. I'm the kind of person who likes to do my work perfect and therefore I've struggled with this in the past. Unfortunately, that's what everyone says. And so you will not have distinguished yourself from the next person. So again, this is a question that you will have known is going to come. So how can you prepare yourself at home? This is the theory behind that question. Any leader, whether you're starting off in your career, whether you're the most senior person, every leader is self-aware. Every leader knows themselves well. Remember when we started at the beginning, when we talked about Sun Tzu, if you know yourself and you know your enemy, you will win all battles. So if you're coming into that interview, you studied about the organization, but you don't know yourself, then the thing is this, you might actually get through that interview. But what Sun Tzu says is that after every battle you're winning, you will lose the next one. Chances are you'll get the job, you'll go in, you will not like the job because you did not know yourself enough to be able to see that this organization will not be a match for you. And so the thing is this, if I ask the question, what are your development areas? I'm hoping that you've taken time to retrospect and to think about yourself and to think about things that you've done even working at the school, in the different clubs, in your different internships, things that you feel you could be better at. The only caveat, once again, is don't say things that are controversial. Don't say things that, in your view, that when you share, are going to take the opportunity away from you. So this job requires someone who is very strong in planning and organizing. And then you come and tell us, unfortunately, I'm not very good at organizing things. I forget stuff. Yeah, that's my development area. Now, unfortunately, you've been very honest with us, but the problem is we need someone who's organized. And so we won't give you the job. So you want to steer away from giving controversial weaknesses or development areas. And this is the other tip. If you are very aware of your development area, you want to say your development area in this way. I realize that I'm not very well organized and not very good with detail. However, because I know it's important for the workplace, what I have done is I've enrolled myself in an online course, and I have been doing a number of programs that have been helping me move the needle, and I feel like now I am better and I'm improving on my journey. It's not enough to share with us your weakness and leave it at that. It's very important for you to distinguish that this is my development area, but that it's something that you're working on and it's something that you're trying to improve. That way, we begin to see that you're self-aware and that you're willing to be improved. You're willing to take feedback and improve yourself. So, question on weakness. I know that question is asked a lot of times. Prepare. Think about it at home. The question will come. Again, we're coming to the end of the interview, and I now want to ask the question, how much are you willing to take? What is your salary expectation? So the question is, how am I supposed to know what salary to present? Now, a lot of times, and this allow me to reference the 6 degrees of separation. A lot of times, whatever company that you're working for, whatever company you want to work for, chances are you know someone who works there, you know someone who knows someone that knows someone who works there. So chances are you can do some research. You can find out in advance, going back to the preparation. You can go back and find out, I'm going for this interview, this organization. What do they pay people at an entry-level position? What do they pay people at a mid-level position? Give me a range. Because what happens is we have the cheeky people who come in and say, to be honest, I'm willing to be paid anything. In fact, yeah, anything will fly. One, you seem like someone who's not as confident. You seem like you come off as someone who's underselling themselves, and that also takes away from you. Another instance we see is someone coming in, a job was going to pay you 150,000, and you come in and say, I'm willing to take 50,000. Chances are, if we're a good employer, we will give you the right figure. But the thing is, you've undersold yourself once again. So the way that a good recruiter will get around your statements is I'll say, look, this space I have here is only enough for me to put in a figure. So all the narratives you've given me around being willing to take any money, I don't have the space to write that. How much do you want? Now, the other thing is that some people come in and will say a figure that removes them from the process. So the job was going to pay 150, and you come and say, I'd like 350. Now, I'm a business. I have a budget. Chances are, I will not pay you for that amount. And the thing is, you really needed that job. You didn't have anything, and you would have taken 150. But because you came in with 350, we end up removing you from the process because we think you will not be willing to talk to us about a possible salary of 150,000. So my tip to you is find out in advance what the range is, and this is the last tip. Add the caveat, I am willing to negotiate. That is your secret. Chances are you really need that 150. But just to make sure you don't remove yourself from the process, say, look, money is not the main motivator in this interview or in this job. I really would like an opportunity to work with you because I've done my research and I know these are some of the interesting things that you're doing, and I look forward to working with you because I look forward to growing within the organization. And so anything within this range, I'll be happy to take, but please talk to me. I'm willing to negotiate about the offer. All right? So further down, we've now talked about compensation. They're probably going to ask you how soon you're available. Now, again, availability is an important question. Some organizations are keen to fill a job immediately, and so you need to have done your homework. How much time can you indeed take before you join the organization? If you're coming for an interview, that you know that your former employer will only let you leave after 3 months, then you might need to ask yourself, is it worth it? Or if indeed you do still want this job, you need to figure out a way to negotiate with your previous employer on a way that you can be released earlier. Or you need to figure out a way, perhaps the company that you're going to work for, and this is more for senior jobs, the company that you're going to work for could possibly buy you out of your previous organization. But you need to be very clear about availability. Some of you will come in and say, I'm willing to start immediately. Fair enough. But the problem is, what if you actually had a job and you're telling us you're willing to start immediately? I begin to ask the question, this guy is willing to drop what he's working on. You've just come from telling us the important projects you're working on, and you're willing to drop your previous employer and join me? It tells me something about you. It tells me that you are not someone who can be trusted. You're not willing to finish and then join me with a clean slate. So it really helps sometimes to come out and say, look, I need to finish what I'm working on. I need to also give proper notice, hand over to my team, and then transition. So I probably need a month. But I'm willing to negotiate about this conversation. Let me know how soon you need to fill this position, because I then can make arrangements. So don't be quick and very eager to say, I'll come now. That's a trick that some people forget. Now, the next thing is next steps. Typically, we will then say thank you very much. We had a nice time talking to you, and we hope to get back to you. Now the question is there anything else that you could do in this space? Chances are, if they're a good team, a good panel, they'll ask you, do you have any questions? Now a lot of times we see the arrogant ones say, no, I don't have any question. In fact, I know I've done my research, I know everything about this job, thank you very much, I look forward to hearing from you. Big mistake. My advice to you is ask a question. And you know what? You could actually spin that question to sell yourself even more. So what you could do is this. For instance, you've done your research and you know this company is struggling with a system that they're looking to implement. So what you could say is, I was doing some research and I found out that this is the current system you have. Do you guys have the appetite to implement this new system? I was seeing that it's a system that's working for companies like yours that are your size, and I think that you would benefit from this. Is this something you'd be interested in? They will respond. But what have you just done? You've given them insight into who you are and the kind of person that you are, that you're a person who has initiative, you're the kind of person who goes ahead and tries to find out about what's happening in the industry. The other thing you could do is say, look, what does the first 100 days of success look like for the person who comes in? What does success look like for the person who comes into this job? And they will respond and they'll tell you, we're looking for someone who will come and hit the ground running. This is the thing we're struggling with right now. And we're looking for someone who can come in and quickly look at our books and give us some advice on this. And based on that response, you will see an opportunity. And you say, it's funny you say that, because you know what, in my previous organization, I was actually helping them look at these books. And we had the same challenge, and I was able to resolve it. So you might not have had the opportunity to sell yourself before during the competency-based questions, but now with this question, you've spun it around, and now you've sold yourself even more. So the question on, do you have any questions? Don't run away from that question. I know by this time you're tired, you just want to run away from the panel, but stay calm. You're still on stage. You still need to deliver till the end. At the end of the interview, be courteous and say thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys. I hope that I hear from you. And if anything, it's been a pleasure to get to know new people in the industry. That, my friend, is how you close the interview, to make sure that they have a lasting impression of you and that they remember that this guy was, or this lady was very courteous and that they're professional in the way they handle themselves. So that really is it. You need to be very clear. Do your preparation. If there's one thing you remember that I said today, prepare, prepare, prepare. Because you know what? Everything that you're going to be asked, chances are, if you reflect on it, you will know about it in advance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I was taking notes. I was writing so many. People tell you information like they were the bell ringers.
Yes.
What do you even ask? And then they decide to share that they were bell ringers.
Yeah, so you're saying, share with us a time when you have been a leader, when you have demonstrated leadership. And they say, yeah, I was in this school and I was the bell ringer. And you know what, one time I was in church and there's a lady who asked for my seat and I gave her the seat. And you're like, wow, it's a nice story. But you need to just be somewhere in high school, not in a job somewhere.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, and then they say things like, oh, when I was in Form 2, I was a class prefect. Oh, my days.
Yeah, yeah.
That is so true.
Yeah.
All right, so now I want to ask you this question because, you know, for a lot of the people who are watching right now, we all have pages online. You're on Facebook, you're on Instagram, you're on TikTok, you're on Twitter, you have your own YouTube page. Some of us have podcasts. Here we are.
Yes.
We are online.
Right.
So, like, unajua kuna time watu trauma pia, Chris. So now, how does that affect, especially for a lot of the young people, how does your content online affect you getting a job? Is it true that you check their pages?
Yes. So this is the answer. At least this is my view of this particular topic. The people in front of you are human beings.
Yeah.
And there's information. If I just Google right now, 1 second, I'll find anything I need to know about Amina, at least whatever she's put online for me to see. So while I'm making a decision on who to employ, if there's readily available information online, I will leverage it. So if I go in, it might not be relevant for the job, but remember what I said, people will buy from you if they trust you, and they will listen to you if they like you. So if they go online and they see that 3 months ago you were slandering Safaricom, you were saying how we are the worst company possible because you were trying to do an M-Pesa transaction and you hate Safaricom. I mean, you're entitled to your view as a customer. But unfortunately, that information may be used against you in the future because it's information in front of me.
Yeah.
And the person looking and talking to you is a human being. So it's just incumbent upon you to really be careful. We will see pictures of you in high school, at a club somewhere, in a compromised position. Again, we begin to ask, how mature are you? And we have a reputation to keep as a company. So our clients, just the same way we Googled you, our clients will also do the same.
And Google you.
And Google you. So when you're there representing us, they'll be like, look at the kind of people that Safaricom will hire.
She had so all these videos, tuko sherehe na itaki hasira. And meanwhile, you're supposed to be like some managing executive.
There you go. There you go. So you have to be very careful.
Yes, that is so true. There are actually questions coming in online. Thank you so much to all of you who are streaming. On our YouTube page, I see Irene Ngahu saying you need to know what differentiates you from the other candidates. There's Beatrice as well who's saying I'm learning so much. There's Wandra Art who says this is indeed something to address. That means educating people why innovation and creativity is so important. I think that was on the other subject. They're really good candidates. So I had this one, G Foods. They're really good candidates for a job, but they don't know how to express themselves. How should they go about it? And I bet you've seen this before where on paper they are 1,000% qualified, but they just don't know how to express
And that's
themselves.
a very good question. I think the challenge is this. Not all of us are born speakers. Not all of us are born orators. So you need to be ready to prepare. You have an interview coming up in the next 2 weeks, and I really, really stress this point. Sit down with your best friend. Go through it over and over again. If you do 10,000 hours of preparation, and in this case you don't have the 10,000 hours, but if you at least do 3 hours of preparation, speak to yourself in front of the mirror, talk to a friend over and over again about possible questions, you'll find that you will increase your level of confidence. So you might not be as confident at speaking, but just because you practiced before, you increase your chances of success.
Let me talk about you then. I mean, you seem like a fantastic orator. I told you this before, and I said, teach me your ways.
Thank
and
you,
say,
Amina, but you can't say that.
No, but no, genuinely, and this is, I'm not even gassing you up. You know, it's in your diction. You don't even say, it's almost like your brain, you know, is very aware of the words it wants to say.
We thank God, though.
Is that, no, but is that part of, were you intentional about this? Did you say, I want to sound like this when I speak?
So the truth is, so you saw I carried this pad. A lot of people like yourself don't even have anything.
I have my phone with questions.
So I will typically have my notes here.
Yeah.
So that preparation helps. And really, I think we were talking before this, and you were saying when you're cutting a tree and you have 8 hours,
yes,
you'd spend 6 hours of it sharpening the saw before you actually cut the tree.
Yes.
I found that profound. I think for me, one, I've done it over and over again. I've talked to so many thousands of people about their careers. I do the podcast, I'm constantly talking. So pia it's just
ni practice.
Ni practice
ni
na
prako, imekuwa ni muda.
Ni muda, nimekuwa nikifanya hivi miaka mingi.
Yeah.
Usiangalie sura ukafikiria mimi ni kijana sana.
Hebu sikia vya Kiswahili unazungumza tu hivyo jamani, Chris. Okay, so there's Cyprian as well who says this is so great, good and inspirational, motivational, good skills on how to manage and just tackle your career, your day-to-day issues within your career. Thank you so much. Alex Kirimi as well saying I am watching and I'm enjoying. A lot of questions were coming in regarding how to present present your CV. Yesterday we talked about LinkedIn, right? So Lotan, in fact, was telling me he has no idea. Imambo ya CV alisikia tu hapa Nairobi alipotoka Kajiado. So now how do you properly present it? Because that's also a stage where a lot of people fail. Because there's information you didn't include that was important or included that was unnecessary.
Very, very true. So the thing is this, first of all, I like to say, what will get you into the interview room is a number of steps before that. We talked about a psychometric test, online assessments, and a CV is so important. I like to call a CV your first impression. That's the first thing that we come across as recruiters. So one other thing I like to say is your CV is the answer, the job description is the question. All right? So you saw a job advert in the papers, you saw an advertisement in the news, online. Your CV is the answer to those questions. So a lot of times, just like the bell ringer story, at the beginning of the CV, you start your CV off by telling me your age. Now, nowhere in the job description did I say I'm looking for 18-year-olds, 25-year-olds. If I did ask that question, by all means put it. But if I'm saying I'm looking for young executives, blah, 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 and then you decide to put for me your age, and then you are 35-year-old, you have biased yourself out of the process, just at the beginning, by virtue of putting information that's not relevant. So my caveat when it comes to CVs is, and we can talk about this for another hour, make sure you respond to the job description. Don't put for us irrelevant information. There are people who will tell us that they have 5 children, that they're born again, that they are that they have done fast aid training. Very interesting stuff. Very nice.
Again, just not relevant.
But it's not relevant. So again, what is a good size for a CV? Depending on the organization, if you're applying to a university for a professor position, they'll be interested in all your publications and all the universities that you've traveled to understand, to give lectures. But if you're an entry-level person, what business do you have having 2 pages of a CV?
Yeah.
Capture all you've done in a succinct manner, look at the job description, give us the specifics of what we're looking for.
And you mentioned something that I think a lot, maybe it's just a lot of people around the world who do this, but I know for sure Kenyans have done this at least once in their lives, where they lie or exaggerate the truth on their profile.
Right.
So you say, you were really just working near the building, and you say, I worked at Safaricom, I was this, I was that, I was this. Yeah. You were just maybe a subordinate staff, and then you say, but I was actually the one handling the accounts.
Yes.
Have you encountered this a number of times?
100 times, 100 times. And so what we try to do is we try to screen you, we'll call you over the phone and try to check and confirm. But the problem is this, if you do end up be cheekily landing in the interview room, you will still not get the job. If anything, now we will more or less have a note never to shortlist this person. So you kind of create a problem for yourself long term. Be as authentic as possible. Go out there, do internships, find opportunities to work so that you have many examples to give. Don't be so quick to create fake stories so that you can get through. It will only get you so far.
It can only get you so far, because eventually you're going to...
We'll catch up.
And people lie. And that is the job that you're supposed to do, and they tell you, okay, so you said that you cook chapatis, so please carry on. This is the job you're doing. No. Okay, so now let's talk about presentation for a bit. We talked about personal branding yesterday when Monesi was here. And he's always dapper. You're looking dapper yourself. When you're walking into an interview, right now things have changed. For young guys, they wear T-shirts and jeans, and that's the norm. They have their dreads, and they have their studs, and they have their cuts. But we have a lot more young people now getting into the workspace. I mean, how it changes everything. So should they wear the suits just for the interview?
So it's a very good question. The thing is this, Amina, depending on the organization you're applying for. If you're coming to work for a radio station, and your job is going to be of a particular kind, a particular demographic, how much more will you increase your chances if you come dressed in a suit? I don't know. If you're coming for an executive position, you need to be dressed a particular way. If you're going to a consulting firm in Kenya, KPMG, Deloitte, if you go dressed in a jacket without a tie, they will immediately write you off. If you come to Safaricom dressed the way I'm dressed, we'll be fine. If you come to a government institution and dress the way I'm dressed, they'll kick you out. So it really depends on the preparation that you've done to understand the organization you're going to be talking to, and on that basis, dress appropriately. I like to say, even if you're going to a radio station, don't go too far out. Try and stay in the middle, where it's not too controversial, because again, it's a human process. So someone will say, ameva red, huyu anakaa mang'aa. So how about you stick to the bland colors? Stick to black, blue, green, gray, just the bland colors. Play around with your blues, but just stay in the middle. Don't go too far out, because unfortunately, not everyone might appreciate it in the panel.
That is so true. 1,000%. So for those of you who are watching and want to maybe get into media, now this is something that I usually do and people ask me all the time. You see, with the different jobs that you do, it's like you're juggling different things. So today you're a radio presenter, tomorrow you're an MC. So today you're doing like a half corporate, half serious event. Then tomorrow you're doing a full-on corporate event. The next day you're doing a concert. And if you don't dress appropriately for all of these events, then you look really lost.
Yes.
And so sometimes, you know, like when we get on TV, especially if you're doing a serious show or news, there's a way that you should dress. And different stations have different policies about it. But then you'll realize if when you're watching a lot of international news, the anchors are very plainly dressed.
Yes.
No makeup or very minimal makeup,
Yes.
no hairstyle,
Yes.
just a very simple dress.
Yes.
And it matches with the male anchor.
Exactly.
And then it's very different now, because I'm so used to watching some of those channels, it's so different when now you watch a Kenyan channel, it's a full-faced beauty, and you're like, that's not how it's supposed to be. So it's all part of research.
It's distracting.
Very distracting, because you're supposed to be giving me news, me, I'm just like, hey,
yes.
I'm going to slide in the DM, or,
Yes.
you know, like, what is going on? Now, let's talk about virtual interviews. Chris,
Right.
this is the norm now. In fact, people have been doing pretty much everything virtually for a better part of this year.
Yes.
And somehow, you still get late for this virtual interview. You still haven't downloaded that app that you're supposed to be. What are some of the challenges that you face as someone on the other end, and what would you appreciate for people to do more as they prepare for these virtual interviews?
It's a very good question. So like I said earlier, for starters, if you can, find a very good space within your home. If you don't have a very good space, find a friend who has a good background. Backgrounds are going to become the new thing. Do you have a background that is actually representative of a serious person? So unfortunately now, because we're having interviews in our homes, a lot of people are interviewing in their bedrooms. And I was saying earlier, what then we see is people with their nets not drawn.
That's so true.
You find someone with their bed not made. You have a calendar there that is my competition. I mean, be more considerate of the audience you're on stage, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And so your screen and how you look like and how clearly we can see you becomes so important. I was saying earlier, people like me who are dark, people are having to invest in lighting so that you can be seen. Because your demeanor, the way you smile, all those things don't disappear. Now that we're going virtual, it doesn't mean that now we're not concerned about how you look and how you present yourself. Don't slouch. There are people who think because we're on a virtual interview, I can slouch. Look into the camera, smile, be presentable. Those are important things. So find good internet. Again, we're all very understanding now that we're working at home, so children might walk in. The thing is this is a business. They have 1 hour with you. They don't want to constantly get interrupted by your child. We're humane, we understand. But if you can find a way, this is a special day for you, it's an interview. If you can find a way from that day, your child to be taken to the neighbors, akimbie chini downstairs kidogo, have your interview in a quiet place, good internet, talk to your friends, get the best internet on that day, Safaricom obviously, make sure that you are not going to get interrupted. Because again, what we see is we're having a good conversation, you keep getting cut, and then and the thing is, it's no concern, no, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just that it distracts from the process. People in the panel begin to get irritated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Though on that point, if you do lose network, if you don't hear a question, ask for clarification. Say, sorry, I missed that question. Do you mind repeating it again? Because sometimes you have people answering an opposite question, and you don't have that much time to sell yourself in this 1 hour.
Yeah, that's true. And also, what about like that 5-minute elevator pitch? Does it help you maybe prepare for an interview where you can sell yourself in the shortest amount of time? Because sometimes you can ramble on and on and on, and then you can see yourself losing them, and now you're rambling on and on because you can't stop. Now you feel like how I'm doing it right now.
No, you're fine, you're fine. It's around the nerves. We talked about nerves earlier.
Yes.
So I think if you prepare, for starters, breathe, and then be very precise and concise with your responses. The thing is, in preparation, you will have, I need to go through these 5 stops in my conversation. If I've not hit these 5, I've not communicated. So I have my 5 stops that I need to make sure I've communicated through. I've practiced that I need to give my spiel in 3 minutes. So I do it really quickly and I practice over and over again.
Yeah.
So when I'm going for the interview, it comes out naturally. And no one stops you from having a notepad even when you're in a physical interview. I've not seen anyone saying you're not allowed to the papers inside. It's not an exam, it's a conversation.
That is so true. We prepare for it like an exam.
Yes. So come in there with your notes and say, can I write down what you just asked me? Write it down, reflect on it for 2 minutes, respond. Or say, you know what, nothing comes to mind now. Do you mind asking the next question?
Yeah.
We'll come back to this when I have an example. It's not an exam. Yeah.
But those nerves get you working and you start sweating, you start hearing your own things, even a question you know you don't know, all of a sudden you're so confused, you get flustered, you know, sometimes people intimidate you and you're thinking, am I being confident, am I confident enough, especially if you come late.
Right. You shouldn't come late.
If you're even 2 minutes late, you're just flustered. Coming late also leaves a
It leaves a bad impression because then, we are all humans, but don't come late. Try as much as possible because you prepared. Log in early, have like 3 options, Skype, have your phone, have your laptop, so that if any of them drop off, you can pick up on the next one. But the thing is this, and this is the trick of presentations, that the audience actually wants you to succeed. So they start you off on 100. It's you who keeps taking away every point as you go along. So they're as anxious as you are to get you to succeed. It's a psychological trick that they just want you to succeed as well. So you go in there confident that these are human beings, they actually have my best interest at heart, and let me do my best. So just calm down. They're human beings, and the chances are they're also just as nervous.
Yes.
For you to succeed.
That is so true, but then you don't see it that way. No. You're just so fixated on, did I say that right? Is that exactly how I should have said it? You know, is that how I prepared for it? And sometimes people complain that you call for auditions. It happens a lot in the film industry, I understand, where they have this audition, they call out for people to come, there's a producer or a TV presenter or something position. They already had someone in mind, this is just a formality.
That's problematic. And that's problematic. When a company has someone lined up and you just someone to kusindikisha wengine, that's wrong.
Kusindikisha.
That's wrong. But it does happen in other organizations. But sometimes what happens is, since you've come into that interview, don't miss the chance. Chances are that ula umesindikisha, if he doesn't do well 3 months later, they'll be like, there was a number 2 who did very well. Let's call them up. They were good. They did so well. So they'll be guilty in giving this person the job, but they'll always remember you.
Yeah. All right, now when we talk, you extensively explained about, the question when someone asks you, so tell us about yourself. However, there's another question that you get asked in some of these interviews and you just don't know how to respond, or, you're not sure if you should be 100% honest when they ask you to tell us about your strengths and your weaknesses, and you wonder, should I tell you more about my strengths and maybe like one normal weakness? I just don't like I don't like vanilla as a flavor, because you don't know.
So the question on weakness, we tackled it briefly and we said, try and be authentic. We will buy from you if we trust you. We will buy from you if we feel you're someone who's authentic. So by all means, share with them an example of a development area. Even they on that panel have development areas, and they're working on them. No one gets there. We said yesterday, never arrive. So no one is arriving. We are all figuring things out. So you say, look, I feel like as I progress, I'm finding I'm not as analytical. And what I have done is I have enrolled myself in these kind of things that I'm doing online to help my analytical self more and more. So development area, don't run away from that question. It helps us get to know you and see how authentic you are. It's a very important question. And it tells us that you're self-aware.
That you know who you are, meaning you understand what it is that you're going to be bringing to the table if we officially hire you. Thank you so much, Chris, for taking time and talking to us. Any final comments?
No, I think prepare.
Yeah, there you go. Prep, and more prep. That is all that separates you from those of you consider great. Chris Otundo, Senior Manager, Talent Acquisition from right here at Safaricom. Now, as we continue with the program, when we get back, by the Lotan will be here. We will be responding to, or rather we'll be reading some of your comments that you will have sent. Of course, that being on YouTube, on our YouTube page. I can see a lot of you watching. Thank you so much for all of that. More airtime, by the way, coming up as well. Plus, more from DJ Joe. But right now, we want to talk about data science. And our next speaker is Sai Kumar Alaka, Senior Manager, Data Science from Safaricom PLC.
Hi everyone. My name is Sai Kumar and I'm working at Safaricom in Analytics Division, and my role is Senior Manager Analytics. So before we get deeper into this particular discussion of data science, let's understand that data science is something that is on big trend across the world. You know, big organizations like IBM, Oracle, Google, Microsoft, everyone is looking to hire data scientists. So I hope you guys understand that this data science is an ongoing trend. Now let's understand what is that we are going to cover in this particular session. In this particular session, we'll be knowing who is a data scientist or who is a data scientist. What does a data scientist do? I mean, what is your career path to go up in data science? So majorly the discussion will be around data science, and as a data scientist, what would you do at Safaricom? Let's start with the first question. Who is a data scientist? In simple words, if I have to say, someone who can apply science on data and derive insights out of it so that business can make some decisions. So that's, in simple words, data scientist. But let me break it for you. So data scientist, see, assume that I'm Safaricom and I wanted to reach out to my 30 million customers during this Christmas and give some offers. But I cannot give offers to all those 30 million customers, right? So a better way would be, I have a business problem. So first step in data science is like, you'll start with a business problem. My business problem right now is to identify potential customers to whom I can offer something. That's my problem. So as a data scientist, you should talk to businesses. Assume that I'm the business and you are the data scientist. So you talk to me, understand my business problem. Once you understand my business problem, then you start exploring the data. What do you mean by data exploration? See, 30 million customers, they do transactions, they do calls, they browse, and they chat on WhatsApp and all that. So there is lots of information that is being gathered on Safaricom's side, or in any organization, may it be banks, may it be retail, in any organization that's happening. So once you know that this is the business problem, be it be recommendation engine, be it be credit scoring engine, be it be anything. But once you understood the business problem, the next step for you is to understand the data and see whether it can solve the business problem or not. So as a data scientist, step 1, understand the business problem. You understood it. Now step 2. The step 2 is explore the data. I mean, there are tools like Python, there are tools like R or Tableau and many other tools. You're going to use these tools to explore the data. Once you explore the data, you know how to solve the problem. So business problem, data exploration. Now, once you explore the data, the next step is to automate. What do you mean by automate? See, 30 million customers, right? I need some intelligent system that can tell me, hey, these are the customers you have to target, right? So using machine learning, we are going to automate this decision-making process. So that's step 3. Once you're done with the step 3, the step 4 is to communicate the insights to the business. So now, any organization, the end goal is data scientists should understand the problem, explore the data, automate it with machine learning, and derive insights out of that data and provide the insights to the business for better decision making. That is data scientist. Now, why do you think data science is important for any organization? So think it this simple way. I'm a telecom giant, Safaricom, and we have 30 million customers. 30 million customers have 30 million devices. Now this 30 million devices every second will generate lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of data. Now the first biggest problem I'll definitely have is to handle that incoming data from 30 million customers every second, which means every second I have 30 million data points coming into my system. Now, using data science or using big data, I'll be able to handle that big data. That's the reason we need data science in any organization. That's only one part of it. The second part is, imagine, see, it's not just a customer using his device. A customer is connected to another customer also. In this digital world, everything is connected. For example, if I go to a merchant or Carrefour, you take out your phone, you do the transaction, and the money goes into Carrefour, right? But I have to store all this information, gather all this information, and derive insights, right? So in this digitally connected world, you need technology like or science like data science, so that you can understand your customers, understand their transactions, and derive insights. It just doesn't stop there. As I was mentioning in the previous slide, it's very important that an organization has data scientists who can help them to automate the processes. What do you mean by automating the process? I was telling you, right, assume that I'm a bank now and I have 1 million customers and I have to give loan to 1 million customers. I cannot call every customer and tell them that, do you need a loan? Or I cannot give loans to everyone because not everyone will pay back. So here the point is, I need an intelligent system, which is as good as a human, but should be able to tell me that out of this 1 million customers, maybe 500,000 customers you can give them loans because their credit risk is low. So you need machine learning for you to automate many things so that you can scale up your intelligence. So any organization would need a machine learning system for them to automate the decision making. And at the end goal is to keep the customer happy. See, for example, if you see many retail stores, during the Christmas and or during any big festive season, they give offers. Why do they give offers? Just to keep customer happy. But the next obvious question is, there are 40 different offers, there are say 30 million customers. Each customer has his own thought, right? I cannot give this 40 offers to 30 million customers. What I would say is, I should tell, hey customer, these are the 4 offers I picked for you and I'm sure you might like them. So take these offers. So at the end goal is to make sure that customer is satisfied. So why does an organization needs data science? In simple words, to handle that huge amount of data, to derive insights from that huge amount of data, to automate machine learning algorithms so that it can handle that huge number of customers, and we do this to make sure that the end customer is happy. Now, let's talk about what are the skills that are required to become a data scientist. So remember, this data scientist has 2 words, data and scientist. So the word scientist says that you are a special guy. So which means your basic foundations in mathematics should be very strong. When I say mathematics, what do I mean by mathematics? The mathematics which you have learned in your grade 10, grade 12, linear algebra, calculus, geometry, statistics, you should be very good at them. Because most of the machine learning algorithms, their base is mathematics. So if you know mathematics well, then you know machine learning well. So it is better you have the foundations in mathematics very solid. That's one basic thing which we look in for a data scientist. Now, the second obvious thing is, as a data scientist, you work with computers. It's not like you just write something on papers, right? You work with computers. So when you work with computers, you should know programming. So the another foundation, while mathematics is one foundation which you should know in data science, the another thing which you should also know is programming and data structures. The reason I'm saying this is, if you are a good programmer, then you can also become a good data scientist. For a data scientist, programming is very important because you write some complex programs to automate many things, to do decision making. So all this definitely would need some good skills in programming. So programming is a must. And the another foundation which you should look into is data structures. See, when you're dealing with huge amount of data, it is also important that your concepts of data structures should be very concrete. So the first foundation is mathematics, and the second foundation that you should know is data structures and programming. Now the third one is data analysis. So what do you mean by data analysis? Say I give you some data about customers and you're supposed to help me with some insights for me to make decisions. Okay, so the obvious skill which I will look into you is, you should be able to do some data analysis, you should explore the data and bring out some cool visualizations out of it, so that I can use these visualizations or I can use these insights to help businesses make better decisions. So one more skill that should be there is, like, you should have good analysis skills, good breakdown skills, good data understanding skills, good data visualization skills. So we are done with mathematics, we are done with programming and data structures, we are done with data visualization and data analysis. The fourth step which you should know for all good reasons is machine learning. See, as a data scientist, you will spend good amount of time in data plumbing or data engineering. When I say data plumbing, when I give you data, you directly don't jump into machine learning. You do step-by-step analysis of data, understand the data, and then you start machine learning. So the fourth step which we are talking is about machine learning. So, and also deep learning. See, machine learning is used for problems like, should I give a loan to this customer or not? Or for this customer, can I give this offer or not? Things like that. But there is the other side called deep learning. Deep learning has more to do with images and AI, artificial intelligence. So you should be very good with machine learning on one side and also deep learning on other side for you to become a super data scientist. And the fifth one is, we spoke about many things, right? So we spoke about mathematics, we spoke about data structures and programming, data analysis skills, machine learning skills. But when you're coming into the real world problems, you'll write many programs. I mean, you connect to different data sources, extract data, you write many data analysis modules, you'll write many machine learning modules. So it's a whole in whole, a big pipeline. So you should have skills to stitch each of this module and have a concrete but at the same time an efficient pipeline. So another skill which you should have is good pipeline making skills. So that's one. And the obvious last one which you need to have is business acumen skills. As a business acumen, I mean, assume that you're a good techie guy and data scientist. But if you're not very good in communicating the results which you see with businesses, or if you're not very good at understanding the problems of businesses, then there's no point. So one good skill every data scientist should have is understanding the business problems, understanding the business domains. These are like another skill that a data scientist should have. So these are the 6 skills that will make you a very proper data scientist. Now, how do you build your career in data science? See, data science, there are multiple options, you know. It's not like whatever I'm telling you now is not the only way. There are other ways. But I'm suggesting you the way in which you can reach the end goal of becoming a proper data scientist, okay? In the previous slide, I was talking about different skills you need to have. One such skill is programming and data structures. So what will be good is, it's good if you have this software engineer skills. So if I have to say, maybe you should start as a software engineer. It doesn't mean that you should start as a software engineer, but given an opportunity, start as a software engineer and slowly become data scientist. So don't just try to look for data science roles, because a data scientist should also have proper software engineering skills. So maybe if you have an opportunity, start with software engineering. In software engineering, you should be very good with programming and data structures. That's your step 1. Now, over time, then slowly jump into data analyst. What do you mean by data analyst? Someone who is very good in understanding the data, someone who is very good in bringing insights out of the data, someone who is very good in making nice, beautiful charts and visualizations and presenting it to the business. That's data analyst. So you might start as a software engineer and then get promoted as data analyst, and then while data analyst and software engineer are 2 things, there is one thing called data engineering. So data engineering, you know this, there is a word called big data, which means like you have maybe a 16-node cluster. In that 16-node cluster, you have terabytes of data, but you need people who can process that data and derive insights out of it, right? So that's data engineering. So data engineering is essentially engineering the data and transforming the data so that you can use it to build something. That could be machine learning, that could be to do decision making, whatever. So data engineer, someone who can actually write pipelines that can collect data from different sources, store data, process data, and share data. So these are the basic roles of a data engineer. So you might start as a software engineer, then you might get into data analyst, then data engineer, and now you have done the 3 basic things that a data scientist would require. Now you become a data scientist. So what does a data scientist do? He does software engineering, he does data analysis, he does data engineering. Apart from this, he also does machine learning and deep learning. So you should be good with your mathematical skills, machine learning skills, and deep learning skills. So the point here is, I'm not trying to tell you that you should you should go in the same direction. Probably you might start as a data engineer and become data scientist. Probably if you have already all the skills, then you might directly jump into data scientist. So I'm just giving you a guidance on the different roles or the different steps you're going to take to become a data scientist. But you might directly become a data scientist if you already have these skills. All these are good, okay, but there is one more role that every data scientist wants to become, that's AI consultant. AI consultant is the last step. For example, I spent my career in a company for 5 years. Now I know in and out of data science. Should I still be the same data scientist who is programming and stuff? Not necessarily. Probably the next step is to become a consultant in data, AI consultant. I mean, engage businesses, understand their problems, lead a big team, and get the data science work done through that big team. So 5 steps: software engineer, data analyst, data engineer, data scientist, and AI consultant. Okay, now let's see what are the roles in Safaricom related to data. Let's start with the basic one. The basic one would be the BI, business intelligence, or a data analyst. So I already talked about what is data analyst, right? Someone who can explore the data, someone who can understand the data, someone who can derive insights out of data, present the results to the businesses so that they can make better decisions. So more or like business intelligence and data analysts, they try to do the same thing. That's one role. So BI or a data analyst. The second role is big data engineer. As a data scientist, for me to automate something through machine learning, the first step is to process data, or the first step is to collect data. Who will collect the data? For example, Safaricom has 30 different data sources through which the data comes in. First step is who will integrate those 30 different data sources and bring the data and put it somewhere, maybe at a centralized data warehouse. And also, how would I ensure that the huge incoming data is stored on a scalable cluster? When I say scalable, you'll get to know more as you know more about big data, but you need to have a cluster which is scalable, okay? So we need a big data engineer who can actually bring data from different sources and store it at one centralized repository which is scalable, process all this data and make it available, make the feature store available for data scientists, data analysts, and BI developers for them to do their work. So this big data engineering becomes a base. So one role which we have is big data developer or big data engineer. And the third obvious role is data scientist, which you guys are looking for. But let me tell you, all these are interconnected. It doesn't mean that you just do BI and data analyst or you just do big data engineering. All these are interconnected, and each of these teams communicate with each other every day. And the fourth role which we have is an AI engineer. While data scientists will build maybe platforms for giving loans or not, or for recommendations and all this, or customer value management, all this might be done by a data scientist. But you know what? I might want to build a chatbot, or I might want to do KYC, know your customer, using some advanced AI algorithms. So one more role which we have is AI engineer. What are the different roles in Safaricom that are related to data? There are 4 roles. One is data analyst, one is data scientist, one is big data engineer, and one is AI consultant. Let's understand one by one. Data analyst, someone who can explore data, derive insights, and present the results to businesses. So that's one role. In this role, you're expected to know statistics, and also you're expected to know data visualization tools like BI, like Power BI, Tableau. So only this is called as data analyst and business intelligence. That's one role which we're looking at. The second role is big data engineering. So what is the responsibilities of a big data engineer? See, there are many different data sources, right? So you need an engineer who can integrate with those data sources, bring all that data and put it in a centralized platform, process that data, and allow the other teams like data analyst teams or data scientist teams to start working on it. So the whole point of big data engineering is to ensure that the incoming data is well handled, and stored at a centralized repository, and access is given to data analysts and data scientists. So this is one role. And the third role which we are looking at is data scientist. We already spoke about data scientist. Machine learning, deep learning, very good in programming, very good in mathematics. So this is what makes a data scientist. So that's the third role. And the fourth role is AI engineer. There is not much difference between data scientist and AI engineer. It's just that AI engineer main focus would be on deep learning, on chatbots, on some image recognition algorithms. That will be the major role of an AI engineer. So 4 roles: data analyst, big data engineer, data scientist, and AI engineer. I think you enjoyed this session, and all the best for your career, and we have explored different opportunities and options. Now you know how to become a data scientist, and all the best.
Very informative.
Wow.
What? Felt like I was back in class. You know what I mean? Like
I feel
was
like
just-
I didn't go to class. Like, this is
Yeah.
a whole new uni for me.
This one. Thank you, Sai Kumar, Alaka Senior Manager, Data Science from right here, Safaricom PLC. Now, we've got a lot of questions that are coming in. We have a lot of you just asking. But in fact, people also asking, what do you need to study?
Exactly.
You know, to be a data scientist.
What qualifications do you need to have? Because a lot of people are asking, okay, Upper Nairobi, where do I start? How do
Yeah.
I go there? You know, and everything. And obviously, that's not the only thing that we have on this particular day. After this, we'll be having the Discover Trainee Program. Please, I want you to sit back, relax, and enjoy this one, because Tanya, Stacy, Ariel, and Eva are going to talk to us about how you can join Safaricom fresh out of uni, and then you can progress all the way to the top seat, which is probably the CEO of this amazing company. Then after that, boy child. Listen, let me talk to the boy child for this one.
Talk to the boy child.
Sikiza,
Zoltan.
Mandume, munisikize vizuri tafadhali. The next one is all about you. Vijana wanasema huku nje, mademu wanawasumbua, pressure ni mingi. Listen, 2020 has been a unique year for all of us. COVID happened, some of us lost our opportunities to work. Stand by, because Dr. Caroline Vundi is going to be talking to us about mental health. And sijui mbona maboyo, unajua, on that particular day, somebody called me and told me they love me. Hey! Boy, nikashangai ni nini bana. Boy atakwambia aje hivyo. Then Dr. Caroline Vundi actually talked about it and said, usikuwe na mapresha. Maboy pia wanezambia nayo.
Wanezambiana. And you know, the other thing that you men do is that you don't like showing emotion.
Sisi ni wa tough.
I get it, you're tough, but then you can't constantly be tough all the time.
So you can
and
be
then,
tough
and
in
then
public.
now all of a sudden one day you're just letting all this pressure out. You're there. You know, some of these things are what lead to domestic violence cases, because you don't have avenues where you let out all of these frustrations that you encounter on a daily. You don't believe in therapy, so here you are now just sitting at home and just bottling everything up, and then one day it just erupts. All right, so we're going to be talking about mental health. If you have any questions, please do send them in. I've got airtime winners. I'll read them in a bit, but right now we've got Sai with us as we respond to some of your questions. Sai, can you hear us?
All right, I think we're trying to get to him.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, good afternoon. I think it's afternoon wherever you are. Sai, how are you doing this afternoon, I believe?
Yeah, this is, good afternoon,
All right, and to the few of us probably that are aware, congratulations are in due. Congratulations. All the best in the near future. Besides, there's a lot of questions that are, or rather feedback that is coming through on especially YouTube. Allow me just to read some of them. Let me just go to Maxwell. Or rather, Maxwell Monene says, great, I like this, Sai. My main takeout from this science session is that change is inevitable. The world is fastly moving towards digitization. There will be many more opportunities in digital technology, and thanks. Now, G Foods comes through, and I say, Makuna pressure, but he has a very basic question. I'm sorry for taking you this slow, but there's too many of us that probably didn't understand 80 to 90% of what you might have said. But what is a simple algorithm? Just explain it from that, because you mentioned it a couple of times on your discourse, because that actually, in a long sense, affects the data and how it's collected.
Oh yeah, so what do you mean by algorithm? Algorithm is like, you're automating or you're writing a program that can do a sequence of steps That's just an algorithm. And I'm trying to keep it in simple words, okay? I'm not trying to make it complicated. So algorithm, you have a sequence of steps and you wanted to automate them, and that becomes an algorithm. And when I say machine learning algorithm, something which can learn by itself and something which is intelligent enough to do things by itself. So that's machine learning algorithm.
Interesting, Sai.
All right, so now, Sai, I have a question. Mine is to do with data collection. How do you recover with maybe minimal to absolutely no impact to the customer or the end user when it comes to you making a decision that maybe wasn't the accurate decision to make because it was based on data that was analyzed wrongly? Does that make any sense?
Can you come again? I lost in between.
It's okay. It was a longer question anyway. All right, so go with the question.
Thank you, Amina, for that. So there's a lot more questions that are coming through. Let me read from Susan Musili, who says, on this, having an idea of the business goal is crucial. That way, you can have better analysis, and the performance of your company depends on it. So the way you mentioned it is as if the companies on the scale of Safaricom are the only ones that probably need a data scientist. What about that person that wants to set up something very not too big, but very basic back in the village? How does data science affect that particular business?
So, okay, what you're saying is you're looking at small organizations,
exactly,
something like that. I mean, irrespective of what is the size of organization, as long as that particular organization has capabilities of collecting data, irrespective of the scale, if you can understand your customers, you will be able to make better decisions. So the whole point of this data analysis is to understand customers, be it with 10 customers, be it with 1 million customers. If the organization has capability to collect data and analyze data, it doesn't matter, and it should be, and also it helps that even a small organization to scale up faster. For example, I may start with 10 customers, but I can easily go to 1 million customers given I have a technology that can handle it. I don't know whether I have answered your question or not, but
I think you have. And then finally from Gerald, who says, let me just read it. I have a question. Do the Y have all the data? Let me just get that again. Do the Y have all the data from when you were a subscriber, or do they load with them? I didn't really get that particular question. So Gerald, just type it again, tafadhali. Finally from...
I have one.
Right.
To become a data scientist, Sai, what do you study? What do you focus on? What, let's talk interest for the people who are watching right now and are thinking of this being a field that they want to venture into.
So is the question around what are the skills that are required to become a data scientist, or what should you learn?
Yes.
Is the question around that? Okay. I think it was covered in the previous video, but to keep it simple, ensure that your programming skills are good, ensure that your mathematical skills are good. If these two are in place, I think then learning data science would become very easy. So the basic foundation is that you need to have this mathematics, statistics, and programming. Once you have all these three in place, then there are specific things to do in data science, especially the Python and R programming languages. So if you can also have a good knowledge of Python and R programming language, then I think you are ready for data science, or you will learn data science very fast.
Interesting. Thank you so much. That was Sai Kumar Alaka. Thank you so much, Sai. And do you enjoy your day? Asante sana. Amina.
Yes.
Nilikuwa kuna vitu alikuwa nasema nilikuwa naelewa hapo alafu lakini kizungu ndio ngumu.
Ilikuwa ni ngumu. I think there were more questions that were coming in.
Yes, a lot of them were coming in, but they were not too coherent. So I think I've asked them to just put them into place, and then we'll definitely have them. Shout out to Nyambura coming through. Asante sana Nyambura. You've not told us where you're watching this particular stream from. Diana Spencer, thank you. I can see you on my timeline. Gerald Marco, as always, Asante sana. Yes. G Foods, thank you so much for that. Gilbert Kip Keter says, I'm loving it, I'm enjoying it. Fatuma X Hassan says, thanks a lot, I've learned a lot. Dan Wabile said, I'm glad I joined today. Yesterday's was a lesson, I've watched them, and I'm really glad I am here again today. Mohammed Yassin finally says, I am here, and I'm here to enjoy myself.
Fantastic. Plus, as you're enjoying yourself, we want to give you some airtime. Okay, now we've already told you for 20 bob you get 200 MB. What do you need to do? You dial *544#. You choose option 6, and then you're well on your way to enjoy it. So I even want to give you airtime on top of all of that. So from YouTube, drum rolls. These are the names. These are our winners. We've got John Oluchibia, Irene Jepto, Lawrence Sonoya, Hemeshir Korir, Simon Gitau, G Foods, asante kwa maswali mingi umeuliza by the way, Irene Njahu, Cyprian Meki, Kiprui Kipngetich, Gerald Mako, and then on Facebook we have Ted, we have Lewis Omolo, and we have Brian Giggs. Thank you so much, guys. You all win airtime courtesy of Blaze from Safaricom. This being our very first, you see how I keep saying our, kwa sababu tunafanya hapa Safaricom. This being our very first virtual career fair, we hope that you're learning. Please keep on sending in those questions and the comments. They're keeping us company.
Interesting. And even as Amina has read out your name, tafadhali, please, uki-DM Safaricom PLC kwa Twitter. Enter to the Blaze account. That's an instruction I've been given. So if your name has been called, especially under the YouTube category, take a screenshot, go to Facebook, Blaze account, and then definitely post your screenshot there, DM brother, that particular screenshot, and then they'll definitely get back to you.
That's right. And you know, they know how to respond to you. I really like the Twitter responses. Yeah, when people are, they're just funny. Guys,
the banter.
Yes, from the Safaricom page. All right, so please do follow us, tag us, subscribe to our page that is on YouTube, the Blaze channel that you're watching us on right now. We've got a lot more coming up.
100%. And this next one is for myself and the youngins. Nimekutoa kwa information. So have you ever thought of if Safaricom picked you up straight from uni and gave you an opportunity to intern for them with the hope of you going the whole entire mile and actually ending up as a top executive at Safaricom? Listen, this next session is all about the Discover Trainee Program, and I'd like to welcome Tanya, Stacy, Ariel, and Eva, who I sat down a couple of weeks ago, and this is how it went down. But anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for keeping the conversation coming. Yesterday we got so much feedback, and because of that feedback, you asked us yesterday, how do I end up working for Safaricom? I'm a graduate, I'm a master's degree holder, I've just finished school. How do I end up working for this amazing company? So because you asked that, we thought, you know what? Let's bring together a group of amazing, cool people who work at Safaricom. But the one thing that's distinct about them, rather, is that they are very, very, very young and very excited to work for this big corporation. I will not introduce them. 4 lovely ladies with me on set. Ain't I lucky? Ladies, please introduce yourselves.
My name is Ariel Kaleji, and I'm happy to be here.
Tanya Braganza, glad to be here.
I'm Eva Chamgorem, super excited to share my journey with you.
Hey, my name is Stacy Akot, and I'm very happy to be here.
All right, so allow me to start with Tanya. Tanya, you lead this team, and you are part of the people that help bring this particular team together. Tell us, what is the Discover program all about?
Thanks. So the Safaricom Discover program is basically a management trainee program that we started in 2014. We take about 20 graduates every year, and with the sole intent of training and preparing them for future leadership roles within Safaricom. So we basically recruit from a diverse background, from data science to UX design, to IoT, to AI specialists, very diverse. And the basic role of a Discover trainee is just to learn alongside their managers and alongside various experts within Safaricom.
All right, so when you speak about recruitment, I know a lot of people watching are asking themselves, how do I get recruitment? And this is before I ask you about your recruitment journey and how you actually came on board. What does it take to be recruited into this particular program? What are you looking for?
Well, basically, 3 things what we look for in a Discover trainee. I'll start with mindset. You've got to have a very positive attitude, very positive outlook in life, because things get challenging and that's what sets you above. Second is skill set. You have to have learning agility. You have to be willing to unlearn, relearn, and learn. Basically, how to survive in a dynamic workplace. Lastly is tool set. You have to be able to teach yourself the tools that will set you apart and distinguish you as a credible, whatever it is you're aspiring to be, possibly a UX designer or a data scientist. Just those three.
Interesting. And when you talk about these three things, I want to hear the stories of everybody on set today, how you ended up being, a Discover trainee. How was your story, Ariel?
So I saw an e-shot from WhatsApp that was sent to me by a friend, and actually it was on the last day of when the applications were
due.
Yeah. And I decided to take my shot. I applied. I said why I thought I'm a perfect fit, and I was shortlisted. Yeah.
Interesting. It sounds like, was it like composition? You may write good compositions.
No, it wasn't too complicated. To be honest, anybody can actually do it. Yeah.
All right. I like that. Eva, what about you?
I think for me, I had just graduated, so I was job hunting.
Like the rest of us.
With aggression.
Okay.
With aggression. So it wasn't a matter of this opportunity that it came to me by chance.
Yeah.
No, I was actively looking for jobs. So I saw the Safaricom graduate management training job being advertised.
Yeah.
I saw that they were looking for someone like me, someone interested in data science, amongst other tech jobs.
Okay.
But when I saw that they also, in that group, wanted a data scientist, I applied. Of course, I had to go through the Safaricom career portal just to make sure and verify that, I needed to go to the right place. I need my CV to go to the right place. So it was just a matter of that, sending my CV online, and that was it.
All right. Like they said, the rest is history.
The rest is history.
Stacey, you were part of cohort number 1. Tell me about your journey. I mean, there was no predecessors. There was nobody to benchmark with. You guys were blank. You had no idea. Why did you apply?
Okay, that's an interesting question. Okay, so I remember it was in April of 2014 when they actually sent out the e-shots for people to make applications. So the e-shots were all around the WhatsApp groups, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, everywhere, right? And at first I was like, what's this Discover program / graduate management program, I wasn't too familiar about it, but why I loved it was because it talked about discovery and discovering yourself. Because when you leave campus, you're never too sure about what you want to do, right? Like you hear, sometimes you're influenced by people. Some are conductors, this, that, everything.
Me contact a lawyer.
Yeah, so you're never too sure. And what I liked about this is it gave me an opportunity to be able to go through various divisions and various teams to then discover where my strengths were. Yeah, so we actually got the e-shot before graduation, but I had already gotten my results, right? So we're just waiting to graduate in August, and we're also encouraged to apply. So I sent in my application, and why I thought I was a fit candidate for the role. We went through a series of aptitude tests, personality tests, and then some face-to-face interviews. And then afterwards, we got confirmed into the jobs.
I like something that you've said when it comes to you applied, and it's very unique with all of us. But I want to know, what made you think that you are a suitable candidate? Because a lot of young people out there are looking at life from the point of, msi mwingine asha apply. Mi hata nimesomea tu exam kidogo, mi hata sijui, sikumaliza hata, sikuwa number 1 kwa university or something of the sort. Why did you guys think that you're unique enough to get this particular position? And this just goes out to anybody. Why did you think you are most suitable for this particular job? Ariel.
You see, when I was starting, like Stacey has mentioned, the e-shot was quite catchy. It talks about you discovering yourself, discovering your talent and capabilities, and I think that's what attracted most of us, because I'm in a position where I'm job hunting.
Yeah.
I'm looking for something to do. If I can be able to get a place where I can be able to actually be given space, and it's 18 full months of discovering yourself, learning your interest, and deciding the career path that you actually want to take, then why not? I was in a position where I'm like, let me try this. I see if I'll be taken. If I'll be taken, well and good. If I won't be taken, I have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
But I'll be very guilty if I found myself in a situation where I didn't apply and later on I'm like, what if I applied? What if I was taken? Yeah.
I like that because it shows that there's grit. There's also obviously mental power, because I know you don't apply on Tuesday and then you get feedback on Wednesday. And off camera, you guys told me about how long it will take. Eva, you are the youngest to join this particular team. How long was your journey?
My journey was quite long. I think slightly over a year. Yeah, but I don't think that's the norm, partly due to Corona, COVID-19. I think at the time when we were meant to be absorbed, Corona had just hit the country and hit the world, right? So there was a lot of trepidation, a lot of fear, not knowing what the next step was going to be. We saw how the rest of the countries were affected. We didn't know how Kenya was going to be. So it was a matter of taking it one day at a time and letting Safaricom kind of restructure how the program was going to look for us, because now we were going to be a new type of a cohort, the Corona cohort. So we couldn't do it the way the other cohorts didn't know. So we just decided, okay, let them just take their time to kind of restructure, the face of the graduate trainee program.
And what's very interesting is for everyone else here, the cohorts actually met physically, but for you it's very unique because it had to happen digitally. What did you feel about that in terms of, did you feel it's different? Did you feel like you're not getting the attention that you deserve? How was it for you?
Yeah. Well, obviously you feel like there's no social aspect of it. Yeah. Because you're meeting online via Zoom, via Teams. So you don't get to meet your colleagues face to face. You don't get to go out for lunch with them or tell them good morning. You don't, get to do all these things. But Safaricom has actually catered for that. Most of what we're doing right now is learning how to function in this new space. They're not assuming that we know how to work in these new circumstances. No. So majority of what we're doing at the moment, just entering, is learning how to work remotely, communicate remotely, even learn remotely, even up to the point where we need to even learn how to learn remotely and interact with each other remotely. So we're going through that process. I think if it was completely cold turkey, it would have been a lot more frustrating. But we're taking it one day at a time.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Stacey, let me talk to you about something. So when you mentioned your story to me earlier, and I know a lot of you relate to me when it comes to this, my first internship job, right? I got an internship job at this particular organization, and my primary responsibility was to serve tea. Yes, that was my primary responsibility. Fresh from school with a degree, but waliniambia job yangu ni kuserve chai. And I've heard that story with so many other people. How interns are not given opportunities to grow. Interns are not given opportunities to find out or discover themselves when it comes to what are their key competencies, how far can they go when it comes to career. Stacey, you joined as a trainee, and your rise has been meteoric. If you were me in my particular job, you'd be probably a chef, because you'd have served so much tea. But you've been able to do so much in such a short time. And I want you to talk to somebody that's out there that, when you start here at Safaricom, they give you an opportunity. They give you a shot to play with the best and actually be the best.
Okay. I'm so sorry that you had to serve tea, but at least you did something right.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, fine. So Safaricom is different. On your first day here as a graduate management trainee, you're not expected to serve tea or sweep floors. The good thing is, so you are posted to different teams to work with, and usually you report to the senior leadership team. And why they do this is so that you can be able to learn from the leadership, and so that you can be able to also get challenging tasks that will help you grow. As Tanya said, you have to learn, but you also learn on the job. You have to do assignments that give you long-lasting experience. So it's not just reading a book or watching people the whole day. You have to immerse yourself in the work. So for me, I started off as a management trainee, Right now, my role is a senior manager in strategy after 6 years of being in Safaricom. Yeah, so I've held quite a number of roles. And what I love about this company is they give you as much as you want to learn. There's so much to learn. Honestly, it's endless. And there are so many professionals who are very good at what they do. So if you reach out to them and you work with them and get the right mentors and coaches, then you're also able to accelerate your learning and your growth. So after the management training program, I was supposed to go to technology. But then I discovered that I actually love business and I love entrepreneurship. And I felt my calling in financial services, right? So I joined in the product management team and started doing products. I launched the M-Pesa app, Bamba Airtime for M-Pesa agents. I was able to do the strategy for Ethiopia for mobile money. And then towards now my later stages in product management, I was the product lead of Fuliza M-Pesa, which then I was able to launch successfully. Then afterwards, I went to other teams, right, to try and experience more to what this company can offer. So I joined the Chief Customer Office as a senior business manager and worked with so many teams across the company, over 12 teams in digital, in marketing, in regional sales, in customer operations, etc. Then after that, went into strategy, right? And that's what I'm currently doing. And what I would say is it just requires a lot of hard work. It requires you to find what your passion is, because when you find your passion, you don't really have to work a day in your life, honestly. It becomes very, very natural and very fulfilling. Yeah, but it definitely takes a lot of hard work. It takes you to say that you don't know and you don't know. Yeah. Don't always pretend to know everything. And you need to learn. You need to be humble. You need to ask people, how did you do that? How can I do this? And with that and hard work and doing what you want to do, then that's the right formula for success.
Tanya, let me go to you. Maybe somebody's watching from Turkana, from Kisumu, Mombasa, Isiolo, Kilifi, Nairobi, Entebbe, America. Do you guys only pick people from Nairobi? Because there's usually that misconception that Safaricom iko Nairobi. Headquarters iko Nairobi. You can't fit in. Or how is your recruitment spread across different regions of this particular country?
No, we don't just recruit from Nairobi or from Kenya. We're able to advertise for the openings in various digital platforms. Yeah. As you've heard from the ladies, they saw the e-shot on WhatsApp, on LinkedIn. So we're able to reach Kenyans in diaspora as well as the gentleman in Turkana or the lady in Kisumu. And that's why this program sits at the heart of our purpose to transform lives, because you can imagine the boy in Turkana his dream his whole life has been to come to Nairobi and work for Safaricom. He's able to save bus fare to travel to Nairobi, interview with us, and then he gets to know that he got the job. We literally changed his life, and for the better. So no, we are able to reach Kenyans everywhere.
I have a particular question because from the outside world, people think differently when it comes to working for Safaricom. I want your personal experiences since probably your day one. How is it working for Safaricom? You walked into the building, use your key card, you're in the building, unajua unasikia tu Fuliza everywhere, and everything. How is it working for Safaricom?
Okay. So at first I thought Safaricom was all about calls and data and M-Pesa and hardcore technology, And being a person who didn't have a background in technology as such, I felt a bit stressed because it meant I needed to learn twice as fast as my peers so that I could be able to get to where they were. But when I came here, I realized there's so many departments, so many divisions that do so many things that are not necessarily technology, and they were able to accommodate me as a person. And that made me excited because it meant that I can try out so many different things and finally settle on something that I felt I'm passionate about. One of the things that I was really excited about is the fact that I didn't have to wear official clothes every single day. For young people, I'm sure they will understand that that's amazing. I can come to work with jeans and nobody will ask me. I mean, that's amazing. Okay. And the other thing that I really loved about Safaricom is the benefits that come along with it. It's not just your salary. There's an
kuna salary.
A good salary, yeah. Kuna salary, and it's good compared to most places where if you're a beginner, what you're paid as a beginner in most of the places. We have a very good medical cover. You are given airtime, you're given a phone. I don't have to buy a phone, you're given a laptop. We have very different ways to thrive. We have a gym. You can join clubs. If you can sing, there's a choir. And I felt like it helped me also to balance my life in that I don't just need to work, but there are also other things that I can be able to do just to make sure my mental health is okay, physically I'm okay, and all that. And to me, I felt it gave me value as a person.
Eva, you came in courtesy of the COVID cohort, like you like to call it now. Talk to me about your boss. Probably, I don't know if you've met your boss physically. What's your relationship between you and your boss? And then also talk to me about generally the relationship you have with friends. Do you have friends already? How is it so far for you?
Yeah, thank you for that. First of all, no, I've not met my boss yet. I'm still very new. But we will meet them eventually. I think, but so far, because we're on the onboarding process, we've met specialists in Safaricom who are simply helping us on board the induction process. We are going through products and services, going through business development, and all those things. So far, what I've learned is that people are super passionate about what they do. That is something that goes across everything. It's like someone can come with like, this is M-Pesa. Do you know how awesome M-Pesa is? And you're like, wow, I never knew someone could have so much passion for M-Pesa and the services that this company offers. So that's one thing. The second thing is my colleagues. We have met, unfortunately, through Zoom, or fortunately, because at least we get to work from home, which is comfortable. One thing I've discovered from them is that we're such honest people, and I think that's the culture that Safaricom has, even with its employees. Very honest with each other. If we have an issue, we voice it out, and we make it a point to say, this is what I'm struggling with, I need help with this. And the help will always come like that. It will come with a quickness, a very quickness. And yeah, I think that's what I love about Safaricom. Funny enough, the face of Safaricom matches the employee culture. Very honest, very transparent. You'll be very comfortable, and there's no reason to play corporate politics.
Okay.
There's no reason. You'll realize that when you get here. Everyone is pretty open.
All right. Finally, and in the spirit of honesty, Stacey niko nafuliza. So, but anyway, Stacey, what would you say to that young lady that is very pessimistic about joining Safaricom in terms of, do I need to know someone? That's the first one. And then also, when it comes to women in leadership, especially tech, what would you tell that lady that is watching you right now and they're like, I want to be you, I aspire to be where you are, but I just don't feel like I'm confident enough to be where you are? What would you tell that particular person?
Okay. It's an interesting question. Okay. So the first thing I'd say is, in my experience, the dots always connect backwards. What I mean by that is, as you sit here and wonder whether you can apply to this, be that person, you're never ever sure. Like who amongst us was ever sure what they'd be doing 5 years ago? No one is sure. And even as I was applying, I was very doubtful. You know, after you finish an aptitude test, you see the results, you're like, they're definitely not taking me. 3 days later, the call comes in. You know, so there is everybody has their portion, right? And whatever is meant to be yours will be yours, but you have to work hard for it. If you tell yourself, I won't get it so I won't apply, you've already dismissed yourself even before you've entered the room, right? And I always believe in being your biggest fan. Even if you're not sure, even if you're shaking, you're thinking, I don't know, sweating or whatever you're doing, apply, you know, always go for it. And don't ever stop your dreams before even trying to pursue them. So what I would say is apply, go chase after your dreams, we're never sure what will be even in 10 years' time. But every year you become smarter and you're able to make better decisions. And so wherever you are, you just need to make the first step, you know. So, and I'd say that dream big, you know, dream big. What's the problem with that? Who's going to beat you up? Nobody, you know. Dream big and chase after big visions, because if you only want one thing, that's what you get. But if you dream about 1 billion things, you will even get 1 million, you know. So I'll encourage you to dream big. You can be whoever you want to be. It doesn't mean that you have to have a certain background or that you have to have certain things for you to be able to join here or even pursue other dreams that you have. What I would say is just do it. Push yourself and allow yourself to imagine yourself being there. In terms of women in leadership, I think the world is changing now, right? And more women are starting to get into leadership. It's not just a male-dominated field as it used to be. And interestingly enough, the biggest sponsors are actually also male, right? And there's a lot of encouragement now. When you have a big company like Safaricom, you need to have the people represent Kenyans, the Kenyans that are there. So if women are like 50-something or 50%, then you also need 50% women in the company and also 50% leaders who are women to be able to make better decisions, right? So I will encourage you that it's all possible, right? And there are people who are also there to support. So apply and chase after your dreams, and you'll actually be surprised at what you can achieve.
If I can just chime in into what Stacey said, you're never alone in this journey. We have a huge support group. We have a pool of coaches and mentors. So there's always people walking this journey with you, guiding you through, holding your hand. And if they're not available, we have a massive online platform, Safaricom Business School, where you can just get in and access courses on anything, hard skills, more human skills, leadership skills. So you're never alone in this journey.
All right, so you're never alone in this journey. A lot of stuff that I've heard from this particular panel is, first things first, believe in yourself. Second thing, apply when that time comes, when the call to application is made. Please usiogope, tafadhali, apply. Then finally, if you have a question for this particular panel, please hit the chat box. They are more than willing to ensure that you get your answers there.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Thank you so much, Ariel. Thank you so much, Eva and Stacey, for that. The only one, I think, issue I have, oh, there they are. Ariel Kaleji, thank you so much. Input Planning and Sourcing Associate from Safaricom PLC. We also had Eva, and oh, there she is, Eva Chemngorem, I hope I said your name correctly, Discover trainee, and Stacey, of course, as well, Senior Manager Strategy here at Safaricom. Thank you so much, ladies, for that very insightful conversation. So many reactions and a lot of questions coming in online. Hopefully, we'll get to ask you those questions, but due to the interest of time, I have to ask every single one of you this same question. I'm going to start off with Tanya. Tanya, how has being a part of this program impacted your life? How has it changed your mindset? How has it changed your life as an individual? Because I can imagine how transforming other people's lives might also sort of like be very fulfilling for you.
Thanks, Amina. It's a privilege to be part of this program because, like I said earlier, it's truly at the heart of our purpose, which is to transform lives. We see so many youth who go through school with this hope to be part of something truly great like Safaricom. A gentleman who's come all the way from Turkana, he had to ask and beg for bus fare, and then comes for the interview and eventually gets the job and truly transforms his lives and his family's lives and even his village life. So it's amazing. Every day at least I wake up knowing I'm doing purposeful work. I'm equipping the youth of our country with digital skills that will take us to the next level as a country.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And Ariel, what about you? Hey, Ariel.
Hi, how are you?
Fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What I can say about the question that you've asked for me is it's made me believe in transforming life and following my passion. So I'm in a department where we work with farmers. It's called Agribusiness, and we work with smallholder farmers every day, ensuring that we make farming profitable for them, and just to ensure that at the end of the day, we are creating value for them. And when you sit with them at the village level and you hear the stories and how we've transformed them, it makes me wake up each and every day. I can feel the passion and I can feel the purpose of whatever I am doing each and every day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, thank you.
You're making me feel like I'm not doing much with my life, Shirley. I need to start helping people a lot more. Now let's cross over to Eva. Eva, what about you? What about you? I mean, it's such a wonderful program. I feel bad I couldn't have been a part of it because it started much after school for me. But how do you feel being a part of this project and this program?
Obviously, it feels really awesome. We worked very, very hard to get in. It's a very competitive program. So it feels really amazing to actually be part of it and be part of something that so many people in such a large organization has carefully curated perfectly for fresh graduates. It's a privilege to actually be part of the program. And very empowering as well. I always say it's like it's an 18-month empowerment run where they give you coaches, mentors, professional empowerment, and all that. Yeah, it's a privilege.
It's wonderful. Like I said, I wish I had this when I was back in school. All right, so now, Stacey, what about you as we then we get ready to talk to Tanya real quick. But what about you, and how has this whole project and campaign impacted your life?
Okay, so thanks, Amina. So this program was very important for me to discover what my passion is. I think that without it, it would have probably taken me like 5 to 10 years to actually know what I love. But I was able to go to so many teams, expose myself to, hundreds of things. And from there, I learned about what I truly love to do. And it made me realize my purpose sooner and gave me a very fulfilling career.
Well, congratulations, ladies. Now, I just want to ask Tanya, I know you touched on this while you were speaking with Lotan, but we are getting a number of inquiries about it. Your next recruitment and what they need to do, where they need to go to register. Maybe they missed that bit, but if you do not mind, please keep in touch with that. And of course, give us your final comments.
Thanks, Amina. So our next intake is June next year. So interested applicants should just look out on our social media handles for any communication. Then you can submit your CV on our career portal on the website.
All right, well, thank you so much. And all the best to everyone who is trying to be a part of this incredible program. My goodness, all the very best to all of you. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that conversation. All right, so now, as you've seen, Stacey Acosta, Senior Manager Strategy, Safaricom PLC. We also had, who else did we have? We had Eva. The picture's going to come up anytime now. There we go. Okay, fine. So we also had Eva. We also had Ariel. And, of course, we had Tanya. And now, this has been a discussion that we have been talking about all day long. In fact, we touched on it a bit yesterday, and this is something that I wish I knew more of before I joined the industry. The entertainment industry is one of the most ruthless industries for you to be a part of. It's one of those games where you are known more, and it doesn't really, the money in your pocket does not equate to the number of people who know you, and it can get very stressful because of a number of things. Mental health has been a discussion that we're slowly starting to have now, and I'm so happy that that happens to be one of the things that we talk about during this career fair. So as you go into it, so many of you are so young, you don't understand, all the pressures that comes with responsibilities and just jobs and lack thereof. It's quite intense, and you need to understand how to navigate those things. Once you're encountering challenges, how do you ride the wave of adversity? So here, to talk about mental health, we've got Dr. Caroline Vundi, psychiatry resident from the University of Nairobi. Take it away.
One of the silent pandemics that no one is really speaking about is how this COVID-19 pandemic is taking a toll on your mental health. Hi, my name is Dr. Vundi. I'm a medical doctor who's specializing in psychiatry, and I'm here to talk to you about your mental health and to check in on you and to see how this pandemic is affecting your mental health. So one of the things that I noticed when this pandemic started is a lot of people coming into the hospital, into the general hospital, with complaints like, I'm getting headaches every day, I'm not really sleeping, I can't eat, nasikia sijui aje, you know. And most of the time the patient will insist, doc, just do a bunch of tests, let's see what's going on, I'm feeling like I have an infection. And sure enough, we do the tests, but the tests will come back negative, like there's nothing going on. And when I would have the conversation with the patient that, look, it could be something else going on with you, it could be a mental health issue, like I would notice how their face would change, like, what are you trying to say, you know? And it made me realize that so many people don't attribute this pandemic to how it could be affecting their mental health. And so the first thing is, what is your mental health, and how do you know when your mental health is struggling? So if I could put it in a very simple way, your mental health is your thoughts, your feelings, and your behaviors. So starting with thoughts, we all have a variety of thoughts. I mean, you're not always thinking happy thoughts every single day, all the time. But what I'm trying to say is, what are your predominant thoughts? Are they negative thoughts? Are you always the sort of person who's thinking, this is going to be a bad day, I'm never going to make it in life, I'm not really worth anything, let me not hit on that girl, she'll probably not give me her number anyway? Are you that sort of person who's constantly negative? Aside from negative thoughts, there's also self-depreciating or self-bashing. You know, that inner voice in your head. Are you the sort of person who talks to yourself and you do something, you do something and you think, I'm so stupid, or I'm so ugly, you know? Those words you use on yourself, are they negative? So that's one way to tell where your mental health is at, through your thoughts. The second way is through your feelings. And just in the same way, you're not going to have the same feelings all the time, every single day. But what I'm trying to bring across is, what are your predominant feelings most of the time? If your predominant feeling is sad, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, January to December, you're just sad. Even during events that should make you happy, like your birthday, a new year, you just don't find joy in that. That could be a problem. Another feeling that I'd like to highlight is feeling anxious. You know, when you're about to take like an exam, or when you're about to do a presentation, the way you feel like your heart is racing and your palms are sweaty. There are people who feel anxious all the time. All the time. You're driving, you're in class, you're cooking dinner, you're anxious. That's a problem. And the last way to know whether your mental health has a problem is through your behaviors. And it can be simple things. Your behavior can be, let's talk about, for example, sleep. If you're struggling in your sleep, that could be pointing towards a problem with your mental health. If you don't like to interact with people, you don't like to socialize at all, you feel very anxious being with people, that could be a problem. And lastly, if you have risky behavior, for example, drinking and having a bender from Thursday to Tuesday, or even the whole week, that's a problem. Excessively gambling, that's a problem. So looking at your behaviors can also help you see that there is something going on with you. And so fine, so I'd have a conversation with my patients and I kind of make them see that these problems that they're having with their sleep, or with their appetite, that it could be their mental health. So what do I usually do next? I usually ask, how are you doing? How is your mental health? How do you keep track of your mental health? And I usually always get a blank, like, what are you talking about? How am I supposed to track my own mental health? And that's exactly where I want to move on to next, and it's how to be attentive, how to be conscious, how to be woke in terms of your mental health. Unfortunately, we live in a culture where nobody really talks about mental health, so even in terms of the content that you see, there's not a lot of mental health. There'll be a lot on physical health, there'll be a lot on diet, exercise, but you'll not get a lot of information on mental health. So the first thing I'd like to maybe give as a tip on how you can be keeping track of your mental health is to journal. I know not so many people like to actually write, but there are so many apps online which you can download where you can actually just write at the end of the day. Because sometimes I've come to find that even speaking is very difficult. But when you write, you can write even those deep, dark thoughts. I remember there's a time I was seeing a patient who was an adolescent, and I was asking, the patient obviously had mental health issues, and I was asking him questions. And I was asking, how are you feeling? And he was kind of like, he just kept on saying, I'm good, I'm fine. You know, how young boys are taught not to feel, not to express. And what I did is I gave him a piece of paper and a pen, and I told him, just write how you feel, write anything. And that boy wrote until I had to tell him, okay, now you have to like wrap it up because time is up. And the things that he had written are things that they're so deep and so dark, and I never thought the quiet boy who was sitting in front of me 5 minutes ago was going through those things. So just take a pen and paper or download an app and write at the end of the day. And then at the end of the month, just look at what you're writing. You can be able to see if it's dark, if it's sad, if it's depressed. You can be able to tell and realize like, oh my goodness, I'm not in a good place. Something else you can do to track your mental health is using a tool called a mood tracker. Disclaimer, I'm not the one who developed the tool. It's a tool that's been used in psychology for a very long time. Basically, it's very simple, as the name suggests. It tracks your mood. So it's a sheet of paper, and every single day, it's like a calendar, right? And at the end of the day, you're supposed to key in your predominant mood or emotion for the day. So if at the end of the day, you're sad, you just go and write sad. If you are happy, you just write happy. Now, I know that you can go through many emotions during the day. That's not to say you go and write all of them. I was sad at 1 o'clock, happy at 2. I just mean get an average. Just if you could grade that day, what would you say? So the mood tracker, you can put in your mood for every single day and then look at the trend at the end of the month. So if it's Monday sad, Tuesday sad, Wednesday sad, then you can kind of see that I actually could be having a problem. So that's another way, having a mood tracker. And then the last way that you can kind of keep a track of whether there is something going on with you is to speak to a professional. Now, in our culture, we don't talk to therapists or psychiatrists or counselors until there is an actual problem. And I can't wait for the day when we will get to the point where things are, for example, in the West, where people just have a therapist, somebody to walk with through life, you know, somebody you can just talk to. And the interesting thing is we are there, we are here. This is why we work. This is our profession. Just walk into our clinics, walk into our hospital, and let us know, how are you doing? You don't have to wait until you're depressed or suicidal to come and speak to us. And so I feel like I've thrown around the word depressed quite a fair bit. So I think that's something that I wanted us to talk about, because depression and anxiety, those are the two most rising cases that we are seeing during this pandemic. And so I'll start by talking about depression. One thing that I've realized is that when people are sad, they say they're depressed. You know, if you talk to your friend and they had a bad day, they'll tell you, man, Jana, I was so depressed, you know. So we've kind of normalized the word so much, we're taking it away from what depression is. Depression is, yes, it's the feeling of sadness, right? But it's there every single day for a minimum of 6 months. So I'm not talking about being sad for one day and then you say I have depression. It has to be so consistent, so present for up to 6 months. And that's an actual criteria that we use to diagnose depression. Other than sadness, there are other symptoms of depression that we look out for. And I want you, the reason I'm telling you this is not so that you can start self-diagnosing. It's just so that you can be aware. If when I'm speaking, you're feeling like that's you, please make a point to get help after this. So if everything I'm saying is sounding really familiar and you feel like I could be speaking about you or to you, please drop a question or a comment in the chat box and I'll be able to engage with you a bit more. Speaking about depression, so we've said that it's sadness, fine. What else? Because sometimes it doesn't always present as sadness. And this is a sneaky kind of depression that people live with for even years and they don't know that they have it. There is something called anhedonia, and please don't get confused by the big fancy word. It just basically means losing pleasure in the things that you used to find pleasure in. So say, for example, you used to be the kind of person who liked going to the gym. And like nowadays, you don't find pleasure in it. I don't mean you don't want to go. I mean, you just don't find any pleasure in it. That's what anhedonia is. Let's say you used to find pleasure going on road trips, like just getting into the car, driving, like that used to give you that kind of rush, satisfaction, happiness. And nowadays you do that and it gives you absolutely no joy. That's what I'm talking about. So you lose, it's like nothing can give you joy. You try this, you try that, nothing can give you joy. The other thing that I've noticed with depression is this feeling of worthlessness that a lot of people feel. They don't vocalize it, they don't say it, but they don't feel like they're worth anything. And this can present in people not even going for opportunities that they usually would have gone for. So say, for example, you're just on your phone, you're scrolling, and you see something that you are qualified for, something that you could even have applied for in the past, and then you just feel, I don't even think like I can get this. You feel like you're not worth it. That feeling of worthlessness is really common in depression. Other symptoms that I've seen in the past have to do with appetite. So it can go either way. It can be an increase in appetite or a decrease in appetite. And this is what I mean. Some people with depression will eat everything. They eat everything just to satisfy that emptiness, that darkness, yeah? They use food as a cushion. So that can be a problem. But on the other end, there are people who don't eat when they're depressed. I mean, you find people losing drastic amount of weight because they're just not eating, or they take 2 bites and they're done. That's also another sign of depression. And the last and most grave sign of depression is suicidality. And as I transition into this part of the talk, I feel like I'm not stigmatizing anybody who's ever felt suicidal or who's ever thought of committing suicide. I'm not here to take a stance and say, that's wrong, you shouldn't have done it. I'm here to empathize with you and to see how we can help you. Because there's an interesting fact, okay, not interesting, there's actually a very sad fact that I read the other day from the CDC. The CDC is the Center of Disease Control. And this fact shocked me. And it said that 50% of people who commit suicide don't have a mental illness. And it really shocked me because I feel like even in my practice and in my studies, I always thought that people who commit suicide are the guys who have been diagnosed with depression, or they have bipolar, or they've had issues in the past. But 50% have had no issue with their mental health in the past. It means it could be me, it could be you. And it just takes that one thing. It takes that one it takes you to hit rock bottom once to get to that point. And that's really scary. And I was reading some more. I found that there there are two types of people who are suicidal. And I think that sometimes when somebody commits suicide, you'll always hear people saying, oh my gosh, like we never expected it, like we're so shocked, we didn't know, there was no sign. And that's because there's a type of suicidality that's called passive suicidality. Yeah? So there is passive and there is active. So there are those people who will actively tell you, I'm thinking about killing myself. They write a letter, they say their goodbyes, they make a plan, they go buy a rope. But there are those people who will say it in a very passive way. And this is what I mean. There are people who will say things like, let's say you're with your family, you're having dinner, and they'll say things like, I'm sure the family would be much better if I wasn't here. Or, I'm sure you guys will be happier if I'm not here. The world would be a better place if I'm not here. You know, that's passive suicidality. And I'm sure, even as I'm saying it, I'm sure you've had somebody say something like that. That should be taken very seriously because they're saying it, but in a very passive way. So then what are the other signs of, because I'm sure you're thinking, okay, fine, what if a loved one is being suicidal? What other signs should I look out for? And usually it's behavior that's seen as a goodbye. And what do I mean? If you see that somebody starts, for example, giving away things that are very prized to them. I'm not talking about I come and I give you a gift, like, oh, I've given you a watch. I mean, if I give you a watch that my dad gave me, you know, something very sentimental. If I give away my car, if I just give up, and not selling, like just giving away things, that one should start, it should start raising an alarm in you. Somebody who is suicidal, what they usually do is they become very withdrawn. They become very withdrawn. If people are meeting up, they will not go. If there was a family holiday, if it's Christmas, they'll just suddenly say, I don't want to go, because that's them starting to say goodbye. They're starting to detach slowly. They can even disappear for some time, you know. They go, their phone is off, nobody can find them, because the way that they are thinking is they're preparing you for them being absent. So they're like preparing you. So what I'm saying is, if all these things, if somebody has been making statements, as I said, active suicidality, they've been saying stuff like, you guys will be so happy when I'm gone. You know, those words like when I'm gone. Then you see them giving away things. You see them being distant. They disappear. Those are telltale signs that this person might be suicidal. And this next part is the part that gets a bit tricky, because what do you do? What do you do when you suspect that a loved one is suicidal? And the first thing is, don't doubt your instincts, because sometimes you know that this person is suicidal. You can sense it, you can sense this person is not okay, but you just tell yourself, like you brush it off, I'm being dramatic, like this is ridiculous. Don't brush it off. That's the first thing that you should, don't dismiss yourself, trust your intuition, trust your gut. The second thing that you can do is, this can go two ways. You can confront the person, and this is very sensitive. I don't mean you walk up to the person and say, hey, I know you're thinking about killing yourself, that's wrong. At that point, you've lost the whole situation. I mean, have a conversation with the person, because suicide is a symptom, yeah? It's a symptom that this person is not okay. They are struggling with something. Have the conversation. Yo, how are you? How are you doing? What's going on? Listen. Because sometimes when people are talking, when people are telling us their problems, it's like we want to give them answers. You know, let's say, for example, your boy comes and he tells you, I've broken up with my chick, I'm really sad. You're just there ready to say, let's just go out, let's just get some drinks, you'll move on, let me hook you up with this chick. But like, just listen. Maybe he's actually telling you he's going through it, he's not doing well. Just listen. The other thing you can do, honestly, is not to snitch, because this is something that affects how this person trusts you in future. So if somebody has told you, I'm depressed or I've thought about killing myself, don't snitch. Don't go telling your other friends. I mean, because they trusted only you. It'll affect how they'll share information with you in the future. Something else you can do for someone with mental health issues is to research what they're going through. So if your friend has told you they have bipolar, just go read up on it, because sometimes we are so misinformed. We even say things that are even stigmatizing to the person, and it's really, really hurtful. Read about it, research, find out, like, what is this bipolar? What do I expect? So that you can support them from a point of information. And lastly, this can seem so simple, but help with the practical things, like simple things like doing for them house shopping or ensuring that their house is cleaned. Because people who have mental health issues, sometimes they don't have the energy to wake up, clean the house, wash the dishes. Just show up, go to their kitchen, wash their dishes, or order for them food. Like simple things, tangible things, but they mean so much. And lastly, I just wanted to say another really good way you can help to support someone who is having mental health issues is to help them get the help they need. Unfortunately, in our country, mental health services from a psychiatrist, psychologist, not all of them are free, and they can be quite pricey. So link up you and a bunch of your friends or even the person's family, see how you can support, like financially, so that they can go and see this therapist, they go see this doctor and get the help they need. If it's medications, you can changa and make sure that this person's medications don't run out. If it's rehab, come together, see how you can support this person to go to rehab, because rehab is not free and it's not cheap. So if there's any question that you guys have, please put it in the chat box below, question, comment, so that I can engage with you.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Caroline Vundi. Wow, thank you so much. I have been paying so much attention because, you know, like I said before, I've told Lotan this, 2020 started out to be that year where everyone was going to reinvent themselves. This is the year, sisi wote tulikuwa tunasema tutaomoka. And then it ended up being the toughest year of my life specifically, right? And I bet a lot of people experienced it. There was just one thing after the other in my personal life, you know, just losing people who are very close, and then you lose deals that you thought were going to come through, and then you just feel like, hey, it's just, and then if you're like me and you're strong, people think that you have it all under control. It's even worse. So you feel like you have no one to turn to, and it must be really, really difficult for you to feel so trapped and so alone. So thank you so much, Dr. Vundi, for normalizing the conversation regarding mental health. All right, I see Wanja saying you are never alone, believe in yourself. Shiro says, Dr. Vundi, thank you so much for this eye-opening session. Karim Omido, a pretty insightful narration from Dr. Carol Vundi. There's Caroline who says, thank you for shedding light to issues that are overlooked. You are helping our young generation. Keep it up. Amanda says, thank you so much for this needed talk. Very well articulated from one John Paul Ogalo. Sue says, thank you, Dr. Vundi, for destigmatizing mental health. Gerald shares his story as well. And I saw it before. You say you went through a breakup. It was really, really bad. One of my lowest points in my life. I was always in a bad mood, never really wanted to talk to anyone. How do you give your all and then it's all gone in a moment? And then you say the worst part is that you cannot really talk to anyone because you feel like nobody has been through what you have been through. And all you have are memories that made you happy, but now you're just very, very, very sad. I get that. And there's so many. James Masharia, always putting yourself in the other person's shoes. I have a personal experience in it, and I have made people feel good about themselves. Just try to understand them. Be there for them. They know they're not being 100%. They get it. They don't know why they're not responding to calls. They don't know why they're not responding to text messages. They don't know why they're not responding to emails or coming to events. They just want to be alone. It's a very difficult thing to understand. You have to really research and really be there. Even though I'm Wangeleshani, I'm not a really, good spirit or energy to be around, they still want you to just show them love and support. So now this is what we're going to do. If you have any questions all right? If you have any questions, send them in right now. Dr. Vundi had a discussion earlier on with Lotan where he got to ask him, where he got to ask her a number of questions. If you send in questions that have been responded to, well and good. If you haven't, I will have Dr. Vundi on live in the next few minutes to answer every single question you have. But in the meantime, take a look at this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Caroline, for that beautiful session. And that you are, everybody that is watching me from home, you have a question. Because we all got an opportunity to move away from our bodies and do like an intrinsic check on ourselves and our mental state. And please just hit the chat box section below. And tafadhali, feel free to express yourself because Petali is here and she's more than willing to ensure that you get a response to all the questions. Petali, allow me to just open up a little bit. And this will direct or rather will lead me to my next question.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was in campus, I had a friend that committed suicide. And it was really painful because the Friday before that, he had warned me. He told me he's going for a journey. And I didn't know what the journey was. And you mentioned people that would like say goodbye and you don't even know it's a goodbye. And then when we all congregated at their family house, no one was there to talk to us about what we'd experienced. Everybody thought, he's the one that had the problem. But now there we were all left with this huge burden. We didn't know how to move on. Every time somebody told me I'm going back somewhere, I panic. You know, how would you help family that probably has gone through a similar situation?
Yeah, I'm really sorry. First of all, it's not easy, and the people, the family members, and the friends of someone who's died by suicide are always at risk of depression and even them committing suicide. It's something that we've seen. And so what we usually advise, if the person who's died by suicide is a patient, we usually always go in and have family therapy. That's a group family therapy session. And then during the group family therapy session, we try and identify the at-risk individuals, the ones who might seem like they need a bit more. So if the person was not a patient, then I would say for any friends or family members, please reach out to a specialist, a therapist, and bring them to that family because they need it more than you know. And it's not like just a one-off session, and it's not prayer, not that I have anything against prayer. It has to be a professional because these people are at risk and they have got to go through several sessions so that they themselves don't become victims of the same.
And when you speak about victims, allow me to talk about this particular group of individuals, which is the boy child. Most of us, especially guys out there. Mimi boy wangu akinicall, ati analia, mimi nacheka. Typical gentleman, alright?
Thanks for being honest.
Yeah, I'll be like, Buddha, tulia kwanza unalia nini unataka? If he tells me he wants to get a hug, namdezile macho za hug tena, you know. But we've seen that suicide rates are numerous amongst the boy child. What would you tell gentlemen especially? This is peer-to-peer, this is probably a dad to the son. How would you advise them when it comes to dealing with mental issues?
Yeah, and I like that you've been honest. I think that's why we should have this conversation. I'd like to tell all the men, young, old, it starts with you. Don't expect your boy to come and open up to you. Don't always chill for him to hug you. Why don't you just one day when you're just chilling, you're done with the day, hug him.
You hug him?
Say, I love you, yeah.
Okay.
Once I was doing for a function for a friend, and he had graduated, and all his boys were making speeches, and they all just started. At the end of their speech, one suddenly said, "I love you, bro." And then when the other one was talking, he was like, "I love you, bro." Let me tell you, by the end of that thing, everyone was just like, you know, it was so beautiful. Like he was just like, I've never had my.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Vundi, for talking to Lotan. However, we have a number of questions that are streaming in, and we want you to just answer them. Hi. Isn't she lovely? You look lovely. Wow, 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 wow. Ending on a high.
Thank you. You look lovely
saving
too.
the best for last. So many comments, Dr. Vundi. People saying how insightful you were. Thank you so much, Kirui says, for just giving us that insight. Topics that people rarely talk about, that's from Julie Kim. Colin says, thank you for the insight. I'll make an effort to talk to people around me, which is something that we don't do a lot, to just call and say, hi, we haven't spoken in months. how are you doing? How important is that to people who are struggling and going through a depressive phase?
It's super important. That one question could save a life. That one question could help somebody get out of a bad place. And I always insist on people asking specific questions, because when you ask somebody, how are you, they will say fine. So you should ask targeted questions like, have you slept? How are you feeling today? Very specific questions. Let's avoid asking, how are you? Because the answer is always fine.
That's true, because it's formality. You're just so used to saying, I am fine. In fact, when people ask me if I'm fine and I'm never fine, Dr. Vundi, I tell them, I'm actually not feeling well, I have a stomachache. And they get so shocked because they didn't want you to really tell them what you're really going through. You know, they just wanted you to say you're fine. Magdalene says, thank you so much for doing this. Hiti is asking, are there any free counseling services available around in Nairobi?
Yes, there are. There are some organizations that do free counseling sessions. I'm going to prepare a list of those, but even those that are not free, we have places like Kenyatta National Hospital and Mathare Mental Hospital, which do counseling for 100 shillings per session. So I think that's also something that is workable wherever you are in life. I think you can always try and reach out to those facilities.
Elika Chepkoech says, grateful, what a wonderful topic of discussion. James Masharia chimes in with a question. Now, sometimes you help someone and then they start being emotionally attached to you. How do you handle that kind of situation?
I think the issue here would be how emotionally attached are we talking? If you feel like this person has become a bit too emotionally attached, perhaps you might need to be a team. And what do I mean? I mean that maybe you yourself, you need to reach out to a counselor so that it can be not just you and this person alone. It can be you, this person, and a professional, so that where it's too much, this person who's having mental health issues can offload to the actual professional. Because for us, that's why we are here. It's never too much for us. So if you feel like this person is too emotionally attached to you, maybe you need to redirect this person to see a professional.
All right. In fact, you asked how attached do these people get. I think that's how the entanglement between Jada happened and August Alsina. anyway. So now...
yeah, some people do get attached, yeah.
Yeah, you get it. Because you feel like you're saving them, you're there for them, and then you don't even know what happens, and then here you are just explaining yourself to the world. Now, there's someone here who says, some of our friends need professional help. Amanda Kenya, there she is. Someone needs professional help, but they completely refuse. So what do you do as your friend? Because you know you can't help them.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't force somebody to get help, because with mental health, especially something like therapy or counseling, the person has to participate. So you've got to, first of all, don't make it about you. Don't get angry. Don't get pissed off. Don't cut them off because they didn't get the help that you thought was best. What you can continue doing is to just keep sharing information. For example, you can share a podcast, an uplifting podcast, or a YouTube video. You can buy them a book. You can just keep talking to them, just keep engaging them in a different way, but still in a way that shows them that you're supporting them and giving them resources that they can keep consuming so that they can get to a better place.
Now, I've been looking at the stats, reading reports, and the data is shocking. Why is it that we are finding younger and younger people either successfully or just attempting to take their lives? We're talking teenagers, the numbers, the age just keeps going younger and younger and younger, which is very shocking if we're going to compare it with what happened, with what used to happen back in the day. Is there any reason for that, Dr. Vundi?
Yeah, there's several reasons why the age is getting younger for people and children to be having mental health issues and even dying by suicide. And the first thing is also, it has to do with the pressures that they're dealing with. These kids are growing up in a different world than we did. They're growing up in a world where there is, first of all, social media. So everything you're doing, you're comparing with everybody else. Something embarrassing happens in school, it's recorded and it goes viral. We've seen cases in the States where kids are bullied. They're bullied on social media, and then the next thing we know, they commit suicide. Social media is one of the things that has caused the rates of these mental health issues to go up. Another thing is that drugs are becoming more available to young kids. When I was growing up, something like weed, people would do it at an old age, like, you know, when you finished high school, but nowadays even primary school kids are using weed and other things. So that's also contributing to younger children having these mental health issues.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Vundi, for bringing up two things. One, social media and how it has just changed our lives. Constantly seeing perfection, and you are not perfect. Life is not perfect. It's curated content. You know, for those who follow me, I plan my social media posts through 2, sometimes even 3 weeks ahead. These are all pictures that you've taken before. That's really, really tough. And, you know, it's shocking to me how so many parents still don't understand the effects that social media has on them. They compare, you know, bullying back in the day to bullying, you know, physically, and they say, yeah, social media is key too. And you're right, Dr. Vundi. Drugs, why is it available now? I mean, back in the day, you were right. You couldn't just find someone smoking or consuming God knows what drug, but it's so available right now. Is it the authorities were letting us down, or what's happening?
Yeah, it's definitely has to do with the authorities. They become a bit more lax in terms of the punishment of the people who are dealing these drugs and the people who are also consuming these drugs, because it's just also they're making money. You know, you're caught smoking a joint, you pay the cop 1,000 bob, he's made money. But another thing is just also there's a cultural wave which has normalized drugs. Like, in fact, there's another day I was having a talk and I mentioned that weed is a drug, and everybody was like, I know it's not a drug, it's natural, it's a herb. So we are normalizing it, we're making it seem like it's okay. I mean, it's just a joint. So it's the two-pronged thing where it feels like it's fine, because even as parents, there are a lot of parents who are using these things, and the kids grow up watching their parents being drunk to the point of being belligerent. They see drugs in the home, they see shisha bongs in the home. So they are learning by modeling, and they're doing the exact same thing their parents are doing.
Wow. And that can be very, very, very scary, because you never know who's going to be the addict. You don't know who's going to throw their entire lives away because of that. There's a question coming in. So Mail Iman, I hope that's how you pronounce your name, says, modern psychological sessions will ask one to do things which are contrary to our culture and what we were taught to be. I'm talking about men asking us to hug, cry it out, but that's seen as being weak, Dr. Vundi. So
yeah.
How do they do that?
So I think your question is, how do you go ahead and do these things, yet you've been taught that to be a man you can't be weak. I think at the end of the day, you've got to define your own reality. Just remember that your ancestors are not here. It's you who's here. You're the one who's living your life. You can get to choose your own trajectory. So if you're sitting around worried about what your uncles will think, or what those people in the past would have thought about you now, I think it's a very reverse way of looking at things. Just define your own path, and don't live for other people or what other people think about you. I think always make your own decisions. Don't always wonder what will so and so think when I do this. Yeah, define your own course, define your own life.
Define your own life. There you go. Nicole Deborah says, I think parents don't see the need for talking to their children, and also the need for therapists. It's very important to make parents aware that it is not only mentally ill people who need therapy, because that's what we were trained to think, that you only need therapy if you're that badly off mentally. Na kila saa tukiongelea mambo za mental, unaambiwa uende wapi? Marare. And then now we start.
I know.
Exactly. You know, so
yeah, that's absolutely true. Like, most parents don't believe in therapy. They just don't understand what's going on. But remember, these people grew up in an era where even the word mental health was not really fully understood. So we've also got to be a little bit patient with our parents and do a little bit of education and help them learn. Let's not be impatient. But because even, first of all, most of them actually even need that therapy because they've also gone through so much. So let's be patient with those guys. They're also learning.
Yes, that's true. They also went through a lot of trauma. They didn't know. They're not showing you love not because they don't want to. No one showed them love. You know, we have so many broken families, which means we have a lot of kids who are going to grow up and also have their own broken families because that is the dysfunction that they are used to. That is what was normalized. Something else that's become very normal is trolling. Here in the 254, wanasemanga kwenye KOT ni fast body, lakini acha nikwambie Dr. Fundi, wewe ushai trend ukatukanwa. Mom, unatukanwa wewe.
Joy trend. Joy trend, but I have been trolled by one or two people. Maybe it just didn't spread and go viral. But that's one of the things that's really affecting people. It's just the negativity on social media. But I feel like, listen, if somebody trolls you, it says a lot about them. It's not about you. It says a lot about them. They are the ones who are negative. They're the ones who are attacking somebody they don't even know, you know. So always look at it from the point of, it's not me. There's nothing wrong with me. When you keep reassuring yourself, this thing will not get to you. And then please always use that block button, use that mute button, protect your energy, guard your space. It's not petty to block or mute. Hit that mute and block button without any worries or any concerns.
That is very true. Especially if you are young and you come into the game and then you just get insulted by hundreds of people and then you just see, and you don't understand it because you're not used to it. See, when you come into the game, you know, you have a few years where you grow that thick skin and you understand, oh, it's okay. I mean, you'll have thousands of people at a time insulting you and that's part of life. And you're like, oh, okay, c'est la vie, right? But when you're young, this is something that you're not used to. And social media has become such a negative tool that constantly just pushes this negative, sad, just pessimistic narrative that I don't know where it came from. It's terrible. It really, really is. Now, we touched on something. Julie Kim says, this year I attempted suicide because I was pregnant and got a baby with an irresponsible dad. I was as depressed, but I found many reasons. I found just as many reasons to stay alive. Now, for you, Dr. Fundi, you're equipped with the skill and the knowledge to speak to someone and convince them out of a situation where they were considering to take their lives. For those of us who don't really know the necessary steps to take, I mean, what do you do? How do you start? Your friend is calling you or you're in a house and someone wants to take their life. What do you do?
What you do is try and go wherever they are. Try and be there physically. Even if you don't have the words, just be there, hold their hand, hug them, and just listen. Listen to what they're saying. Let them cry. If they're crying, just let them cry it out. But one thing I would also like to advise is don't be judgmental, because a lot of people who are in this situation are so judgmental. And that's why most people don't speak out when they're in such a situation. Because you tell somebody and they're like, why would you want to do that? Your life is so good. You know, once you start being judgmental, you've already lost the person. And another thing you can also do is don't try and be a hero. Don't go in there with a hero complex, like I'm the one who's going to save this person. It's only this person who can get themselves out of that situation. All you're doing is supporting them and helping them to get out. But don't go in there like, yeah, I'm going to fix the situation. I'm going to help them. I'm going to get them out of this situation. No, you're just a supportive kind of a person. You're not like the hero in this situation.
Now, a question coming in from Facebook. Is social anxiety a sign of depression or mental illness? That's from one Joshua Ondora.
Social anxiety in itself is a mental health condition that can only be diagnosed by a professional. So it's not a sign of any other thing. In itself, it's a mental health condition. And it's whereby people are afraid to interact with others. They are afraid to speak publicly. They are afraid they will be embarrassed. So they tend to just keep to themselves. But it's not to say that it cannot overlap with depression. So some people with social anxiety can have depression, but most of the time they are mutually exclusive conditions.
Now, something else that you mentioned while you were, talking was, you said how everyone just uses the word depression. Everyone's just always depressed every other day. And it actually is not what we think. You were stressed, you had a bad day, or you had a bad morning, you had a bad lunch time. you're not depressed. Please explain it clearly, because you mentioned that it takes about 4 to 6 months for you to be consistently in a funk and very, very sad and, you know, just having dark, and you have to be diagnosed by a professional.
Exactly. So depression and many other mental health conditions are diagnosed by a mental health professional using something called a DSM manual. So you cannot diagnose yourself with depression. The first hallmark symptom is what you said, Amina. It's a feeling of sadness every day for about 6 months. It's also accompanied by several other symptoms, and these include problems with sleep. It can be oversleeping or insomnia. Problems with appetite, not sleeping, not eating or eating too much. It can also be a feeling of worthlessness. So you constantly just feel like you're worthless, you're really not worth anything. You don't even go for opportunities because you feel like you don't even deserve them. You see a job offer and you have the credentials, but you don't apply because you think, I'm not even going to get that job anyway. So a feeling of worthlessness. It can also include not getting pleasure from anything. You cannot get pleasure from anything. And lastly, there's also feelings of suicidality or wanting to leave this world. So those are the major symptoms of depression.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vundi. Thank you so very much. I see Mawanja just saying, you know, if you need to talk to a friend, just make sure that you reach out to your friends. Nicole saying adults also forget that their generation and the social generation is very different. And I've heard so many people say, in my time, we didn't do this, we didn't do that phrase so many times, and it brings the self-esteem so far down. Let's try and be more understanding of the younger kids. And then Susan says, I also once said that weed is a drug to my peers in Campo, and then they made me Google and show them which site is saying that it is a drug, because it is a lie. It really is. And yes, you can be addicted to it. I don't know why people lie. Do not lie to young people. Do not lie. All right? It is a drug. I don't care what nobody says. Okay. Now, thank you so much to Dr. Caroline Vundi. Thank you for all of the points. And I hope you learned. I hope you took time to write some notes. I hope you took the social media pages down of anyone you want to sort of learn more from. Thank you so much to Safaricom and, of course, the Blaze, that's the youth network, for putting together this very interesting and engaging career fair. The very first one being virtual. Soon, and very, very soon, by the way, you can look forward to BYOB Live. The dates will be communicated to you via our social media platforms. So make sure that you are following the Blaze platforms very keenly and closely to know the dates. You don't want to miss out. As you can see, we have all of the very best and all of the leaders in all of the different industries to come and talk to you. So that's going to happen as well for BYOB. In case you missed any of the other sessions, you're looking through the program and you're seeing there's one that you missed out, we're going to upload them up on our YouTube channel very soon, so make sure that you check on that as well. Now that we have come to a close, thank you so much for all of you watching, for keeping us engaged, for tweeting, for sending in messages on Facebook, and of course on YouTube as well. Congratulations to all the winners for our airtime. Like we said, make sure that you share that screenshot and then you DM Blaze, not Safaricom PLC. Are we together? Are we clear? Thank you. So on behalf of my co-host Lotan Salepe, my name is Amina Abdi Rabah. We hope that you learned a thing or two. Stay blessed, be safe, sanitize, wear your mask, and social distance tafadhali. All right, we're hoping the next one will not be virtual and we'll be seeing each other, but it depends on how careful we are regarding this pandemic. So thank you so much for watching. Have yourself a fantastic afternoon, and I will leave you in the capable hands of the one and only DJ Joe Mfalme. Adios.
DJ Joe Mfalme on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. All you wannabe DJs, this is how you do it. Joe Mfalme. Double the pleasure, double the trouble.
sio ya siri tena. Ujuni yeye tu atazunguka akikusema, so niache tu nimtegemee wa neema. Nimemuona toka kitambo akiahidi ufanya mambo na hajawahi niangusha bado. Nimemuona toka kitambo akiahidi ufanya mambo na hajawahi niangusha bado. Ninangoja baraka za baba, za baba. Oh, zako Yesu, za baba. Baraka za baba, za baba. Oh, zako Yesu, za baba. Hata nikifunga macho ni baraka naziona tena. Na ya kwanza ni ya kwamba umeniamsha mapema. Na ya pili nakiri wewe ndio Alfa Omega. Na ya tatu ya nne na ya tano sijawahi omba mkate ukasema no. Uko nami milele, yes I know. Yeah. Toka kitambo akiahidi ufanya mambo na hajawahi niangusha bado. Nimemuona toka kitambo akiahidi ufanya mambo na hajawahi niangusha bado. Ninangoja baraka za baba, za baba. Oh, zako Yesu, za baba. Baraka za baba, za baba.
Tendo mema ninafaa kutenda, sio niyatendayo. Yale maovu nisiyofaa kutenda, ndio niyatendayo. Matendo mema ninafaa kutenda, sio niyatendayo. Yale maovu nisiyofaa kutenda, ndio niyatendayo. Have mercy on me, mercy, Daddy have mercy. Have mercy on me, have mercy, please forgive me. Nacheki bibi ya fulani dadi, nachichobobu kipulani, na hisi wivu kwa jirani, nina makosa cha amani, akina dada kanisani, na machinjia mtaani, na wengine mtandaoni, na watumia picha fani. Mercy on me, have mercy on me, mercy on me, have mercy, please forgive me. Matendo mema ninafaa kutenda, sio niyatendayo. Yale maovu nisiyofaa kutenda, ndio niyatendayo. Matendo mema ninafaa kutenda, sio niyatendayo. Yale maovu nisiyofaa kutenda, ndio niyatendayo. Have mercy on me, mercy, Daddy have mercy. Have mercy on me, have mercy, please forgive me. Baba tatizo ni mane, shida ni mane, vitu mingi ninatamani, nina upungufu wa mani, cheki wengine wako nazo na shida ni gani? Nina tamaa kindani, nina tamaa ya pesa, tamaa ya mademu, nina tamaa ya nyumba na magari ya kifahari, na tamaa inafanya nikukose, unisamehe tamani. Mercy on me, have mercy on me, mercy on me, have mercy, please forgive me. Matendo mema ninafaa kutenda, sio niyatendayo. Yale maovu nisiyofaa kutenda, ndio niyatendayo. Matendo mema ninafaa kutenda, sio niyatendayo. Yale maovu nisiyofaa kutenda, ndio niyatendayo.
It's got to be DJ Joe Infalme. Log on to www.djjoeinfalme.com.
Nikikam through wananiita juu kwenye scripture na kuaga kama kwa kutenda dhambi wewe ukuwa ukubali Kristo sivanka timeless what best with gospel you know it's fancy again. Nikikam through wananiita juu kwenye scripture na kuaga nikikam through wananiita juu kwenye scripture na kuaga nikikam through wananiita nikikam through wananiita
Joe.
Juu kwenye scripture na kuaga nikikam through wananiita juu kwenye scripture na kuaga nikikam through wananiita nikikam through wananiita juu kwenye scripture na kuaga kama kwa kutenda dhambi wewe ukuwa ukubali Kristo sivanka
utakuwa na cha gang gang, utakuwa solo kikuna ma pain pain, kuna hero pala kuna Mac Mende, utawika pala kuna cha ku maintain, wetu zidi kuzishikisha, pombe zidi kuziitisha, sema tumi nina kutisha, beauty zidi kunikulisha,
ukundu inakupeleka na rieng, we unataka tukuspin na mayeng, unafeel uko safe juu uko na gang, kuja kwake Christ tukupia kuna sheng.
Oya, nakupeleka na mutaratara class in the way, yani yes ndiyo barabara. Gang wakisema umefia tumeparara, waonyeshe huku kuna odi na mbayaga.
Niki come through wananiita, juu kwenye scripture na kuwaga,
kama kwa kutenda dhambi we ukuwa,
ukubali Christ usibanka.
Niki come through wananiita, juu kwenye scripture na kuwaga,
kama kwa kutenda dhambi we ukuwa,
ukubali Christ usibanka.
na hiyo nane itakuwa ile OG, itakuwa ina ban maksudi, utaban Buda utakuwa kuni, na ni kweli hisi kitu ninabuni,
kwake Christ mimi nimestand firm, na kuna nafasi kuna daika, hebu ngoja kwanza nika confirm,
nafasi ni mingi kuna chamcha. Oya, nakupeleka na mutaratara class in the way, yani yes ndiyo barabara. Gang wakisema umefia tumeparara, waonyeshe huku kuna odi na bayaga.
Niki come through wananiita, juu kwenye scripture na kuwaga,
kama kwa kutenda dhambi we ukuwa,
ukubali Christ usibanka.
Niki come through wananiita, juu kwenye scripture na kuwaga.
DJ John Ballman.
Wacha kunicheki cheki cheki cheki, wacha kunicheki, wacha kunicheki cheki cheki cheki, wacha kunicheki. Shukuru Mungu wako, katikia Mungu wako. 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 Ukihesabu kile amedu, kile amedu, huwezi tulia. Ukihesabu kile amedu, kile amedu, huwezi tulia. Amekwamsha asubuhi, ni wewe ulimwambia. Amekubariki, si wewe ulimwambia. Alikwamsha asubuhi, ni wewe ulimwambia. Amekubariki, si wewe ulimwambia. Sifa zikipanda baraka zinashuka, hii ni ukweli, si misemo ya shuka. Sifa zikipanda baraka zinashuka, pandisha mzuka, lipuka kabasuka. So turn to your neighbor, kama shukuru, get another neighbor. So turn to your neighbor, kama shukuru, get another neighbor. Wacha kunicheki cheki cheki cheki, wacha kunicheki, wacha kunicheki cheki cheki cheki, wacha kunicheki. Shukuru Mungu wako, katikia Mungu wako. 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 Excuse me, mi nataka kudance, juu amenipa chance. Excuse me, ati utaki kudance na amekupa chance. Sifa zikianza, I'm the hot stepper, naleta shukurani, I'm that one leper. Hey, mi natika ketepa, shukuru pia jamaa bana, wacha tempa. Si lazima zigino, si lazima zigino, toa jasho toa vigino. Si lazima zigino, si lazima zigino, hata kama shida bigi bro. So turn to your neighbor, kama shukuru, get another neighbor. So turn to your neighbor, kama shukuru, get another neighbor. Shukuru Mungu wako, katikia Mungu wako. 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 Shika shika. So hata kama unado, maisha inabo, hata bila hizo do, maisha bado inago. Oya ijalishi manzewe ni nani, weni wa Nairobi ama machinani, we msempoa ama kitinani, lazima unajua Mungu ni nani. You know usipo dance, yatasifiwa na mawe. You know usipo dance, yatasifiwa na mawe. Katika inaona ungidakika, katika naona kama udansi unabo, ukatiki unabo, kama udansi unabo, amekubless unabo, kama udansi unabo, ukatiki unabo, kama udansi unabo, amekubless unabo. Basi kila mtu go, kila mtu go,
ibaki kila mtu go. Kila mtu go. Alright then. Ukianika mabaraka ni mingi utapata. Go right then. Hizo sasa jichoche kama kanga, ajichoche kamsea amekaranga, tucheze kakadanda, simtim panda. Yeah, you know usipo dance, yata sifiwa na mawe. You know usipo dance, yata sifiwa na mawe. Katika now hidakika. Katika now hidakika. Dance unabo, ukatiki unabo. Kama udansi unabo, amekupesi unabo. Kama udansi unabo, ukatiki unabo. Kama udansi unabo, amekupesi unabo. Enda chini mpaka chini, ni Yesu tu. Ni Yesu tunaamini, mikono juu, nakwambia weka juu. Jina la Yesu litafika everywhere. Tunagwara. Tunadansia Yesu, gwara. Hakuna kama Yesu, gwara. Tunadansia Yesu, gwara. Hakuna kama Yesu. Na step on the enemy. Oh, ati tuna step on the enemy. Wanasema gospel si ya wajanja, Wakristo na mashida wana majanga. Shetani tunamzika hii ni matanga, na nguvu ni za Yesu si za waganga. Kunja mguu, enda chini mpaka chini, ni Yesu tu. Ni Yesu tunaamini, mikono juu, nakwambia weka juu. Jina la Yesu litafika everywhere. Tunagwara. Tunadansia Yesu, gwara. Hakuna kama Yesu, gwara. Tunadansia Yesu, gwara. Hakuna kama Yesu. Tunamsifu na different style, kwa makofi na kucheza. Weka shida chini anaweza, si unajua anapendeza. Tunamsifu na different style, kwa makofi na kucheza. Weka shida chini anaweza, si unajua anapendeza. Wanasema gospel si ya wajanja, Wakristo na mashida wana majanga. Shetani tunamzika hii ni matanga, na nguvu ni za Yesu si za waganga. Kunja mguu, enda chini mpaka chini, ni Yesu tu. Ni Yesu tunaamini, mikono juu, nakwambia weka juu. Jina la Yesu litafika everywhere. Tunagwara. Tunadansia Yesu, gwara. Hakuna kama Yesu, gwara. Tunadansia Yesu, gwara.
Maskini na satiriana, pena Dumana mina, niko mikononi mwake, kila kitu kiko beta. Wangu anapenda, maskini na satiriana, pena Dumana mina, niko mikononi mwake, kila kitu kiko beta. Ibilisi anadeta, kuna watu wakicheki unabarikiwa sana wanateta. Anazidi kuleta mvua ya baraka na mabeta, inazidi kunyesha. Ibilisi anadeta, kuna watu wakicheki unabarikiwa sana wanateta. Anazidi kuleta mvua ya baraka na mabeta, inazidi kunyesha. Asifuye mvua imemnyea, na msifu juu amenitendea maajabu. Hata wewe ukimkutia, najua atakutendea maajabu. Kuna wenye dhambi, wengine takatifu. Jua likiwa kali na wawakia wote, wengine tanda, wengine waaminifu. Mvua ikinyesha inawanyeshea wote. Kuna wenye dhambi, wengine takatifu. Jua likiwa kali na wawakia wote, wengine tanda, wengine waaminifu. Mvua ikinyesha inawanyeshea wote. Penda maskini na tajiriana, pena Dumana mina, niko mikononi mwake, kila kitu kiko beta. Wangu anapenda, maskini na tajiriana, pena Dumana mina, niko mikononi mwake, kila kitu kiko beta.
Oya nimecheki Yesu mutani. Oya nimecheki Yesu mutani. Alright, Yesu kwa muta. 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 Msiulize ati nini amefanya,
Sivo na manisha majama, wachani washu majama. Mnajua mama Shiro, ule mama mboga ameacha masengenyo, Sami ukoka na ule mkora alikuwa na tunyonga kwa kona. Amekuwa pasta na umba magonjwa ya pona. Ila na ule mlevi ule kila siku kwake ni kesi. Sahamu mwezi anatunga na pasho na chezi. Oya nimecheki Yesu mutane. Alright, oya nimecheki Yesu mutane. Alright, Yesu kwa muta, Yesu kwa muta, Yesu kwa muta, Yesu kwa muta. Akiingia mambo si ile ile, mambo si ile ile. Akiingia au baki vile vile, ubaki vile vile. Yakikama mapepo anasumbua. Yakikama mashida yanapungua. Uko na roho chafu yanakama na suhua. Unadhani unadeni msalabani alichukua. Yesu kwa muta hakuna kawori. Shetani unatupa bila sorry. Alright, oya nimecheki Yesu mutane. Alright, oya nimecheki Yesu mutane. Alright, Yesu kwa muta, Yesu kwa muta, Yesu kwa muta, Yesu kwa muta. Hakuna kama wewe, enyewe. Hakuna kama wewe, Musa anajua, Sara anajua. Hakuna kama wewe, Mungu anajua, mimi najua. Biblia nimesoma kitabu cha kwanza hadi mwisho. Ukweli wewe ni noma, kila shida wewe ndo suluhisho. Na ukikamtu vipofu wanaona, vipofu wanaona. Na ukikamtu ugonjwa zinapona, ugonjwa zinapona. Ukipita Kenyatta hakuna biashara, watu wanapona hasara. Na ulitupata sasa tumeng'ara, shetani akanuna hasara. Ukipita Kenyatta hakuna biashara, watu wanapona hasara. Na ulitupata sasa tumeng'ara, shetani akanuna hasara. Enyewe, hakuna kama wewe. Enyewe, hakuna kama wewe. Musa anajua, Sara anajua. Hakuna kama wewe, Mungu anajua, mimi najua. Tumungu twingi sike tai, lakini tuote tumedai. Wendo Mungu, wendo ngai. Ndio, nakimbia kwako. Ndio, yote mambo kwako. Mambo sawa, kwa Yesu sawa. Mambo sawa. Enyewe, hakuna kama wewe. Enyewe, hakuna kama wewe. Musa anajua, Sara anajua. Hakuna kama wewe.
This is your favorite DJ's favorite DJ. Capital FM Mixmaster Joe.
Umenipa wimbo mpya nikusifu. Haya, nitaambia yani kila mtu.